ट्यूटोरियल्स कर सकता है, असेसमेंट्स, ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट्स होंगी, एक डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी होगी, बहुत बड़ी डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी होगी। वो डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी का सारा कंटेंट वो एक्सेस कर सकता है, और ये जो है किसी भी टाइम 24 घंटे में किसी भी टाइम वो एक्सेस कर सकता है। ये स्कूलिंग प्लेटफॉर्म गूगल और स्कूल नेट इंडिया, इन 2 वर्ल्ड फेमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने बनाया है, और टीचर्स जो हैं स्कूल के उनको स्पेशली तैयार किया गया इन वर्चुअल क्लासेस को पढ़ाने के लिए। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में ये एक बहुत बड़ा क्रांतिकारी कदम साबित होगा। आज़ादी के बाद से शायद पहली बार इतने बड़े स्तर के ऊपर, अब जैसे आप इमेजिन करके देखिए, एक टीचर पढ़ा रहा है, उसको कई हज़ार स्टूडेंट्स एक साथ देख रहे हैं, तो एक साथ देश के कोने कोने से कई सारे स्टूडेंट्स एक बहुत अच्छे टीचर को एक्सेस कर सकते हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ा कदम होगा, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि हर बच्चे को आने वाले समय में, हमारे देश के हर बच्चे को अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा मिले। नमस्कार।
All right, I'm going to cut across to some big developments coming in the Liquorgate Dangal. The National Green Court orders a probe against Manish Sisodia. The Green Court orders probe against Sisodia linked with illegal construction. Complaint on illegal construction at Delhi's locality. NGT now to visit the site, answer grievances in 4 weeks. A probe, NGT now probing Sisodia linked with illegal construction. It seems like Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, now facing the heat of multiple agencies. Now the National Green Tribunal has come forward to probe into some illegal construction within Delhi's limits, city limits. Massive development comes amid this Liquorgate Dangal, even as the Aam Aadmi Party trying to combat all those allegations of corruption on the excise liquor policy. Here's yet another investigation that's been initiated by the National Green Tribunal. The Green Court orders a probe against Manish Sisodia. The Green Court orders a probe into Manish Sisodia's role into some illegal construction in Delhi. Illegal construction at a Delhi locality. The NGT to visit the site and answer all those grievances in 4 weeks' time. Let me quickly cut across to Sanjeev Jain, who's a petitioner against Sisodia, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Jain, give us an understanding on what are the allegations against Manish Sisodia. It seems like agencies now, one after the other, coming out to probe Manish Sisodia's role in alleged irregularities on multiple fronts. Here's the National Green Tribunal saying illegal construction has happened in some parts of Delhi, asking for a committee to probe the matter. Tell us more. What's your allegation?
मैम, ये दिल्ली के जो उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया हैं, वो अपनी पटना विधानसभा में भूमाफिया से इनका बहुत बड़ा गठजोड़ है और भ्रष्टाचार के ये लाखों रुपए प्रत्येक बिल्डिंग से रिश्वत के लेके और गैर कानूनी बिल्डिंगें बनवा रही है। नगर बिना नक्शा पास बिल्डिंगें बन रही है पूरे क्षेत्र के अंदर। तो वहीं पे क्षेत्र में एक 780 बिल्डिंग बनी थी, इसके अंदर 72 फ्लैट और 20 दुकानें थी। उसे बीते 3 साल से चोरी की बिजली जलवा रहे थे मनीष सिसोदिया और बिजली अधिकारी मिलकर भूमाफिया बिल्डर से पैसे लेकर। उसी बिल्डिंग के अंदर ट्रांसफार्मर लगाने के लिए इन्होंने पार्क में कब्जा करवा दिया 2021 जनवरी के अंदर।
लोकेलिटी है संजीव जी, लोकेलिटी कौन सी है ये
पटना विधानसभा, पटना के विलेज पास, पटना गांव का मेन चौक है
पटपटगंज।
हाँ, पटपटगंज, जहाँ से ये विधायक कहेंगे। पटना गांव चौक पे मेल पार्क है, उसके अंदर है ये नगर निगम की डिस्पेंसरी है, टीबी हॉस्पिटल।
और मनीष सिसोदिया का रोल क्या है इसमें?
मतलब इन्होंने क्या कहते हैं, इसके अंदर भूमाफिया से मिलके और बिजली कंपनी को वहाँ पे कब्जा करवाया है ट्रांसफार्मर लगाने के लिए, और जो ट्रांसफार्मर लगाया गया वो उसी बिल्डिंग की सप्लाई देने के लिए लगाया गया वहाँ पर इलीगल तरीके से। ये सब जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, जो उप मुख्यमंत्री का जो एलिगेशन आया है वो मैं खुद नहीं लगा रहा। ये दिल्ली सरकार ने इंक्वायरी पुटअप की थी इसके लिए मेरी कंप्लेंट के ऊपर, और दिल्ली सरकार की जो इंक्वायरी है उसकी रिपोर्ट के अंदर ये आया है। तो दिल्ली सरकार ने खुद मुझे रिटर्न में लिख के जवाब दिया है कि जो आपने कंप्लेंट की थी नगर निगम के पार्क पे, वो पार्क पे मालिकाना हक तो नगर निगम का है, और वहाँ पे जो ट्रांसफार्मर लगाया गया है वो दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री और वहाँ के सिटिंग काउंसलर जो थे उनकी बातचीत करके उनसे भ्रष्टाचार करके आपस में उनसे बातचीत करके उनके कहने पे मत कब्जा किया गया है। तो जो कहने पे कब्जा किया गया है, उनके उनकी गाइडलाइंस में हुआ है, तो इसके अलावा वहाँ से पैसे का लेन देन हुआ है, क्योंकि उस बिल्डिंग के अंदर 3 साल से चोरी की विधि चल रही थी। अच्छा, वो जो पार्क पे कब्जा किया गया है, वो नगर निगम ने अपने पार्क की कोई भी संपत्ति बिजली कंपनी को वहाँ ट्रांसफार्मर लगाने के लिए नहीं दी, वो आरटीए में उन्होंने रिप्लाई दिया है। पॉल्यूशन डिपार्टमेंट कहता है हमने परमिशन नहीं दी वहाँ पे ट्रांसफार्मर लगाने के लिए पार्क के अंदर। हेलो,
अभी आपने पेटिशन लगाया है कोर्ट में, कोर्ट ने बोला है एक कमेटी को जाके वहां पर जांच करने के लिए 4 हफ्ते में वो एक रिपोर्ट देगी। आप क्या कोऑपरेट करेंगे कमेटी के साथ? आप अपना पेपर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देंगे?
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल कोऑपरेट करूंगा। मैंने पूरे डॉक्यूमेंट कोर्ट में लगाए हैं। जज साहब ने मेरी पूरी पिटीशन को और मुझे बहुत ध्यान से सुना और मुझे पूरा बोलने का मौका दिया गया। फिर जज साहब को भी लगा कि इसके अंदर बहुत ज्यादा भ्रष्टाचार के तहत ये सारा गलत काम हुआ है, तो इसलिए उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल 5 मेंबरों की इंक्वायरी पुटअप की है, जिसके अंदर दिल्ली के जो नगर निगम के जो कमिश्नर रहेंगे जानन भारती, वो इसके अंदर रहेंगे। एरिया के डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट है अनिल बाका, वो इसके अंदर रहेंगे। दिल्ली पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल कमेटी के जो हेड रहेंगे वो इसके अंदर मेंबर रहेंगे। दिल्ली फायर डिपार्टमेंट के जो चीफ है वो इसके मेंबर रहेंगे, और दिल्ली हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट के डायरेक्टर वो इसके मेंबर रहेंगे। 5 जनों की मेंबरों की कमेटी बनाई है, और कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दी है उन चारों पांचों को कि आपने साइट पे विजिट करनी है और मौके पे जाके सारे घटना को देखना है जो एप्लीकेंट ने लगाए एलिगेशन, जो एविडेंस दी है, और फिर उसकी रिपोर्ट आपको कोर्ट में पेश करनी है। मतलब ये देखिए ना सर मैडम, कितना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है कि लोगों की जान माल का कभी इन्होंने जोखिम में डाल दिया। वहाँ पे आइडियल गैस का रनिंग गैस पाइपलाइन चैम्बर बॉक्स है का नीचे, मतलब पार्क में आइडियल गैस की लाइन का चैम्बर बॉक्स बना हुआ है वहाँ पे रनिंग, और उसके ऊपर इलेक्ट्रिकल ट्रांसफार्मर लगा दिया जिसके अंदर कभी भी आग लग सकती है और जिससे वहाँ पे ब्लास्ट हो जाएगा और लोगों की जान माल चली जाएगी। मतलब ये देखिए ना, पैसे के लिए लोगों की सुरक्षा को भी दांव पे लगा दिया गया भ्रष्टाचार के पैसे के लिए। हाँ,
अब कोर्ट ये केस एक कमेटी को हैंडओवर कर चुकी है। बोल रहे कि एनजीटी कमेटी 4 हफ्ते में कोई रिपोर्ट देगी और आप कोऑपरेट करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए। I'm going to quickly cut across to Nalini Sharma, who is tracking these developments as well. Nalini, over to you. It seems like one case after the other. Manish Sisodia is trying to firefight several agencies now. The National Green Tribunal investigating some kind of illegal construction at a place where Manish Sisodia was elected. Tell us more.
Absolutely, Nabila. And what, like Mr. Sanjeev Jain was also telling us, what he claimed in his application is that in this village in Patparganj, there are 72 flats and about 20 shops. And there is a very there's a shortage in this area, because of which the occupants of this area are actually indulging in electricity theft. Now, what his main allegation is that there is a substation that has been constructed in that area, which has been done illegally, and it's been done under the political influence of the Deputy Chief Minister of the government of Delhi, which is, of course, Manish Sisodia. So keeping this in mind, what the NGT said is that these allegations are serious, and which is why they've set up this 5-member committee, which is going to include people from the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, the Department of Horticulture, the Department of Fire Services, just to ensure that all of the requisite requirements are in place, and whether or not to see whether or not the substation has actually been constructed illegally or not. So they've been asked to visit the spot, they've been asked to create a report and submit it again before the NGT, before they decide what needs to be done further. Now, because the allegation that is being raised by the applicant is that all of this is being done under the political influence of Manish Sisodia, in case it is found by the committee that the construction of the substation is actually illegal, then that might put the spotlight on Manish Sisodia, because then a probe might be ordered into exactly how this was constructed and what were the approvals that were granted for it. So although it seems like a long-drawn legal battle still, but at the same time the spotlight might be on Manish Sisodia extremely soon, keeping in mind the order that has been that is coming from the NGT, and also the specifications of the committee that has now been set up to look into this.
All right, Nalini, thank you very much for joining us. But like you rightly said, Manish Sisodia now, the spotlight on him. It's been a few months now that he seems to be struggling with one agency after the other. The Liquorgate showdown escalates in Delhi. It all started with the excise policy irregularities, which implicated the CBI, in fact, accused Sisodia of swindling crores of money in the name of the excise policy. Amid this ongoing slugfest over the excise policy, BJP MP Manoj Tiwari has attacked the Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, alleging In fact, AAP had alleged that BJP had asked him to join the BJP. Earlier, Manish Sisodia had claimed that he was given a message that the ongoing CBI cases against him would be dropped if at all he took up the BJP's offer and joined the BJP. BJP MP also asking for a forensic phone or a probe on that phone call that was made to Manish Sisodia. BJP saying if really that was the case, then let's do a forensic test or a probe into those calls that were made. Now, reiterating BJP's allegations, AAP MLA Atishi has accused the party for luring Aam Aadmi Party MLAs to topple the Kejriwal government in the national capital. AAP has also stated that they are going to meet with the CBI over this poaching bid.
आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायकों का डेलीगेशन सेंट्रल ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन सीबीआई जाएगा और इस पूरे ऑपरेशन लोटस पर एक देशव्यापी जांच की मांग करेगा कि किस तरह से ये 6,300 करोड़ रुपया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश भर में अलग अलग राज्य की सरकारों को गिराने में खर्च किया है।
दिल्ली के डिप्टी सीएम मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा उन्हें पर्सनली कॉल आया, हालांकि तब तक तो ये पता था कि उनका फोन सीबीआई ने सीज कर लिया है, जैसा कि वो स्वयं बताए थे। हम इस बात की मांग कर रहे हैं सभी लोग कि आपके किस फोन पे कॉल आया, किस समय आया, किस नंबर से आया, या तो आप स्वयं बताएं, क्योंकि वो स्वयं बताएंगे नहीं। लोगों में नफरत फैलाने की होड़ लगी है।
All right, let me cut across to a race for the Congress chief that heats up. Congress MP Manish Tiwari has raised questions about the transparency of the AICC presidential polls. Tiwari has questioned how a fair and free election without publicity available electoral roll. In fact, Tiwari has slammed the Congress top brass for not making electoral roll public, questioning how aspiring Congress presidential candidates would really face elections not knowing who their electors are. He highlights that several state-level leaders were not aware about the list of delegates that make up AICC Electoral College. Senior Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad, who recently quit the party, has called the upcoming party presidential polls a mere farce. The result for president's polls will be declared on October 19th. In fact, Rahul Gandhi had resigned as the Congress president after party suffered its second consecutive defeat in 2019 parliamentary elections. Sonia Gandhi, who took over the reins temporarily for the party as an interim president, has also offered to quit in August 2020. But out of no choice and no option, in their view, Sonia has remained to continue as interim chief. Cutting across to Karnataka, the administration's inaction against this Lingayat Seer, who is accused of raping a minor girl, in fact, 2 minor girls, of sexual assault. We're looking at stir and protests that erupt in parts of Chitradurga. Lingayat Seers, in the meanwhile, all the religious pontiffs are wholeheartedly, unconditionally backing the accused pontiff, Shivmurthy. In a show of strength, more Seers today visited the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga. Many of them were seen walking towards the mutt and greeting with the very accused Shivmurthy. Meanwhile, both the survivors recorded their statements under CRPF 164 at the Magistrates Court. The statement recording process was on for at least 5 hours long. Pontiff of the Jagadguru Vidyapita Mutt has been booked under sections of the POCSO Act for rape and sexual assault of 2 minor girls who were staying at the hostel premises attached to that mutt. In a show of strength, seers of various mutts have come together to support Shivakumar Sharanaru and even they held a press conference just yesterday saying that this is an attempt to try and malign and taint the image of this revered seer. Meanwhile, while all politicians remain silent, one BJP MLC, H. Vishwanath, has demanded action against the seer. In fact, many others have refused to even comment on the seer and the allegations leveled against him. Many of them, including B.S. Yediyurappa, claiming that the Lingayat seer is a victim of conspiracy. Dalit organizations now come out in protest as the girls, we believe, belong to the SC/ST community.
This strong case we have got here, such a strong case.
Absolutely.
That must be executed. This is because the minority girls, they should not be offended.
Yeah.
Their chastity or anything, their education, everything must be protected. Everything must be protected. This sexual harassment, no one tolerate this. That too from a priest. No.
But sir, he's such a powerful religious pontiff. It appears the police are fearing to follow protocols. But why do you think the BJP has not instructed the police to act and arrest him?
I don't know, because the ruling party has to pay for it in the next elections. The people of Karnataka are watching.
You're part of the BJP, sir.
I may be the part of the BJP, but I am for the law of the land. I am for the harassment against these minor girls.
Right.
I am for the protection of those, I am for the maintenance and implementation of the POSCO, which is an important law of the land,
Yeah. And one can only imagine how safe those girls are and how many other girls may have been victims. They will all be worried now.
They are all worried. Then the whole state is watching this.
Yeah.
The whole state is watching this.
So
Many parents are agonized with this.
We heard you're writing a letter to Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, I am writing a letter to the Prime Minister because when our Prime Minister used to meet her mother, he always says about the protection of girls, then respect of the girls, respect of the woman folk. He always used to talk. And for these girls also, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao.
What should they be doing right now, sir? What should be the right course of action?
No, it's the shrine.
Yeah.
Guruji. He is to open, he must come up. Temporarily, he must resign to his smart office.
Yeah.
Then he allow for a fair investigation, fair inquiry. He must cooperate with officers to have a fair inquiry.
Yes.
After no, Swamiji is innocent, like that. Yes, the whole state is going to receive him, respect him. Yes.
So you want him to step down until he gets a clean chit?
No, not my. This is the opinion of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the people of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the parents. This is the opinion of the offenders.
Sir, do we know anything of those two girls? Are they safe?
Now, one is scheduled caste. Here, 4 criminal IPC sections are there. One POSCO is there. POSCO is very different, very powerful.
All right, you heard the BJP MLC speaking, but he seems to be the lone voice pushing for arrest of this accused Seer. It's been 5 days on. The Seer was booked for alleged rape on minor girls, stringent sections under the POCSO Act, which is a non-bailable offence. But 5 days on, not even a summon, no questioning, no, let alone arrest, not even a medical test that's been taken on this man. In fact, the Muruga Mutt Seer, very famous personality with great clout among politicians, still sits very comfortably inside his mutt with politicians landing up at his doorstep only to show solidarity with him. Now, he's not been arrested, and this continues as the mutt goes on and continues with its functions. In fact, he as a Seer continues with his duties as normal. This despite the POCSO Act at this point being so harsh that a commoner would ideally would have been arrested under the POCSO Act in less than 3 to 4 hours. It's all the more shocking to see this deafening silence coming out by political party leaders across party lines. They're all silent on the issue as they clearly have their eyes set on the elections next year to please this sizable chunk of the Lingayat community. Here's a report on that.
Allegations of rape against prominent Lingayat Mutt Seer Shivamurthy Murugasharanaru have rocked Karnataka. The pontiff of Jagat Guru Murugarajendra Vidyapeeth Mutt is booked under Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act for the alleged rape of 2 minor girls staying at the school hostel attached to the Mutt. It's been over 3 days since the case was filed, but the suspect roams free at his Chitradurga Mutt despite charges under POCSO Act being a non-bailable offence. The Seer has claimed the rape case is a conspiracy against him.
ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆದರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸೋಣ. ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಮಾನದ ಚಿಲುಮೆಯನ್ನು
Other Lingayat seers are putting up a united front in support of the Muruga pontiff.
ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಈ ಆರೋಪ ಮುಕ್ತರಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಡಿನ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರ ಆಶಯ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಸತ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಬೆಂಬಲಕ್ಕೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಶಿವಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಾಖಾ ಮಠಾಧೀಶರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಲಿದ್ದು.
Meanwhile, protests have erupted against Chitradurga police and district administration for not taking strict action against the seer accused of rape.
I am a simple question. What is the meaning of POCO's rules? If it is normal people, you should arrest him. What happened that AAP going on court?
With just months to go for the state elections, most leaders across political parties have backed the seer, overlooking the serious allegations leveled against him.
He is accused or whatever it's there, law will take its own course. But my duty is, since my childhood, I am coming to this mat. And I told you, I am prepared to meet the children also. But the Department of Police or whatever they are not allowing me to. I am ready to meet them also.
BJP MLC H. Vishwanath, one of the rare voices to call out the police, has demanded the arrest of the seer.
When a person booked under POSCO, he must immediately arrested within 24 hours. But in this case, that has not been happened. People are asking, why? Is there any law for the shrine and the common man?
The District Sessions Court in Chitradurga will hear the seer's anticipatory bail petition on September 1st.
BJP MLC also demand the arrest of seers and hit out at the government, stating that ministers' statements are protecting the accused in the POCSO case. The question is, after the CRPC statement registered at the court, will the police act on the alleged accused in the POCSO case? With you, Regional Shivamurthy, Sagairaj, reporting for India Today, Chitradurga.
All right, some big breaking news coming in after Delhi trouble for AAP continues in Punjab. This time the opposition in Punjab demanding that the CBI probe the excise policy in Punjab as well. Huge development in the excise policy row. The Badals claim that Punjab's policy, the excise policy, is an exact copy of that in Delhi. Sukhwinder Singh Badal says Aam Aadmi Party has created monopoly. Badal slams Kejriwal, says Kejriwal became Chief Minister because of Anna Hazare, taking a personal jibe. Further claiming that the excise policy in Punjab as well is a copy of that in Delhi, and this too must be probed. In fact, he demands a CBI probe into the Punjab excise policy also.
है कि जहाँ पे ये बोल रहे थे कि नशा के ऊपर करेंगे, अल्कोहल फैलाई जा रही है, ऐसे चार्जेस दिल्ली में भी लगाए गए हैं. आपका क्या ये भी मानना है कि यही मॉडल अब पंजाब में भी है?
सर, इन्होंने क्या किया है, इन्होंने जो गेम बनाई है या मोनोपोली की है. इन्होंने क्या कि पहले एक आदमी को पूरे पंजाब की कमांड दे दी है. आप सोचो, एक आदमी पूरे पंजाब की शराब बेचेगा, वो मोनोपोली करेगा, और उसका जो प्रॉफिट मार्जिन पॉलिसी में 5% बढ़ाकर 10% कर दिया, डबल कर दिया, और आदमी एक कर दिया. पहले 100 आदमी बेचते होते थे, अब एक कर रहे हैं. सो ये घपला इतना क्लियर कट घपला है कि मुझे लगता है ये बचे भी.
Now, shifting our focus to Karnataka, on high alert amid the showdown over Ganesh Utsav celebrations at the Idgah Maidan. Ganesh festivities have begun at Idgah Maidan in Karnataka's Hubballi district after Karnataka High Court allowed planned celebrations late on Tuesday night. Sri Ram Sene and other Hindu groups rejoice, calling the idol installation a historic moment. In fact, the High Court bench has further stated that records clearly indicate the property belongs to the state government. However, Muslim groups which approached the Karnataka High Court against Ganesha festivities at the venue are likely to also now move the Supreme Court after the Supreme Court had ordered for status quo at the Idgah Maidan located in Bengaluru's Chamrajpet. So they want the same yardstick used even in Hubballi. Of course, the matter is yet to be taken up in the Supreme Court, but for now we see Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at Idgah Maidan in Hubballi carrying out in full swing amid high security. Supreme Court had earlier provided relief to the Waqf Board petitioners with regards to the Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru, saying and asking for the Hindu groups to hold puja at another location, considering that the dispute over land ownership was still to be clear, and that should be heard by the Karnataka High Court. For now, no order can be given, maintain status quo.
I welcome this. It is very unfortunate that people try to put the hurdle in that. I am very happy that Honorable High Court has taken the note of all the previous judgments of the Supreme Court and High Court, and they have given the clearance to take the decision by Municipal Corporation. I welcome that, and even now I appeal that everybody should cooperate and in a most harmonious atmosphere everybody should participate.
Situation in Hubballi is totally peaceful, and we have made elaborate bandobast regarding Ganesha festival. We have made elaborate bandobast. For that, we have deployed one RAF company also. Along with that, 10 KSRP platoons, 10 Seer platoons, and we have requested 400 officers and staff from other units and 400 home guards also. Apart from that, entire city officers and staff, they are also deployed for this bandobast.
इतिहास में स्वर्णाक्षर में लिखने वाले दिन है। कोट्यांतर हिंदू भावनाओं को, भक्तियों को न्यायालय न्याय दिया है, तो मैं न्यायालय को, कोर्ट को अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं, और जो विरोध करते हैं, विरोध किए हैं, उनको भी मैं इशारा देता हूं, इस देश में ये दादागिरी नहीं चलेगी। अंजुमन इस्लाम हो, वक्फ बोर्ड हो और कांग्रेस हो, ये दादागिरी नहीं चलेगी।
Honorable High Court of Karnataka has given historical verdict at 11:30. Then we have decided at 7:30 we have established the Ganesh statue.
If the BBMP or state government, if not come forward in our Okuta, from our Okuta, we will challenge the Waqf board by way of a court or something. This thing we will fight together with the Waqf board. We have to do the Ganesha festival in Maidana only. That is only.
यकीनन चामराजपेट के सिलसिले में सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो सुनवाई हुई और हमारे वकीलों ने जिस तरह से मुदल्लल बात रखी और अल्लाह रब्बुल जलाल ने हमारे लिए कामयाबी अता फरमाई है, तमाम मुसलमानों की जानिब से और इसी तरह सेंट्रल मुस्लिम एसोसिएशन की जानिब से, वक्फ बोर्ड की जानिब से मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं।
Meanwhile, Ganesha festival has taken a political turn in Bengaluru as Sri Ram Sene, a right-wing fringe group, keeps a photograph of Veer Savarkar at a Ganesha pandal. They've distributed Savarkar's photographs as well to the locals there amid much of the controversy and clashes that took place over the same Veer Savarkar on Independence Day. Now, to take you through a little bit of an understanding on the Idgah Maidan row, the latest flashpoint we see in poll-bound Karnataka is that 130-year-old Chamrajpete Idgah Maidan, which was planned in Bengaluru, one of the earliest planning, part of their urban planning in the city. Hindu groups now claiming that Ganesh Chaturthi festivities or other Hindu festivals must also be allowed at that Idgah Maidan, which was earlier granted to the, even now, is governed by the Waqf board, was granted to the Muslim community to carry out their festivities. Now, the issue is in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court took up the matter, saying that for now maintains status quo. But of course, I'm going to take you through this report to try and understand what exactly the controversy was.
It's Karnataka's biggest festival, Ganesh Chaturthi, on August the 31st, and a simmering land dispute has grabbed attention over it. At the heart of this controversy is this 2.1-acre Idgah Maidan in Karnataka's Chamarajpet. The Idgah Maidan has become a flashpoint after several Hindu outfits have demanded permission to hold Ganesh celebrations on this ground. The ownership of the ground is being claimed by two parties. 2 months ago, Bengaluru's civic body, the Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara claimed ownership of this land. The BBMP is citing 1974 records to stake claim to this property. Muslim organizations, on the other hand, assert the land belongs to the Karnataka Waqf Board. Ever since the BBMP claimed property rights, it's under pressure from several Hindu outfits for installation of Ganesha idols on the ground. However, the Waqf Board has approached the Supreme Court. In their petition, the Waqf Board says Muslims have been offering prayers at the Idgah Maidan for years now. The challenge in the Supreme Court comes after the Karnataka High Court permitted the state government to allow Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Idgah Maidan. The High Court has allowed the state government to use the Maidan for religious and cultural activities for a limited period of 3 days. The disputed land is part of 10 acres given to the Muslim community by the Wadiyar royal family of Mysuru. Several decades ago, it was used as a burial ground as well as to offer Eid prayers twice a year. With Sagai Raj in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
And moving over next, in an effort to weed out Islamist radicals, we're looking at the Assam government now carrying out an eviction drive, a demolition drive at a madrasa in Bongaigaon. A madrasa there allegedly was home to a teacher carrying out terror activities who had links with terror group Al-Qaeda. After receiving the eviction notice from Bongaigaon district, the district administration, the madrasa authorities carried out eviction late last night with the help of local people. The eviction drive has been carried out following the arrest of Mufti Hafizur Rahman, who was a teacher at that madrasa, allegedly carried out jihadi activities from the premises of that religious institution. More trouble brewing for the Congress? Well, the Congress Neta to skip the manifesto release. Sharma's move sends jitters to the Congress. Baghel and Shukla to release Himachal manifesto after quitting HP steering committee. Sharma won't attend the manifesto release. That is right after Ghulam Nabi Azad steps down from the Congress party. It appears that this has had an effect on a few other leaders. Anand Sharma, who has always given feelers of not really being fully part of the Congress party, has been always more or less going back and forth about quitting, not quitting. Now finally it appears that he's skipped or plans to skip the manifesto release, and that's a great indication here for us to believe that the man wants to quit the party. Let me cut across to our reporter joining us, Maushami Singh joining us for more. Maushami, over to you. Anand Sharma, always a man who went back and forth with the idea whether or not to quit the Congress. Seems like him missing this manifesto release is sending out a strong statement.
You know, the angst that Anand Sharma still holds after quitting the steering committee and all the committees of Himachal is that his wounds were not actually settled, and despite the fact that Rajiv Shukla made a trip to his house, nothing much happened after that. And now when Bhupesh Baghel, who has been made campaign in charge of Himachal, along with Rajiv Shukla, will be releasing the manifesto before the elections in Himachal, Anand Sharma, apparently, who did receive a communique from the party regarding the manifesto release, will not be attending the function. Apparently, sources tell us that Anand Sharma is in the dark as far as what is there in the manifesto, what is the 10-point agenda that the party is going to release, and he is not in the know-how and wouldn't want to be a lame duck sitting there without any knowledge, and that's one reason he has cited apparently for not attending the function, Nabila.
Now, has he said explicitly that he's not going to be attending? Any conversation that you've had with him, Mosmi?
I had a word with Anand Sharma. He's still in Delhi. The manifesto has to be released in Shimla. And we already know that Anand Sharma was a part of the G23 camp, Nabila. And in the Congress Working Committee, he had also raised issues, flagged issues as far as the organizational elections are concerned. And the AICC delegates list not being shared with the district level and block level committee members. So he has several issues that he says have not been addressed. As far as specifically not attending the function, he said that he would not want to attend.
All right, here's some big breaking that we're currently tracking. AAP versus BJP school showdown. BJP Neta Gaurav Bhatia and AAP MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj reached the Delhi government school. Gaurav Bhatia's tweets, and I quote, as promised, reach the Kautila school at 11 o'clock to get a list of 500 new schools from your spokesperson. Spokesperson did not give the list even after asking for it. He told me about 2 old schools was caught lying. This is the education model of Arvind Kejriwal, says Gaurav Bhatia. Let's take a listen.
का मैनिफेस्टो है 500 स्कूल बनाएंगे नए, ये कहा था इन्होंने। और मैं समझता हूँ कि सौरभ भाई यहाँ पे हैं, विधायक हैं, ये इनको बताना चाहिए कि वो लिस्ट कहाँ है जिसमें 500 स्कूल में नहीं। आपकी बात आपने पहले मैंने आपका सम्मान रखा, मैं समझता हूँ कि इतना शिष्टाचार होना चाहिए। जी 500 स्कूल की लिस्ट लेने में आ गया 11 बजे। लिस्ट नहीं, एक स्कूल में आपने कहा चलेंगे। स्कूल अभी कह रहे बन रहा है, देखिए 500 की सूची मांगी, बन रहा है। बिल्कुल एक स्कूल लेके गए जो 1967 में बना था, दूसरे में एक स्कूल में मैं बोलूं अच्छा घबराहट हो रही है, झूठ नहीं बोलो, पहले बोलो। अभी ये दूसरे स्कूल हम आए हैं तो ये इधर दिखाओ, इधर दिखा दो, ये बन रहा है, ये बन रहा है। देखिए अभी 8.5 साल में बन रहा है, इधर दिखाओ 15 लाख रुपए में 8.5 साल में ये सच्चाई है। 15 लाख रुपए में अभी बना नहीं है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, मैं इतना ही कहूँगा, दिखाओ बिल्डिंग, दिखाओ बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो, बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो की सूची अगर मिल जाती नहीं आपको लेकर चलेंगे ना। अच्छा सूची नहीं, डर लग रहा है, ठीक है डर लग रहा है। धन्यवाद, सच्चाई सामने आ गई है, यही दिखाने आए थे, यही भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार है, डर बेईमान सामने देखा आप, मुझे पता है डर लगेगा, अभी तो चलेंगे, हमें निकले देखा कभी भाजपा को आपने क्या गले निकला। थैंक यू, आप कभी स्कूल गए और भी चलेंगे, भागना दूसरा नहीं गए, इतना डर गए अंदर नहीं गए स्कूल के पेरेंट्स। अभी अगले में भी चलेंगे, अभी 500 की सूची अगर देंगे, 500 की सूची देंगे। घबराए ये स्कूल में घबराने का मैनिफेस्टो है 500 स्कूल बनाएंगे नए, ये कहा था इन्होंने। और मैं समझता हूँ कि सौरभ भाई यहाँ पे हैं, विधायक हैं, ये इनको बताना चाहिए कि वो लिस्ट कहाँ है जिसमें 500 स्कूल में नहीं। आपकी बात आपने पहले मैंने आपका सम्मान रखा, मैं समझता हूँ कि इतना शिष्टाचार होना चाहिए। जी 500 स्कूल की लिस्ट लेने में आ गया 11 बजे। लिस्ट नहीं, एक स्कूल में आपने कहा चलेंगे। स्कूल अभी कह रहे बन रहा है, देखिए 500 की सूची मांगी, बन रहा है। बिल्कुल एक स्कूल लेके गए जो 1967 में बना था, दूसरे में एक स्कूल में मैं बोलूं अच्छा घबराहट हो रही है, झूठ नहीं बोलो, पहले बोलो। अभी ये दूसरे स्कूल हम आए हैं तो ये इधर दिखाओ, इधर दिखा दो, ये बन रहा है, ये बन रहा है। देखिए अभी 8.5 साल में बन रहा है, इधर दिखाओ 15 लाख रुपए में 8.5 साल में ये सच्चाई है। 15 लाख रुपए में अभी बना नहीं है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, मैं इतना भाई कहूंगा,
दिखाओ बिल्डिंग, दिखाओ बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो, बिल्डिंग भी दिखा दो
की सूची अगर मिल जाती
नहीं आपको लेकर चलेंगे ना।
अच्छा सूची दी,
डर लग रहा है,
ठीक है,
डर लग रहा है।
धन्यवाद, सच्चाई सामने आ गई है, यही दिखाने आए थे, यही भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार है, कट्टर बेईमान सामने है। देखा आप,
मुझे पता है डर लगेगा, अभी तो चलेंगे, हमें निकले कभी भाजपा को आपसे क्या गले लेकिन
थैंक यू।
आप कभी
स्कूल गए
और भी चलेंगे, भागना भागना
दूसरा
इतना डर गए कि अंदर नहीं गए स्कूल के पेरेंट्स। अभी अगले में भी चलेंगे,
अभी 500 की सूची अगर देंगे, 500 की सूची देंगे,
घबरा रहे,
ये स्कूल
में घबराने जाने।
All right, very, very shameful to see out on the streets two leaders of two parties, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, right outside a government school over this whole allegations of corruption falling out on the streets. It's like literally washing dirty linen on the streets of Delhi, and that too right outside a government school. Shreya Chatterjee joining us on the phone line. Shreya, what an awful sight to see two reputed leaders. One is Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP and then Saurabh of the Aam Aadmi Party, literally almost entering into a fist fight. What was the reason for this blowout? Tell us what really happened, start to end.
Exactly, so Nabila, indeed an extremely unfortunate incident that transpired in front of government school. Now, if you could take us back that why this happened, remember on the 29th of August, the BJP government had done a press conference saying that the Aam Aadmi Party Delhi education model is in fact an extortion model. They also claimed that there was a hike in the construction cost of the classrooms which went on to 326 crores. They say that there was a Central Vigilance Commission report that was also sent to the Delhi government saying that there was some misusing of funds and the amount that was increased was flouting the original tender. So that was an allegation that the BJP put out as the Aam Aadmi Party. Probably what we saw today was a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party. They saw Bharadwaj took to the streets and they met Gaurav Bhatia. They tried to take Gaurav Bhatia inside these schools. They also, he tweeted saying that there are 498 more schools for Gaurav Bhatia to visit. So it's a street fight that has now turned in. This started with a press conference by the BJP where they attacked the Aam Aadmi Party's education model, calling it as a extortion model.
At this point, we hear a lot of fight in that audio, but not very clear as to what exactly they're saying. So what is this verbal duel? What is Gaurav Bhatia asking and what is Saurabh responding?
What we could understand from the particular video that's been tweeted out by Bharadwaj, he's been trying to get Gaurav Bhatia inside the school to somewhere down the line justify the kind of work that's been done by the Aam Aadmi Party government so far as a Delhi education model is concerned. We can hear at one point where Gaurav Bhatia is responding saying that this is just one government school. We see Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that we could take to the other schools as well. So this is the entire picture that we saw, a street fight right now. There's somewhere down the line, there's no amicable part left between political parties and politicians, in fact. But to just give our viewers an update why this happened, it started with the 29th August press conference by the Bharatiya Janata Party, where they attacked the Aam Aadmi Party's education model, calling it an extortion model, increasing the cost hike of construction classrooms to 326 crores. So there was a 53% hike, which was against the Central Vigilance Commission's report. So they called it an extortion model. And now we see the Aam Aadmi Party take the battle to its feet. But extremely, we can say, they kind of wanted to drag up BJP politicians inside the school to make them somewhere down the line justify that this is not the right thing that the BJP is making.
Absolutely. Let me cut across to Manish Khurana himself, actually, from the BJP, joining us on the phone line. Manish, the video that we see here, Harish Khurana, beg your pardon, Harish, video that we're seeing here of Gaurav Bhatia and Saurabh, both of them almost just near entering a fist fight. Very tragic to see, netas of this stature coming down, washing dirty linen in public. This kind of commotion in full public view outside a government school, unacceptable.
See, what Aam Aadmi Party was claiming is being exposed today. I mean, yesterday on the TV channel, Mr. Saurabh Bharadwaj was saying that we have made 500 rooms. But today, when the fact check was there, physically by Gaurav Bhatia, this claim what they were doing is totally reversed. I mean, the point is we have asked 500 whatever schools they have made. That should be come out. So how many rooms you have made? How many classrooms? I mean, schools you have made? You're not given a reply for that. We were asking only the physical check that please give us the school list and how many new schools have been made. There is no answer on that. We are as an Indian, as a citizen of Delhi, we have a full right to check what the actual truth is.
So, but what was the necessity for Gaurav Bhatia to land up at that spot outside a government school and raise questions there? There are better ways, more civil ways to do it. You've got to take this up formally with officials involved, etc. There's a meeting that you hold to understand irregularities, if there are any. What's the real purpose of going down to the ground and checking physically, acting like an inspector there? What was the intent of Gaurav Bhatia?
It was being challenged by Saurabh Bhardwaj and said, come, let's have a fact check. So we on the invite of Saurabh Bhardwaj only, we landed up. And in spite of showing the new schools, he was showing a school which was 1967 being made. That school was made in 1967. I mean, that's a fact check. That's the reality. I mean, Saurabh Bhardwaj himself has invited him to show him the new schools which were being constructed by Aam Aadmi Party. But the actual ground reality was something else. Our point is, who started it? Who has challenged? It was Arvind Kejriwal's special man of Saurabh Bhardwaj who has challenged it, not us. We should understand that also.
All right. Saurabh Bharadwaj taking up a challenge and Gaurav Bhatia landing up to face that challenge eventually led to almost a fist fight. A scuffle of sorts where we're seeing people there booing him away. Well, Gaurav says that Aam Aadmi Party failed to prove what they claim. In fact, of course, India Today continues to track that story. You could watch more on that on our website, indiatoday.in. For more, do stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट आपको दे रहा है मौका देश के नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल के साथ पत्रकारिता के गुर सीखने का।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodayMediaInstitute.in पर विजिट करें। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
In association with new Ather 450X, now with 146 kilometers range. Acco, download the app now.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Ganesh Puja currently underway at Hubbali's Idgah Maidan after late-night Karnataka High Court not. Idgah side likely to now move Supreme Court against the festivities in line with what the Supreme Court decided for Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan. Now, Christian groups coming in wanting Christmas also to be allowed at the same ground. 5 days after being booked, Lingayat Seer, accused of raping minors, yet to face arrest. Despite outrage, Netas and Mutt back the Lingayat Seer unconditionally. Big Madrasa crackdown in Assam. Bulldozer raises a Madrasa in Bongaigaon after an alleged link to Bangladeshi radicals. Teacher arrested for jihadi activities. Massive clamour for justice to Jharkhand minor girl Ankita burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. BJP claims the role of Islamist PFI. Child rights body now demanding additional POXO Act filed against him. And AAP and BJP trade charges over Operation Lotus allegations. 7 BJP MPs write to Delhi LG slamming these allegations. AAP to move the CBI against Operation Lotus bid. And Ganesh festivities across the country. Maharashtra steep in devotional fervour. Chief Minister Shinde offers prayers, holds Aarti in his residence. All right, some big news that we're tracking from Karnataka. Another BJP Neta has backed the Lingayat Seer. Former Karnataka Chief Minister says law will take its own course. Former Karnataka Chief Minister says Lingayat Seer cooperating in the probe. Jagdish Shettar, who's reacted to allegations against the Seer, says the Lingayat Seer is cooperating with the probe. It is a religious head and lakhs of devotees are there. There's allegations and counter-allegations. There's Swamiji has said there is vested interest behind this. Law will take its own course. Muruga Mutt Swamiji is also cooperating for the investigation. This is former Chief Minister of the BJP, Jagdish Shettar, outrightly backing the accused Seer, saying that he is cooperating with the probe. But here's to highlight, so far the police have not arrested the man who's booked under the POCSO Act. Jagdish Shettar speaking. Listen in.
It is a religious head and lakhs together people, devotees for the Muruga Mutt Sri, and there is allegations and counter allegations also there. And Swamiji already expressed that is some vested interest. These all false allegations have been made. It is all, everything will come out only proper investigation. So law will take its own course. He is cooperating for the investigation, and in the legal process, what investigation going on, it is going on, and law will take its own course.
Let me cut across to Sagaira, joining us live from Chitradurga for more on that. Sagai, a quick word from you. We are looking at Jagdish Shettar saying that the accused here, Shiv Murthy, is cooperating with investigation. Does he really know or have an understanding as to what exactly cooperating means? It means that once you're arrested, then you provide all the details and then you cooperate with investigation. Cooperating does not mean that you're staying away from arrest. You're seated inside your mutt. The police are not touching you. They're not questioning you. How is that amounting to cooperation?
Now, if at all, if the investigation happens, if the questioning is happened, that's when the cooperation comes forward. Because much before he could even, much before the police could even summon, much before the police could even question him, what we also get to learn is he tried to escape from the mud on Monday early morning, and he was being escorted back to the mud. So this is the kind of cooperation that probably the minister is talking about. So far, nobody have questioned him, nobody have summoned him, and there is no question of cooperation. Probably police is cooperating with the Seer, and that's how the the BJP leader have to put across, because so far the police have not done anything in connection with the alleged accused in this particular case, whether it is questioning or summoning or investigating on this particular matter.
He is the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, a tall leader of the BJP. He is showing support. Has he reached the mutt? Has he gone to the mutt to meet the Seer?
No, not now after this particular controversy, but these are regular visitors of these Lingayat mutts in Karnataka. Because, Nabila, you know very well that these mutts are major vote bank for any kind of political parties in the state of Karnataka. And nobody wants to face the brunt of these mutts. And these leaders are regular visitors. Probably after this particular incident, Jagdish Shettar has not visited so far.
There's a police team that's reached the mutt. Have they reached the mutt to arrest him, or what's the reason for the police to arrive there?
Now, a fresh team of police have arrived here because there was one more complaint which was being registered against the former administrator Baswarajan SK and his wife Saubhagya, where in that particular complaint, one of the warden, Rashmi, has alleged a rape and kidnap case against them. So in connection with that particular case, the police had reached here in that hostel where the girls were, the survivors were staying, and now they are trying to do a merger on the allegations made by warden Rashmi.
All right, Sagai, thank you very much for joining us on that. Huge embarrassment, undoubtedly, considering that this man is very influential, has great political pull. He's been out and free, seated very comfortably at his mutt for over 5 days now. Now, the administration's inaction against the Lingayat Seer, who is accused of raping minor girls, continues to stir in the state. In fact, the Lingayat community wholeheartedly backing Shiv Murthy, including all politicians. In a show of strength, more Seers visited the Muruga Mutt. In fact, today as well, we saw many of the Seers from neighboring mutts and temples there coming by to visit the accused Seer and show solidarity with him. Both the survivors, in the meanwhile, the victims here who have filed this complaint, their statements were recorded yesterday under the CRPF 164 at the Magistrates Court. The statement recording process it went on for at least 5 hours, is what we hear. The pontiff here, Shiv Murthy, has been booked under stringent sections of the POCSO Act for alleged rape of 2 minor girls who were staying in the same school hostel premises that's attached to the mutt. In a show of strength, many seers of various mutts have come together to show support, held a press conference as well, saying that this is nothing but an attempt to malign their revered religious pontiff. Meanwhile, the only voice that has spoken up so far is BJP MLC H. Vishwanath, who has demanded action against the seer. In fact, the seer says this is nothing but a conspiracy to target him. Dalit organizations also now coming out of the streets since the girls belong to the scheduled caste. Dalit organizations demanding strict action, immediate arrest against the pontiff.
Such a strong case we have got here, such a strong case.
Absolutely.
That must be executed. This is because the minority girls, they should not be offended.
Yeah.
Their chastity or anything, their education, everything must be protected, Everything must be protected. This sexual harassment, no one tolerate this, That too from a priest. No.
But
sir,
he's such a powerful religious pontiff. It appears the police are fearing to follow protocols. But why do you think the BJP has not instructed the police to act and arrest him?
I don't know, because the ruling party has to pay for it in the next elections. The people of Karnataka are watching.
You're part of the BJP, sir.
Maybe I may be the part of the BJP, but I am for the law of the land. I am for the harassment against these minor girls.
Right.
I am for the protection of those, I am for the maintenance and implementation of the POSCO, which is an important law of the land,
Yeah. And one can only imagine how safe those girls are and how many other girls may have been victims. They will all be worried now.
They are all worried. Then the whole state is watching this.
Yeah.
The whole state is watching this.
So
many parents are agonized with this.
We heard you're writing a letter to Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, I am writing a letter to the Prime Minister because when our Prime Minister used to meet her mother, he always says about the protection of girls.
Yeah.
Then respect of the girls, respect of the women folk, he always used to talk.
Yeah.
And for these girls also, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao.
What should they be doing right now, sir? What should be the right course of action?
No, the shrine, Guruji, he has to open, he must come up. Temporarily, he must resign to his smart office.
Yeah.
Then he allow for a fair investigation, fair inquiry. He must cooperate with officers to have a fair inquiry.
Yes.
After no, Swamiji is innocent, like that. Yes, the whole state is going to receive him, respect him. Yes.
So you want him to step down until he gets a clean chit?
No, not my. This is the opinion of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the people of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the parents. This is the opinion of the offenders.
Sir, do we know anything of those two girls? Are they safe?
Now, one is scheduled caste. Here, 4 criminal IPC sections are there. One POSCO is there. POSCO is very different, very powerful.
Now, it's been over 5 days since the alleged case has been filed of alleged rape of minor girls. This year is still out free, very comfortably placed at his mutt. He's not been arrested, and this continues to create commotion within the district of Chitradurga. People are out of the streets there demanding that this man be arrested at the earliest. The girls belong to the scheduled caste community, while you have Dalits now saying that this is unfair treatment meted out to them. What's even more shocking that we're seeing silence across party lines where politicians, it appears, are all set to get votes from the Lingayat community. Their focus is clear that they do not want to antagonize the Lingayat community ahead of polls. Let's take a look.
Allegations of rape against prominent Lingayat Mutt Seer Shivamurthy Murugasharanaru have rocked Karnataka. The pontiff of Jagat Guru Murugarajendra Vidyapeeth Mutt is booked under Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act for the alleged rape of 2 minor girls staying at the school hostel attached to the mutt. It's been over 3 days since the case was filed, but the suspect roams free at his Chitradurga mutt despite charges under POCSO Act being a non-bailable offence. The Seer has claimed the rape case is a conspiracy against him.
ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆದರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸೋಣ. ಆ ದಿಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಮಾನದ ಚಿಲುಮೆಯನ್ನು
Other Lingayat Seers are putting up a united front in support of the Muruga pontiff.
ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಈ ಆರೋಪ ಮುಕ್ತರಾಗಿ ಹೊರಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಡಿನ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರ ಆಶಯ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಸತ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಬೆಂಬಲಕ್ಕೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಶಿವಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮುರುಘರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಾಖಾ ಮಠಾಧೀಶರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಲಿದ್ದು.
Meanwhile, protests have erupted against Chitradurga police and district administration for not taking strict action against the Seer accused of rape.
I have a simple question. What is the meaning of POCO's rules? Okay. If it is normal people, you should arrest him. What happened that AAP going on court?
With just months to go for the state elections, most leaders across political parties have backed the Seer, overlooking the serious allegations levelled against him.
He is accused and whatever it's there, law will take its own course. But my duties, since my childhood, I am coming to this mat. And I told you, I am prepared to meet the children also. But the department of police or whatever they are not allowing me to. I am ready to meet them also.
BJP MLC H. Vishwanath, one of the rare voices to call out the police, has demanded the arrest of the Seer.
When a person booked under POSCO, he must immediately arrested within 24 hours. But in this case, that has not been happened. People are asking, why? Is there any law for the shrine and the common man?
The District Sessions Court in Chitradurga will hear the Seer's anticipatory bail petition on September 1st.
BJP MLC also demand the arrest of Seers and hit out at the government, stating that ministers' statements are protecting the accused in the POCSO case. The question is, after the CRPC statement registered at the court, will the police act on the alleged accused in the POCSO case? With you, Regional Shivamurthy Sakairaj reporting for India Today, Chitradurga.
Now, Karnataka on high alert amid the showdown over Ganesh Utsav celebrations at the Idgah Maidan. Ganesha festival has begun at the Idgah Maidan in Karnataka's Hubballi district after Karnataka High Court allowed for planned festivities in a late-night order. Meanwhile, Sri Ram Sene, another Hindu right-wing group, has rejoiced, calling the idol installation a historic moment. BJP leaders Prahlad Joshi, Jagdish Shettar all paid a visit to the pandal. The High Court, a bench, further stated the records clearly indicate that the property belongs to the government, the state government. However, Muslim groups will be approaching the Supreme Court now after the High Court gave a nod to celebrating Ganesh Chaturthi at that Idgah Maidan in Hubballi, while the Supreme Court, on the other hand, had said maintain status quo in another Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru. So the Muslim group want the state government to go by the yardstick set by the Supreme Court for now. But at Chamrajpete Idgah Maidan, Bengaluru, security has already been beefed up in light of any kind of commotion since the Supreme Court halted Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at that ground. Supreme Court provided relief to the Waqf board there, saying that asking for the Hindu groups to hold the puja of Ganesh Chaturthi at another ground.
It is a happiest moment for the Hindu people that Ganesh Utsav is celebrating in the Idgah Maidan. This Idgah Maidan, it is for the one community for 2 times prayer, it is allowed. And even Supreme Court, in High Court and Supreme Court, already there is a verdict that this land belongs to, this Maidana belongs to completely ownership of the HDMC. There is only restriction that there should not be any permanent structures in this Maidan regarding celebrating religious programs.
The track record of the Congress party is appeasement to the maximum level. This property belongs to the corporation. Only for twice in a day license is given to the namaz. Remaining 363 days in the year, the corporation can use this property according to its wish because property belongs to them.
The situation in Hubli is totally peaceful, and we have made elaborate bandobast regarding Ganesha festival. We have made elaborate bandobast. For that, we have deployed one RAF company also. Along with that, 10 KSRP platoons, 10 Seer platoons, and we have requested 400 officers and staff from other units and 400 home guards also. Apart from that, entire city officers and staff, they are also deployed for this bandobast.
इतिहास में स्वर्णाक्षर में लिखने वाले दिन है। कोट्यांतर हिंदू भावनाओं को, भक्तियों को न्यायालय न्याय दिया है, तो मैं न्यायालय को, कोर्ट को अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं। और जो विरोध करते हैं, विरोध किए हैं, उनको भी मैं इशारा देता हूं, इस देश में ये दादागिरी नहीं चलेगी। अंजुमन इस्लाम हो, वक्फ बोर्ड हो और कांग्रेस हो, ये दादागिरी नहीं चलेगी।
Honorable High Court of Karnataka has given historical verdict at 11:30. Then we have decided at 7:30 we have established the Ganesh statue.
I'm going to cut across to Apurva Jayachandra, who's joining us live from Hubli, Karnataka. Apurva, a quick word from you. If you could show us our festivities at the Hubli Idgah Maidan running peacefully. We know there was much opposition for Ganesh Chaturthi to be held there, but a late night Karnataka order gave a nod for festivities to be carried out.
Well, Namila, definitely, because the kind of celebrations we can see here is clearly visible after the verdict that came out late last night. Several protection has been given. Police deployment has also been set in place here at Idgah Maidan, where we are at in Hubli, and in fact the pandal has already been set in place, and the Ganesha has been kept at the mantle. Religious devotees there who have gathered here on the auspicious day of Ganesh Chaturthi and are celebrating Ganesh Chaturthi here in all kinds of excitement and josh. That is what we are clearly able to see here at the Maidan. Several of them who have gathered here since morning. In fact, religious entities out here had also gathered, clean the Maidan out here, and after this police was deployed, bomb squad had also been set in place here to check into this location, following which all kinds of these preparations of the pandal had been set in place for several religious institutions, religious leaders to come here. In fact, Pramod Mutalik and Union Minister Prahlad Joshi had also arrived here just a short while back and had offered the reverences to Ganesha, the idol who has been placed here as well. Given devotees have been swarming this place ever since the verdict had come in, since last night, that is, we are seeing that more and more devotees have gathered here just on the auspicious occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi over here. In fact, remember, this Maidan, Idgah Maidan, has already been, the Supreme Court and the High Court has clearly stated that the 2 days, that is for Ramzan and Eid, it will be, it will be used by the Muslim community over here to perform their special prayers. But otherwise, it will be and it remains under the control of the corporation. That is what was the verdict that had been, that the verdict reiterated time and again. And now with the corporation officials having given permission for the Ganesh Pandal to be brought down here and to be set up for the celebrations of Ganesh Chaturthi. This is the kind of celebrations we can see.
Well, we're glad that it's all safe and security blanket is thick, ensuring no commotion happened. So far, it's been a peaceful celebration at Hubballi Idgah Maidan. Thank you very much for joining us. Let me cut across to the Ganesha festival. That's taken a political turn in Bengaluru as the Sri Ram Sene now puts up photographs of Savarkar at Ganesha pandals. They've also distributed Savarkar's photographs to the locals there. Now, speaking of the Idgah Maidan and the controversy over celebrating other festivals at that Waqf board governed property, we're seeing this flashpoint that erupted in Chamarajpete, a 130-year-old Chamarajpete area, one of the earliest planned localities of Bengaluru, where Hindu groups claim that they have the right, they should be given the right to also celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi festivities at that Idgah Maidan, which usually only holds namaz and Eid festivities, considering it was granted to the Muslim minority community decades ago. The issue now in the Supreme Court. In fact, we're going to decode to you here the history of this Idgah Maidan, which is right now in the eye of the storm.
It's Karnataka's biggest festival, Ganesh Chaturthi, on August the 31st, and a simmering land dispute has grabbed attention over it. At the heart of this controversy is this 2.1-acre Idgah Maidan in Karnataka's Chamarajpet. The Idgah Maidan has become a flashpoint after several Hindu outfits have demanded permission to hold Ganesh celebrations on this ground. The ownership of the ground is being claimed by two parties. 2 months ago, Bengaluru's civic body, the Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike, claimed ownership of this land. The BBMP is citing 1974 records to stake claim to this property. Muslim organizations, on the other hand, assert the land belongs to the Karnataka Waqf Board. Ever since the BBMP claimed property rights, it's under pressure from several Hindu outfits for installation of Ganesha idols on the ground. However, the Waqf Board has approached the Supreme Court. In their petition, the Waqf Board says Muslims have been offering prayers at the Idgah Maidan for years now. The challenge in the Supreme Court comes after the Karnataka High Court permitted the state government to allow Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Idgah Maidan. The High Court has allowed the state government to use the Maidan for religious and cultural activities for a limited period of 3 days. The disputed land is part of 10 acres given to the Muslim community by the Wadiyar royal family of Mysuru. Several decades ago, it was used as a burial ground as well as to offer Eid prayers twice a year. With Sagai Raj in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, on the other side of a short break, I'm going to take you through India's focus on new monsters. Really awful story coming to light. More on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
आपका नाम क्या है दीदी?
All right, fresh AAP versus BJP showdown has erupted over Delhi schools, and a full-blown video war is being played out on social media. The political fight erupted after BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia tweeted a video alleging that the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson Saurabh was running away from showing him the state of Delhi government schools. BJP is claiming that the Delhi education model is a sham. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Saurabh Bharadwaj, who was with Gaurav Bhatia at Delhi's Kautilya school, has claimed that BJP leader ran away just after driving to 2 schools. This despite AAP wanting to show at least 498 more schools to the BJP leader. Very sad to see leaders of the stature likes of Gaurav Bhatia and Saurabh Bharadwaj, 2 tall parties, BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, getting down to almost a fist fight on the streets of Delhi, right outside government schools.
एक स्कूल में आपने का मैनिफेस्टो है 500 स्कूल बनाएंगे नए, ये कहा था इन्होंने। और मैं समझता हूँ कि सौरभ भाई यहाँ पे हैं, विधायक हैं, ये इनको बताना चाहिए कि वो लिस्ट कहाँ है जिसमें 500 स्कूल में लेंगे। आपकी बात आपसे आपका सम्मान मैं समझता हूँ कि इतना शिष्टाचार होना चाहिए। जी 500 स्कूल की लिस्ट लेने में आ गया 11 बजे। लिस्ट नहीं, एक स्कूल में आपने कहा का मैनिफेस्टो।
और सौरभ भारद्वाज बताएंगे कि क्या कुछ हुआ, आखिर कैसे यह हंगामा हुआ। क्या सौरभ भारद्वाज पहले पहुंच गए थे या फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता पहले पहुंचे थे? सौरभ, क्या कुछ हुआ? स्कूलों की लिस्ट आपने नहीं दी, भाजपा के प्रवक्ता कह रहे हैं।
पंकज जैन जी, आपके अपने चैनल की कल की डिबेट है, आप उसको दोबारा रन करके देख लीजिएगा। अंजना ओम कश्यप जी का शो था। गौरव भाटिया जी ने मुझे बिना किसी कारण के ये चैलेंज दिया कि सौरभ भारद्वाज जी कल 11 बजे मैं मिलूंगा आपसे, आप बताइए हम 500 स्कूलों का निरीक्षण करेंगे, वापस अंजना जी के शो पे आके रिपोर्ट देंगे, मिलेंगे या नहीं मिलेंगे या भाग केजरीवाल भाग हो जाएगा। उन्होंने कहा, ये उनके शब्द हैं, आप रिकॉर्ड पे देख लीजिएगा। मैंने उनको बोला कि आप कल 11 बजे आना चाहते हैं, आप आ जाइए। मैंने उनको स्कूल का एड्रेस दिया, मैं 11 बजने में 5 मिनट पे पहुंचाऊंगा, वो 11 बज के 1 मिनट पे पहुंचे होंगे। बड़ी मुश्किल से तो वो
ट्वीट फॉलो किया था।
नहीं, मैंने उनका ट्वीट नहीं फॉलो किया, सॉरी, मैं उनको फॉलो नहीं करता। मगर क्योंकि कल 11 बजे की बात हुई थी, देखिए जब पहले शहजाद पुणेवाला से बात हुई थी एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट में आने की, तो भी मैं पहुंचा था, शहजाद पुणेवाला नहीं पहुंचा। मैंने उस चैनल पे भी फ़ोन किया एंकर साहब को कि भाई वो कहाँ हैं, तो उन्होंने बोला नहीं आ रहे वो। आज भी मैं पहुंचा, हमने उनको कहा कि साहब आप अंदर चलिए, बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, क्लासरूम भी दिखाएंगे, टॉयलेट भी दिखाएंगे और पूरा नया ब्लॉक दिखाएंगे, पुराना ब्लॉक नहीं दिखाएंगे, 1967 का कुछ नहीं दिखाएंगे, 2015 के बाद जो अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार में बना है वही दिखाएंगे।
आज जहां गौरव भाटिया पहुंचे थे वो कौन सी जगह है सौरभ? वो जगह कौन सी, उसके बारे में बताइए।
वो पंपोस्ट था, ग्रेटर कैलाश का इलाका है, और मेरे बार बार कहने पे भी वो स्कूल के अंदर नहीं घुसे। पेरेंट्स भी थे, पेरेंट्स भी उनको चिल्ला चिल्ला के कह रहे थे कि अरे क्यों झूठ बोल रहे हो भैया, ये स्कूल तो पूरा का पूरा शानदार बनाया है, पढ़ाई अच्छी हो गई। फिर बोले इसके अलावा किसी और में चलेंगे। फिर सुनिए, उनको लगा कि शायद यही एक स्कूल है, कह रहे एक स्कूल में कोई ना भाई, मेरे पास टाइम कोई ना है, अगले स्कूल में चलिए। ये सब ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, मैं वीडियो डालूंगा अभी। फिर हम उनको चित्ररंजन पार्क के अंदर ले गए, वहां पे स्कूल की 2 ब्लॉक्स ऑलरेडी बन चुके हैं पिछले 2 सालों में।
वो आपके साथ गए?
मेरे साथ गए।
एक ही गाड़ी में गए?
एक ही गाड़ी नहीं, मेरी गाड़ी आगे थी, उनकी मर्सिडीज पीछे थी। अच्छा। वो गाड़ी के अंदर ही बैठे रहे, गाड़ी से बाहर नहीं निकले। फिर जब कैमरा की टीम उनके पास पहुंच गई, मैंने कहा भैया भाटिया जी निकलिए बाहर, तो बड़ी मुश्किल से गाड़ी से बाहर निकले अपने 2 गनर्स के साथ। और मैंने कहा भाई देख लो, ये तो बिल्डिंग अब बन ही रही है, 90% तैयार हो गई, मजदूर भी लगे हुए हैं, और बाकी 3 ब्लॉक्स बन गए हैं पिछले 2-3 सालों के अंदर। ये ब्लॉक बन रहा है।
दूसरा स्कूल कौन सा था जिसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं?
चित्ररंजन पार्क के अंदर स्कूल था, बी ब्लॉक के अंदर स्कूल है, उसमें भी ये स्कूल के अंदर जाने के लिए तैयार नहीं हो। मैंने कहा चलिए दिखाते तो हैं आपको, कम से कम टॉयलेट तो देख लीजिए, क्लासरूम तो देख लीजिए। मजदूरों से बुलवाया, भैया क्या बन रहा है, स्कूल बन रहा है, होटल बन रहा है? उन्होंने बोला स्कूल बन रहा है। मैंने कहा टॉयलेट भी बन रहे हैं या क्लासरूम में ही है? कह रहे हैं टॉयलेट भी बन रहे हैं, क्लासरूम भी बन रहे हैं। भाटिया जी ऐसे भागे वहां से, फिर बोले लिस्ट दे दो। मैंने कहा भाई लिस्ट तो तुम स्टूडियो में ही दे रहे थे, तुमने क्या कहा? भाटिया जी ने क्या कहा, आप तो इनका वीडियो चलाइए। भाटिया जी ने कहा दोनों मिलकर निरीक्षण करेंगे, और ये चुनौती खत्म नहीं है, चुनौती आज भी तैयार है। जब भाटिया जी चाहें, जिस दिन मन करे उस दिन वो बता दें, उनको सारे स्कूलों के अंदर निरीक्षण कराएंगे, मगर भागने नहीं देंगे।
लेकिन ऐसा लग रहा था कि वहाँ झगड़ा हो रहा है, बहस हो रही है, वो गाड़ी के भीतर बैठे हैं, आप गाड़ी के बाहर हैं, वो जाने की वहाँ से कोशिश कर रहा है। ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है कि ये कोई एक हेल्दी डिबेट थी। वहाँ पर ऐसा लग रहा है कि झगड़ा ज्यादा हो रहा है, बहस ज्यादा हो रही है, कोई स्कूल दिखाने या देखने में दिलचस्पी नहीं ले रहा है।
जी जी जी, देखिए भाटिया जी जब भाग रहे थे तो लोग कह रहे थे कि देखो भाग गया। जब आप भागोगे तो लोग कहेंगे ना भाग गया। लोग अपने बच्चों से बात करा रहे थे कि आप हमारा स्टूडेंट है यहाँ का, आप इससे बात करिए। ये उस बच्चे से बात करने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे, प्रिंसिपल से बात करने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे। ये सिर्फ भागना चाह रहे थे वहाँ से। इनके साथ 2 गनर थे, इनको किसी ने कुछ कहा नहीं, इनको किसी ने छुआ नहीं। इनसे मैं बड़े प्यार से बात कर रहा था और आखिरी तक मैं कहता रहा कि भाटिया जी अभी तो 498 स्कूल और बचे हैं और ये चैलेंज अभी भी खुला है। जब गौरव भाटिया जी बाकी स्कूलों को देखना चाहें, आए और उनको दिखाएंगे।
भाजपा ये कह रही है या गौरव भाटिया ये कह रहे हैं कि 500 स्कूलों का आपने वादा किया था चुनाव से पहले, उनकी लिस्ट आपने नहीं दी, वो लिस्ट मांग रहे हैं।
देखो भाटिया जी को तो वहां पे एक बैठा हुआ आदमी ये कह रहा था कि 15 लाख रुपए का वादा था मोदी जी का चुनाव से पहले, 1 लाख भी दे दिया हो तो बता दो, हम तो आपको सारे स्कूल दिखाने के लिए तैयार हैं। तो इनको उससे जवाब नहीं मिला। 2 करोड़ लोगों को नौकरी का वादा था, 1 करोड़ को भी दे दी हो, वो भी हर साल 2 करोड़ लोगों को, 1 करोड़ को भी दे दी हो अभी 8 सालों में, तो वो बता दो, वो नहीं बताया। और खुद इन्होंने कहा था कि दोनों भाई चलेंगे निरीक्षण करने। मैं निरीक्षण करने के लिए तैयार हूँ, आओ ना भाई।
लेकिन वो क्लासरूम को लेकर जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उस पर आपका क्या कहना है? उन्होंने कहा कि बाथरूम को भी कमरों में गिर लिया गया, ये जो आरोप है ये भाजपा लगा रही है।
क्यों नहीं, तो डर क्यों गए? जब बच्चों के साथ हम दिखाते कि क्लासरूम क्लासरूम की जगह है, टॉयलेट टॉयलेट की जगह, तो डर क्यों गए? दिखाते कि स्कूल के अंदर नीचे ग्रेनाइट का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, सीढ़ियां चढ़ते हैं तो स्टेनलेस स्टील की रॉड लगी हुई हैं, अंदर क्वालिटी दिखाते, डर क्यों गए? देखिए डर ये था, अगर स्कूल के अंदर जाएंगे और स्कूल की क्वालिटी नेशनल चैनल के ऊपर दिखेगी तो इनकी पोल खुल जाएगी। और ये आज पहली बार नहीं हुआ, मनोज तिवारी ने भी यही किया था, स्टोर रूम का वीडियो चला के बोले देखो स्कूल खराब है। रमेश विदुड़ी जी ने भी ये कहा था, पुराना ब्लॉक जो एबंडेंट है उसका वीडियो डाल के बोला कि देखो स्कूल खराब है। ये सिर्फ झूठ की राजनीति करता है।
आपका चैलेंज क्या है आगे? आम आदमी पार्टी का चैलेंज क्या है स्कूल को लेकर? क्योंकि जो पिछले दिनों एलजी ने भी रिपोर्ट मांगी है उसमें भी कहीं ना कहीं सवाल पूछे गए हैं। ऐसे में आपको लगता है आपकी दिक्कतें बढ़ जाएंगी?
एलजी साहब की तो पूरी की पूरी चिट्ठी झूठ पे आधारित थी। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की वेबसाइट पे डला हुआ है कि भारत के अंदर सब राज्यों में किस में सरकारी स्कूल में बच्चे बढ़े हैं, किस में घटे हैं। यूपी में घटे हैं, मध्य प्रदेश में घटे हैं, दिल्ली में 4.5 लाख बच्चे बढ़े हैं। ये तो ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। मगर एलजी साहब जो है वो व्हाट्सएप से डेटा उठाते हैं और उसके ऊपर चिट्ठी लिख देते हैं। वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल हेड हैं एक स्टेट के, उनको सरकारी डेटा उठाना चाहिए।
भाजपा को क्या चलन है फिर आपका अभी स्कूलों को लेकर?
भाजपा की समस्या क्या है? दिल्ली में हर आदमी नहीं आता, मगर दिल्ली की खबर हर जगह पहुंच रही है कि शानदार स्कूल बने और शानदार अस्पताल बने, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बने। भारतीय जनता पार्टी दुष्प्रचार ये कर रही है कि दिल्ली में कुछ नहीं बना। इसीलिए जब भी स्कूल में जाने की बात होगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं जाएगी।
अभी भी आप चैलेंज दे रहे हैं कि वो आए स्कूल देखें?
चैलेंज है, जब आए हम अपने प्रिंसिपल्स को कह देंगे भैया ये आए करें ना तो इनको दिखा दे करना, टॉयलेट भी दिखा देना, क्लासरूम भी दिखा देना।
चलिए, सौरभ भारद्वाज हमारे साथ बातचीत करते हुए उनका कहना है कि वो अभी भी खुली चुनौती दे रहे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कि उनके नेता प्रवक्ता आए और स्कूल देखें।
बताना चाहिए कि वो लिस्ट कहाँ है।
All right, there you have it. Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party, who's seen in that video arguing with Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP. Both of them almost head-on, all boiled down to a fight verbally. It almost looked like they could have gotten physical if there were no cameras rolling at that point. That's how heated it was. Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that he took up a challenge that was posed by Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP himself. Gaurav had said, show us all those 500 schools that Aam Aadmi Party has built in Delhi. Saurabh says he arrived at the spot where Gaurav had asked him to come, and when he was there and explaining to him, Gaurav left even before he could take him to the other schools to show him. But Gaurav Bhatia saying that Saurabh was in fact attempting to divert attention. He failed to give a list of all the 500 schools. He did not even name them, and therefore he left. Very tragic to see these kind of visuals of leaders from two tall political parties. All right, on the other side of a short break, India focuses on monsters that we don't want part of our society. I'm going to take you through snippets of what we're talking about on the other side. Stay with us.
आपका नाम क्या है दीदी?
विजुअल कम्युनिकेशन और डिजिटल इन्फोग्राफिक्स के हुनर सीखिए देश के सबसे बड़े मीडिया समूह के साथ। ज्वाइन कीजिए इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
आपका नाम क्या है दीदी?
Well, we're focusing now on these new monsters, those who abuse, batter and ill-treat people who are relatively powerless or poor. First, we saw lawyer Bhavya Rai, who hurled filthy abuses at the security guards and battered them for delaying to open her society gates. They got thrashed by her. And then we saw another image.
मैम ये गलत मैं खुद बुला रहा हूँ इसको बोल रहा है चुप रहे कर रही है भर्ती कर रहा है मैम ये गलत मैं खुद बुला रहा हूँ। तो बहुत देर हो गया इसको बोल रहा है, चुप रहे। कर रही है एक मिनट में बढ़ती कर रहा है।
All right, and then we saw another incident coming in from Gurugram, another high-rise society where a resident, Varun Nath, infuriated that he was stuck inside a lift. It was a technical glitch, but the man lost it on the security guards and the lift man. He continued to beat them up quite brutally, despite it being no fault of theirs. That you see on the center of your screens. Now I'm going to take you through another video that's really appalled, left us shocked over the kind of brutality that was meted out to this young tribal woman. In fact, a sacked BJP neta, you see on your screens here, Miss Patra, Seema Patra, who kept a specially abled tribal woman working as her help and enslaved and locked, in fact, literally locked her up, kept her in confinement and brutally abused her day after day. Patra beat up the hapless woman regularly, labeled her body with hot iron. Patra has also beaten the body of that woman with tawas, rolling pans, ladles. And this woman, after being rescued, was taken to a hospital where she spoke. Now, moving on, action in Jharkhand, battered domestic help case. Accused and ex-BJP leader Seema Patra has been arrested by the cops. She has been accused of kidnapping and assaulting physically challenged woman, a tribal woman. Seema has said that the case against her is politically motivated. The victim, Sunita, shared the details of the horrific incident. Sunita said that she was branded with hot iron and was beaten up regularly. She's also accused Seema of breaking her teeth with an iron rod. Congress has hit out at BJP over Seema. BJP has already sacked Seema from the party. She is the wife of an ex-IAS officer. The victim is now getting treated at a hospital, a police case registered against the Patras.
अच्छा ठीक है नहीं सोच कर रोना नहीं स्ट्रॉन्ग रहो
लोहा से और बेलर से और कड़छी होता है।
अब दुख वाला दिन चला गया, समझे, सब बुरा खत्म हो गया।
गलत आरोप है, राजनीति से प्रेरित आरोप है। मेरे पर जो आरोप है गलत आरोप है। हाँ फंसाया गया हमको, गाड़ी ले जाया गया है, हमको फंसाया गया है। मैं बेकसूर हूँ।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की महिला मोर्चा की कार्यकर्ता के बारे में अखबारों में और अन्य स्रोतों से जो जानकारी आई है, इसलिए प्रारंभिक अवस्था में हमने संज्ञान लिया। पार्टी संज्ञान लेते हुए हमने पार्टी के संवैधानिक व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत उनको निलंबित करने का काम किया।
नहीं, मारना कहीं से भी कोई मानवीयता का कहीं भी कोई स्थान नहीं है। पार्टी ने उसको निलंबित कर दिया, उसको सबसे हटा दिया पार्टी से। न्याय अर्थ अपने बंधु को भी दंड देना धर्म है। अगर अपने बंधु भी अगर गलत करता है तो न्याय के लिए उसको दंड देना पड़े तो दंड देना चाहिए, उसमें कहीं संकोच नहीं करना चाहिए।
जो महिला थी वो भाजपा नेत्री थी। महिला ने ये सब जो हमने बात उठाया है, उसके बाद उस नेत्री को पार्टी से बर्खास्त भी किया गया है और आशा करते हैं कि आगे भी कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिया जाए उनको, ताकि लोगों को इस तरह से खासकर कि अल्पसंख्याओं, आदिवासियों को, कि माइनॉरिटीज़ के ऊपर इस तरह से कुछ भी गलत करने से पहले लोग 100 बार सोचें।
All right. Here's a big development here. Former BJP leader Seema Patra has now been sent to judicial custody in connection with the assault case on her maid until the 12th of September. Seema Patra has been arrested for torturing a tribal woman who was her house help, her domestic help for years. She was in fact confined in the house, held hostage. Seema battered and branded the maid with hot iron. Specially abled help recounts her horror in a video. That video that you see there was taken when the maid was rushed to a hospital where she was being treated for serious injuries. Seema Patra calls this a conspiracy. She says it's the political conspiracy against her. She's now been sent to judicial custody until the 12th of September. Now, justice for Jharkhand minor girl Ankita, who was burnt alive by her stalker Shahrukh. Jharkhand Child Welfare Committee recommends SP to add sections under the POCSO Act in this matter. Recommendations comes after it found that the deceased was 15 years old and not 19 years old, as mentioned by the police in her recorded statement. On August 23rd, Shahrukh allegedly poured petrol on Ankita from the outside of the window of her room when she was sleeping and set her on fire in Jharkhand's Dumka. Ankita was admitted to a hospital with 90% burns and succumbed to her injuries 5 days later. Shahrukh is currently in police custody. Before succumbing to her injuries, Ankita had given her statement to the police in which she said that the accused had called her on her mobile phone and around 10 days ago, pestering her to become his friend. She refused and therefore she was killed.
झारखंड की सरकार आज बहुत सारे सवालों के घेरे में है। सबसे बड़ा सवाल जो है वो ये है कि जब दंगा करने वाले नदीम अंसारी के लिए सरकार का हेलीकॉप्टर जा सकता है, दिल्ली तक भेजा जा सकता है इलाज कराने के लिए, तब अंकिता के लिए ऐसा क्यों नहीं हुआ? सरकार की ये लापरवाही, जब वहां पर तड़प तड़प कर बेटी खत्म हो रही थी, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री जी की पिकनिक खत्म नहीं हो रही थी। और अभी भी जिस प्रकार के बयान आ रहे हैं, बेटी के ऊपर ही सवाल उठाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, ये अक्षम्य अपराध है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए।
सरकार ने उचित इलाज की व्यवस्था नहीं की। व्यवस्था करने के बजाय सत्ता बचाने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री जी पिकनिक मना रहे थे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता संघर्ष कर रहे हैं उसको न्याय दिलाने के लिए। और जो घटना घटी है वहां पर पुलिस प्रशासन की भूमिका संदेहास्पद।
Now, big development in the Sonali Phogat death case. Haryana cops have arrested accountant Shivam, who is accused of disappearing after stealing a laptop, a DVR, office mobile phone and other documents from Sonali's farmhouse. The accused is said to be an aide of Phogat's PA, Sudhir Sangwan, who is a prime suspect in this case. Meanwhile, Goa police team has reached Delhi and are expected to visit Sonali's Gurugram flat in Green Gurugram Society in Sector 102. The society's guard has now claimed that Phogat visited her flat on August 20th. Phogat's family has claimed that Sonali owned this flat, but Sudhir Sangwan allegedly got transferred this property to his name. Now, Goa police also visited Hisar, where Sonali Phogat owned 3 showrooms, a farmhouse and a bungalow besides the agricultural land. 6 accused, including Sudhir and Sukhwinder, have been arrested in the case so far.
जानते हैं, यहाँ ये रहते हैं, इस फ्लैट में रहते हैं।
तो सर किसके साथ रहते थे? उनका भी तो नाम होगा ना कुछ?
उनका नाम होगा, जब रियल सब कुछ पता है। उनके साथ जब यहाँ पर थी, बाउंसर रहते थे, सब कुछ पता था।
अच्छा, 20 तारीख को यहीं पे आई थी?
हाँ।
गोवा पुलिस अभी पहुंची, सारा अभी पूछते हैं उनसे, भाई क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ, हमें बताएंगे।
जो एक आरोपी है शिवम, वो पुलिस की हिरासत में, उससे क्या क्या बरामद हुआ है?
उससे मोबाइल, लैपटॉप, डीवीआर बरामद हो गई, तीनों चीजें।
अच्छा, आपने कल एक वीडियो आया था, उसमें आपने कहा था कि गोवा पुलिस सबसे पहले अगर गुरुग्राम जाती है तो फैमिली मेंबर्स की प्रेजेंस में वो उस फ्लैट को खोले।
जी बिल्कुल, वो हमने वीडियो बनवा के डाला था, क्योंकि वो हमें गुमराह कर रहे थे। गोवा पुलिस बता ही नहीं रही थी भाई कब हिसार आ रहे हैं, कब गुड़गांव आ रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं। 3 दिन से उन्होंने वहीं पर सबूत मिटाने की पूरी कोशिश की गोवा पुलिस ने। अब हरियाणा आ रहे हैं तब भी हमें नहीं बता रहे हैं। भाई हमारा तो बंदा गुजरा है, हमें तो बताने का इन्फॉर्म करने का मतलब।
उनका फ्लैट किराए पे लिया गया था या उनका अपना था?
गुरुग्राम में 2 फ्लैट हैं, एक किराए पे है और एक खरीदा हुआ है। जी।
तो क्या अब गुरुग्राम में पुलिस गई तो परिवार को उसकी सूचना मिली?
नहीं, अभी नहीं गई गुरुग्राम। हमने पूछा पुलिस से, भाई आप सीधे इशारा हो गया गुरुग्राम जाओगे, अगर गुरुग्राम जाते हो तो हम लोग निकले बाई रोड।
तो गोवा पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन से आप खुश नहीं है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी खुश नहीं है जी।
पुलिस के साथ आप हिसार में कहाँ जाएंगे इतना बता दीजिए खाली।
संतर नगर वाले मकान में,
ठीक है,
और यहाँ अपने फार्म हाउस पे।
शिवम कहाँ था इतने दिनों और आपने कहाँ से उसको डिटेन किया?
शिवम जो है वो यूपी से है, मेनली वो मेरठ गाजियाबाद उस एरिया में था। ये वो था तो कभी फोन ऑन कर देता, कभी बंद कर देता था।
अच्छा,
अभी पूछताछ जारी है उनसे, लैपटॉप वगैरह फोन वगैरह मिला है उनसे, बट हम बात कर रहे हैं कि वो मतलब कि चोरी करके लेके गया था, किस कारण से गया, सभी जांच कर रहे हैं।
आज हमारे पीआई और उसके साथ में पूरी टीम हरियाणा रवाना हो चुके हैं और पूरा अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस केस का करेंगे। हमने हरियाणा सीएम के लिए इसके केस के पूरी जानकारी जो अपडेट करना था उसका रिपोर्ट पूरा भेज दिया है। ड्रग्स के बारे में हमारा एंटी नार्कोटिक सेल बहुत अच्छी तरह से काम कर रहा है। मुझे पूरा एक्चुअली हमारे एंटी नार्कोटिक सेल और पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा है, क्योंकि इस तरह का कोई मामला आगे नहीं जाएगा।
But coming up next, Ganapati Bappa Moria. Bappa is back with full fervour this time after 2 years of the COVID lull. I'm going to take you through festivities on the other side. Stay tuned.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, celebrities there marking Ganesha festivities this time. Religious fervour in full flow after the pandemic curbs last year that had muted celebrations. From Shilpa Shetty to Soha Ali Khan and Kunal Khemo to Kartik Aaryan, Bollywood is steeped in Ganesh fervours. Many celebrities have brought home Bappa. Several Bollywood actors have marked the day by offering puja and taking part in aartis. Mumbai was eagerly waiting for things to get back to normal, as Ganesh Chaturthi is one of the festivals which Bollywood, we see, has celebrated with much energy and pompous. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more of those visuals. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
In association with new Ather 450X, now with 146 kilometers range. Acco, download the app now.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. 5 days after being booked, Lingayat Seer, accused of raping minors, yet to face arrest. More netas come by his doorstep to show solidarity. Outrage among the locals. Ganesh Puja currently underway at Hubballi Idgah Maidan after Karnataka's late night High Court nod. Idgah side now going to be approaching the Supreme Court against the festivities, saying that the same yardstick of Supreme Court's order on Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru must be deployed even in Hubli. Christian groups also asking for celebrations to be allowed. Big Madrasa crackdown in Assam. Bulldozer raises a Madrasa in Bongaigaon after an alleged link to Bangladeshi radicals. Teacher arrested for jihadi activity. Delhi political dangle continues to explode. Now AAP and the BJP cross swords over schools. Green Tribunal flags up violations in construction in Manish Sisodia's constituency. Massive clamour for justice to Jharkhand minor girl Ankita, who was burnt alive by her stalker Shahrukh. BJP claims the role of Islamist PFI here. Child rights body demands addition of POXO sections. Ganesh festivities kick off across the country. Maharashtra steeped in devotional fervour. Celebrities, movie stars, politicians all welcome Ganapati Bappa, perform an aarti. Now, a counter-complaint has been filed against former JDS MLA. In a counter-complaint, a rape and kidnap case has been registered against the former MLA and Murga Math former administrator SK Basarajan. A case was registered by the warden Rashmi of the Murga Math. Rashmi registered a complaint at the Chitradurga police station under IPC section 354A, 504, 506, 363 and 120B. Complainant Rashmi is also accused in the POXO case registered against Swami of Murga Math in Mysuru. They also alleged that the two minors from the Murga Math hostel were kidnapped on the pretext of taking a gate pass. Subsequent, they were found at the Cottonpet police station in Bengaluru. In her complaint, Basarajan has been accused of sexually abusing the children and Rashmi from the day when he took over as the administrator of the Murga Math. FIR has been registered against Basarajan and his wife Saubhagya Lakshmi. Sagaira joining us live for a little more on that. Sagai, a quick word on this information, this piece of information. Of course, we know that a counter-complaint has been filed against Baswarajan. Tell us what's new in the matter. Has the police acted on this complaint filed by the warden of that mutt against Baswarajan, because from the looks of it, it appears that the Seers are accusing Baswarajan of trying to conspire against the Seer.
Now, as you rightly pointed out, that the Seers believe that Baswarajan is a kingpin, and as well as his wife Saubhagya in this entire case. The Rashmi, who is also the accused in POCSO case, have registered a complaint, and she's also a warden in the hostel here, and she has registered a complaint against Baswarajan SK and his wife Saubhagya of kidnapping as well as alleged rape. And she has alleged in her complaint saying that he had touched her in wrong places, and she has filed an FIR, and it was a counter FIR. After an FIR which was been registered against Seers and warden and few other peoples, there was a counter FIR which was registered at Chitradurga Rural Police Station. The police have taken that case as well, and today police had reached out at the hostel to do a merger of that particular case, and it is a procedure which has been followed. Every time when you file an FIR or a case, there will be a merger which has been done, and that also they took their own sweet time to complete the merger here in front of the hostel.
All right. Sagai, do stay with us. We have some more information coming in from Karnataka on the same. Another leader now backing the prominent Lingayat Seer Shivmurthy Muruga Sharanaru, who's facing rape allegations. And this time it's former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP MLA Jagdish Shettar, who's extended unconditional support to the Seer, saying that the Seer is cooperating in the probe. In fact, Shettar goes on to say that all is well, all under control, the Seer is cooperating. Shocking to know that a tall leader like Jagdish Shettar is making a statement like this, despite the police not arresting the man who's booked under the POCSO Act. He's also said that truth will prevail after a probe. Meanwhile, a rape and kidnap case has been registered against former JDS MLA and Murugamat former administrator SK Baswarajan. The case was registered by warden Rashmi of the Murugamat. The Lingayat Seer continues to back, all the Lingayat Seers now continue to back Shivamurthy. Those are the live visuals that we are tracking. In fact, just from a little earlier today, these visuals coming in on your screens, where more Seers from different mutts, Lingayat mutts, have landed up at the Chitradurga Muruga Mutt to meet with the very accused, Shivmurthy. In a show of strength and solidarity, all the Mutt Seers have even held a press conference saying that this was nothing but an attempt to malign and taint the revered pontiff. The statement of the victims, meanwhile, has been recorded under CRPC of 164 Magistrates Court on Tuesday. The pontiff of this mutt has been booked under strong sections of the POCSO Act for alleged rape, sexual assault of 2 minor girls staying at a school hostel attached to the mutt. Meanwhile, BJP MLC H. Vishwanath seems to be the only man who's demanded action against the Seer. They've refuted charges leveled against the Seer, however. In fact, many of the netas also calling this conspiracy. And it seems like this is acting as a protective shield on that accused Lingayat Seer.
It is a religious head and lakhs together people, devotees for the Muruga Mata Sri, and there is allegations and counter allegations also there. And Swamiji already expressed that is some vested interest. These all false allegations have been made. It is all, everything will come out only proper investigation. So law will take its own course. He is cooperating for the investigation, and in the legal process, what investigation going on, it is going on, and law will take its own course.
Such a strong case we have got here, such a strong case.
Absolutely.
That must be executed. This is because the minority girls, they should not be offended.
Yeah.
Their chastity or anything, their education, everything must be protected, Everything must be protected. This sexual harassment, no one tolerate this, That too from a priest. No.
But sir, he's such a powerful religious pontiff. It appears the police are fearing to follow protocols. But why do you think the BJP has not instructed the police to act and arrest him?
I don't know, because the ruling party has to pay for it in the next elections. The people of Karnataka are watching.
You're part of the BJP, sir.
Maybe I may be the part of the BJP, but I am for the law of the land. I am for the harassment against these minor girls.
Right.
Because I am for the protection of those, I am for the maintenance and implementation of the POSCO, which is an important law of the land,
Yeah. And one can only imagine how safe those girls are and how many other girls may have been victims. They will all be worried now.
They are all worried. Then the whole state is watching this.
Yeah.
The whole state is watching this.
So
many parents are agonized with this.
We heard you're writing a letter to Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, I am writing a letter to the Prime Minister that, so because when our Prime Minister used to meet her mother, he always says about the protection of girls, then respect of the girls, respect of the woman folk. He always used to talk. And for these girls also, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao.
What should they be doing right now, sir? What should be the right course of action?
No, the shrine, Guruji, he has to open, he must come up. Temporarily, he must resign to his smart office.
Yeah.
Then he allow for a fair investigation, fair inquiry. He must cooperate with officers to have a fair inquiry.
Yes.
After no, Swamiji is innocent, like that. Yes, the whole state is going to receive him, respect him. Yes.
So you want him to step down until he gets a clean sheet?
No, not my. This is the opinion of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the people of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the parents. This is the opinion of the offenders.
Sir, do we know anything of those two girls? Are they safe?
Now, one is scheduled caste. Here, 4 criminal IPC sections are there. One POSCO is there. POSCO is very different, very powerful.
The investigation is going on. Let investigation report come out. Arresting, non-arresting is not an issue. The investigation should be proper. I hope the Karnataka government and Karnataka police are doing the proper investigation.
All right, we heard among all the BJP leaders, it was only H. Vishwanath, the MLC, who really spoke up for the girls as victims and asked for due process of law to be followed. Sagai joining us live from Chitradurga. Sagai, a quick word. Today is day 5 of from when the FIR was filed against this accused Seer. Very shameful that the police have not followed due protocols. On what basis has former Chief Minister of Karnataka, BJP's Jagdish Shettar, says that the Seer is cooperating with investigation? How is he cooperating when he's out free?
Including last Friday, today will be the 6th day of filing an FIR against Shivamurthy Sharanuru Swamiji. And if you notice, Jagdish Shettar, the former Chief Minister, saying that there is a cooperation from the Seer. Probably it is a cooperation from the government with the MUT, because so far they have not summoned, they have not questioned, and they have not even came forward to take a statement on this particular issue. Because whenever there is a POXO case, it is very serious in nature. We have seen several cases in Karnataka during Siddaramaiah period when there were several POXO cases which was registered, because within 24 hours police used to quickly act on that and arrest or detain the accused involved in the case, because it can influence the victims. Because in this particular case, the victims are minors who get influenced very easily and they can change the entire case. So even despite all those rules, despite all those restrictions, the police have not arrested or detained or questioned the Swamiji in this particular case. And even more shocking is that they got those minor survivors to the same MUT where the alleged accused are staying in the same MUT on the first floor, and they are doing the merger in the ground floor. And definitely it might influence or it might change the mindset of the people. Imagine these kids coming here at the same place where the alleged accused are staying, and how it should be for these minor kids who are giving their statement and who are showing the places wherever the crime has happened.
We're really appalled with the fact that the state government has not pushed for this man's arrest. If it was a commoner under the POCSO Act, it's barely 3 to 4 hours when an arrest would ideally take place. But 5 days, Sagai says 6 days on, and no protocols followed. And worse, the victims, the minor girls, are taken for a Maja report in the presence of that accused Seer. Tragic. Locals there have come out in protest, demanding that the accused be arrested earliest. Let me cut across to the commotion now taking place in Delhi. Fresh AAP versus BJP showdown that's erupted in Delhi over Delhi government schools. Full-blown video war playing out on social media. The political fight erupted after BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia tweeted a video alleging that the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson was running away from showing him the state of Delhi government schools. BJP is claiming that the Delhi education model is a complete sham. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj, who was with Gaurav Bhatia at Delhi's Kautilya school, has claimed that the BJP leader ran away just after driving to 2 schools. This despite AAP wanting to show him more, at least 498 more schools to the BJP leader.
क्या कुछ हुआ? स्कूलों की लिस्ट आपने नहीं दी, भाजपा के प्रवक्ता कह रहे हैं।
पंकज जैन जी, आपके अपने चैनल की कल की डिबेट है, आप उसको दोबारा रन करके देख लीजिएगा। अंजना ओम कश्यप जी का शो था। गौरव भाटिया जी ने मुझे बिना किसी कारण के ये चैलेंज दिया कि सौरभ भारद्वाज जी कल 11 बजे मैं मिलूंगा आपसे, आप बताइए हम 500 स्कूलों का निरीक्षण करेंगे, वापस अंजना जी के शो पे आके रिपोर्ट देंगे, मिलेंगे या नहीं मिलेंगे या भाग केजरीवाल भाग हो जाएगा। उन्होंने कहा, ये उनके शब्द हैं, आप रिकॉर्ड पे देख लीजिएगा। मैंने उनको बोला कि आप कल 11 बजे आना चाहते हैं, आप आ जाइए। मैंने उनको स्कूल का एड्रेस दिया। हमने उनको कहा कि साहब आप अंदर चलिए, बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, क्लासरूम भी दिखाएंगे, टॉयलेट भी दिखाएंगे और पूरा नया ब्लॉक दिखाएंगे, पुराना ब्लॉक नहीं दिखाएंगे। 1967 का कुछ नहीं दिखाएंगे। 2015 के बाद जो अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार में बना है वही दिखाएंगे। ये स्कूल के अंदर जाने के लिए तैयार नहीं हो। मैंने कहा चलिए दिखाते तो हैं आपको, कम से कम टॉयलेट तो देख लीजिए, क्लासरूम तो देख लीजिए। मजदूरों से बुलवाया, भैया क्या बन रहा है, स्कूल बन रहा है, होटल बन रहा है। उन्होंने बोला स्कूल बन रहा है। मैंने कहा टॉयलेट भी बन रहे हैं या क्लासरूम में ही है? कह रहे हैं टॉयलेट भी बन रहे हैं, क्लासरूम भी बन रहे हैं। भाटिया जी ऐसे भागे वहां से, फिर बोले लिस्ट दे दो। मैंने कहा भाई लिस्ट तो तुम स्टूडियो में ही दे रहे थे, तुमने क्या कहा?
क्लासरूम को लेकर जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उस पर आपका क्या कहना है? उन्होंने कहा कि बाथरूम को भी कमरों में गिर लिया गया। ये जो आरोप है ये भाजपा लगा रही है।
क्यों नहीं, तो डर क्यों गए? जब बच्चों के साथ हम दिखाते कि क्लासरूम क्लासरूम की जगह है, टॉयलेट टॉयलेट की जगह, तो डर क्यों गए? दिखाते कि स्कूल के अंदर नीचे ग्रेनाइट का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, सीढ़ियां चढ़ते हैं तो स्टेनलेस स्टील की रॉड लगी हुई हैं, अंदर क्वालिटी दिखाते, डर क्यों गए? देखिए डर ये था, अगर स्कूल के अंदर जाएंगे और स्कूल की क्वालिटी नेशनल चैनल के ऊपर दिखेगी तो इनकी पोल खुल जाएगी।
See, what Aam Aadmi Party was claiming is being exposed today. I mean, yesterday on the TV channel, Mr. Saurabh Bhardwaj was saying that we have made 500 rooms. But today, when the fact check was there, physically by Gaurav Bhatia, this is the claim what they were doing is totally reversed. I mean, the point is, we have asked 500 whatever schools they have made, that should be come out. So how many rooms you have made, how many schools you have made, you are not given a reply for that. We were asking only the physical check that please give us the school list and how many new schools have been made.
Cutting across to Bihar, dramatic scenes coming in from Bihar's capital, Patna. Bihar Public Service Commission aspirants have been lathi-charged in Patna. Aspirants were protesting against the change in the pattern of the examination. Cops have lathi-charged aspirants during the protest.
तस्वीरों में साफ तौर पे देखिए कैसे सभी छात्रों को अब पीटा जा रहा है यहाँ पे और अब खदेड़ दिया गया है। सभी छात्रों को देखिए साफ तौर पे आप देख सकते हैं कैसे सभी छात्रों को यहाँ खदेड़ दिया गया है। और देखिए यहाँ पे जो छात्र हैं उन्हें कैसे पीटा जा रहा है। आप तस्वीरों में साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं बिहार तक पर कैसे छात्रों को खदेड़ दिया गया है। और
सबसे पहला डिमांड यही है कि हम लोग को 2 शिफ्ट के एग्ज़ाम हम कभी भी तैयार नहीं होंगे, 2 शिफ्ट में एग्ज़ाम नहीं दे सकते हैं। दूसरा डिमांड ये है कि इन लोग जल्दी से 8 से 9 महीने में इसको पूरी प्रक्रिया को कंप्लीट करें। ये दो चीज़ है।
हमारे सबसे पहला परेशानी 2 शिफ्ट में एग्जाम नहीं होना चाहिए और परसेंटाइल सिस्टम में, और जब भी नोटिफिकेशन आए ऑफिशियली तो एटलीस्ट 40 दिन पहले आना चाहिए, 20 दिन पहले नहीं आना चाहिए। कोई भी स्टेट पीसीएस ऐसा नहीं करता है और इन्हें भी ऐसा कोई नया रूल नहीं लागू करना चाहिए जो कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ धांधली की तरफ जाता है।
Let me cut across to Rohit Singh live joining us from Patra. Rohit, a quick word on what exactly are the protests for?
Well, see, there has been a change in the pattern of examination which will be conducted from here on by the Bihar Public Service Commission, and till now there was exams being taken only in one shift in a day, but now the BPSC has decided that 2 exams will be conducted in 2 shifts on a day, and this is what the students or the applicants are really opposing, that they want that the old system should be brought back and the new system should be done away with. And that is why we saw today more than 500 BPSC applicants. They came to Patna and they were protesting, and they were trying to go to the BPSC office when they were stopped at the museum, and when they were in no mood to relent, the police had to resort to lathi charge to disperse the protesters there. But the main demand continues to remain that they want that the 2 shifts in a day examination pattern, which has been now introduced, that should be done away with.
All right, Rohit, thank you very much for joining us. Let's hope the situation is calm for now. All right, cutting across to some big news here. KCR all set to be meeting with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish and Deputy Tejaswi. KCR and Nitish to apparently discuss national politics. The opposition unity for 2024 polls seems to be on the agenda. Chief Minister of Telangana, KCR, will have lunch with Nitish Kumar. 10 lakh rupees has also been promised by KCR to the families of soldiers of Bihar killed in the Galwan Valley clashes. In fact, the visit is all set to happen on Wednesday. Here's the big news. Chief Minister KCR to give also assistance of 5 lakhs to the families of the 12 labourers of Bihar who died in a fire accident in Sikandrabad. On the invitation of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Chief Minister KCR will have lunch with him. Both the Chief Ministers will discuss politics of the country during this period. Rohit Singh for more on that. Rohit, KCR, who seems like the champion of the third front, right ahead of the 2024 polls, is now meeting yet another opposition leader, a turncoat himself, Nitish Kumar.
Yes, absolutely. KCR is in fact visiting several states, meeting our top opposition leaders, whether it's Maharashtra or Bengal, and many other states. And today, and now that Nitish Kumar is in the opposition camp, K. Chandrasekhar Rao has just reached Patna and is meeting Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. As you rightly said, that first there will be a lunch meeting between the 2 chief ministers, after which they will hold meetings. And also there's an event which is lined up where KCR will be handing over checks of financial assistance to kins of the 5 soldiers who were killed in Galwan Valley, and also the kins of 12 workers who were killed in Sikandrabad fire. So this is really an first visit, high-profile visit by a top opposition leader to Bihar ever since Nitish Kumar has dubbed BJP and formed the government with RJD. And KCR and Nitish Kumar will be discussing politics and how to take on BJP in 2024. That will be the topmost agenda as far as discussion between the 2 leaders is concerned. And also, you see, Nitish Kumar's name is being floated by his party, JDU, for the Prime Minister candidate. So it remains to be seen what happens, what transpires in this meeting. But obviously, Nitish Kumar, this meeting will we see Nitish Kumar returning back to the national politics, because he is meeting a top national leader from the opposition camp.
All right, was this on invitation of Nitish Kumar, or was it KCR's idea to meet with the Bihar Chief Minister? Would you know how this plan really happened?
Well, what the JDU is claiming is that it was KCR who was more interested in coming to Bihar, meeting Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, as he has been doing in the last few months. We have seen that he's meeting Mamata Banerjee, he's met the Maharashtra Chief Minister So he's visiting several opposition leaders, trying to bring them on board as far as the opposition unity is concerned. But now remains to be seen that whether KCR will be accepting Nitish Kumar's candidature as the prime ministerial candidate, because in Bihar, his party is really backing Nitish Kumar for 2024 as the face to take on Narendra Modi.
All right. Rohit, thank you very much for joining us. Many aspirants on the opposition for the PM's race, it appears. 2024 elections going to be quite a watch. Of course, Rohit, a little more on Bihar now becoming a state without the BJP losing power there in Bihar right after Nitish Kumar pulled out. So Nitish also nursing prime ministerial ambitions. Would you say so? Could you elaborate on what you just said?
Will never come out publicly and say that he is having any PM aspiration or not. But yes, what we are seeing that what has been the tendency of Nitish Kumar, the mode of the operation, the way of his functioning is that his party leaders, they come out and float this idea. In the past also we have seen, if Nitish Kumar wants to do anything, he doesn't come out openly and say that. His party leaders, they build an atmosphere in and around him. And here we are seeing that his party leaders in the last 15 days are pitching for Nitish to be the prime ministerial face to take for 2024. Several leaders from the Janata Dal United for calling him a prime minister material, and he was well qualified to become the next prime minister. Some leaders also saying that he will be unfurling the tricolour in 2024 at the Red Fort. So there is an atmosphere which is being created. But you see, as you rightly pointed out, there are so many PM aspirants as far as the opposition camp is concerned. So will there be a sort of unanimity that can be seen, where there will be a unanimous decision that, okay, all the opposition partners from north to south, everyone comes together and accepts Nitish Kumar candidature as the prime ministerial face for 2024? That remains a big question. But obviously now that Nitish Kumar is in the opposition camp, this has come as a big motivation and encouragement for the opposition unity.
Rohit, give us some understanding on the opposition parties who are really on board when it comes to uniting, because as far as we've seen, all attempts for a third front, that was in fact headed by KCR himself. Even ahead of 2019 Lok Sabha polls, KCR was the one who really pushed for a third front. And then too, we did not see complete unity of the opposition. This time too, we either see AAP missing out, or the Congress missing out, or the TMC missing out. Somehow it seems like these three parties, the AAP, TMC and the Congress, are clashing with this regard, with this unity, the plan to come together. It seems like their views are clashing on this front.
See, as far as my political understanding goes, any alliance, any opposition alliance without the Congress will not be as potent to take on the BJP's might, which is at present we see. So I think Congress will be important, but then it comes that Congress already has its own prime ministerial face, Rahul Gandhi. So will the Congress relent? Will Congress say, okay, decide that Nitish Kumar is the prime minister face, we will be supporting that? That is very unlikely to happen. Mamata Banerjee, you see, their party leaders are already saying in West Bengal that she is the face who can take on Prime Minister Modi in 2024. Kejriwal's party also claims that Arvind Kejriwal was the face to take on Narendra Modi in 2024. So there are various political parties, various opposition parties which have their own prime ministerial face. So that coming on a board, coming on board with one name, accepting one face, that remains a big question. And in the last few years, we have been seeing the kind of politics in the country. That has been the main challenge for the opposition, that they have failed to reach a consensus for a one face who can be the prime ministerial face as the opposition is concerned, or the third front is concerned.
Wow. All right. Yeah. So this is the stage being set for the big 2024 elections. It's going to take a lot for the opposition to really topple the might of the BJP. And of course, the face, Narendra Modi, he manages to draw crowds. Whether or not the BJP gets votes based on their party's ideology, just looking at the face of Prime Minister Modi and the kind of impression that he has and influence he holds among young minds in the country, clearly the opposition will have to do a lot. Will have to step up to match the kind of aura and charisma of the Prime Minister, undoubtedly. So, but we're seeing attempts, feeble attempts, but attempts indeed made to bring the opposition together. KCR is the man, even in 2019, who initiated a third front. This time, it appears before 2024 too. KCR is the man who's really trying to drive this message among all the opposition parties that it's necessary to unite if you want to beat the BJP at the centre. So KCR now all set to be meeting with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Deputy Tejaswi Yadav. KCR will be having lunch with Nitish Kumar, is what we hear. Opposition unity for 2024 polls is on the agenda. Chief Minister KCR will be meeting with Nitish for lunch. He is also offered to give 10 lakhs for families of soldiers who were killed in the Galwan Wali clashes. Let me cut across, in fact, Rohit, who's given us a lot on that. Rohit, we're hoping for more updates coming from you on this. We're going to keenly watch this, our spotlight on the story.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. Now, before we begin, I want to wish all our viewers a very happy Ganesh Chaturthi. And first up on your screens are visuals of how our celebrities are celebrating this auspicious occasion. Take a look.
गजतंत्र के राजे बप्पा मोरया मूसक पे विराजे बप्पा मोरया एक दंत दयावंत गिरजा सुवन गजानन देवादेव भूपति गौरी सुत गजानन बालचंद्र बुद्धिनाश दुमिर वरन गजानन प्रथमेश्वर सूर्येश्वर चतुर्भुज गजानन एक दंत गज करना गज वक्र गजानन गौरी शुक्र लंब करना वक्र तुंड गजानन मनोमय गजानन मृत्युंजय गजानन नंदाना गजानन सुखदायक लंबोदर गणनायक गजानन 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 गजा बप्पा मोरया एक दंत दयावंत गजा बप्पा मोरया गजानन गजानन गजा बप्पा मोरया एक दंत दयावंत गजा बप्पा मोरया सुख करता मोरया दुख हरता मोरया एक दंत मोरया दयावंत मोरया विघ्न हरता मोरया मोरया रे मोरया गौरी सुत लंबोदर गणनायक मोरया मोरया रे बप्पा मोरया मोरया रे बप्पा मोरया गणपति बप्पा मोरया मोरया रे मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया मोरया रे मोरया गणपति बप्पा मोरया मोरया रे मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया मोरया रे मोरया.
Now our top story of the day, from Anushka Sharma's Chak Da Express to Suhana Khan, Agastya Nanda and Khushi Kapoor's The Archies. Streaming giant Netflix has announced a great lineup of Hindi films with a sneak peek of each at a day-long star-studded event in Mumbai. Here are all the details for the binge watchers. As surprising as it may sound, but Netflix has turned 25.
Categories, categories, you got so much to choose. Pull out your phone, you got nothing to lose.
And to celebrate the occasion, streaming service announced its slate of upcoming projects at a grand day-long event in Mumbai. While some were teased through BTS videos,
दी है पूरे मोबा में हलचल हलचल हलचल.
others were revealed via motion poster.
She's a matchmaker and he's a divorce lawyer and they fall in love.
And a few were unveiled with a teaser. The OTT platform has prestigious titles in its arsenal, including multi-starrer The Archies, Irfan Khan's son Babil's Kala, sports biopic Chak Da Express starring Anushka Sharma, Hindi adaptation of Devotion of Suspect X, spy thriller Khufia featuring Taboo and Ali Fazl, Rajkumar Rao, Huma Qureshi and Radhika Apte starrer Monica Oh My Darling, Ritesh Deshmukh and Tamanna Bhatia's Plan A, Plan B. Kathal featuring Sanya Malhotra in lead role. And Yami Gautam and Sunny Kaushal star Chor Nikal Ke Bhaga.
It's a comic book coming to life.
Sorry. I didn't know it. I know, it's tough.
Hi, I'm Zoya Akhtar, and along with Rima Kakti, I'm the co-founder of Tiger Baby Films.
Zoya Akhtar's live-action musical film The Archies is one of the most awaited films as it marks SRK's daughter Suhana Khan, Amitabh Bachchan's grandson Agastya Nanda, and Sridevi and Bonnie Kapoor's daughter Khushi Kapoor's acting debut. The film is based in a fictionalized town of Riverdale and is set in the 1960s. The cast announcement was made in May 2022 with this teaser, which went viral in no time. The makers and the team shot in Ooty for almost 2 months thereafter. The Archies is produced by Zoya Akhtar and her long-time collaborator Rima Kakti under their production house Tiger Baby. Next most anticipated film, of course, is Anushka Sharma star Chakda Express. The actress is making a comeback with this biopic based on the life of former Indian captain and fast bowler Jhulan Goswami. She's currently in Leeds, UK to undergo a 2-week intense training for polishing her bowling skills.
किंतु चिंता करो ना, आज जर्सी पे अपना नाम बना लिया, आज काल अपना पहचान भी बना लेगा.
The lineup was announced as part of Netflix's Films Day event, which was attended by an array of Indian celebrities. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Time now to check out what is keeping our celebrities busy. Here's what's trending. The makers of Akshay Kumar's upcoming film Katputli have released the second song titled Rabba. The groovy track is sung by Sukhwinder Singh and showcases the sizzling chemistry between Akshay and Rakulpreet Singh. Earlier, the makers had also dropped the trailer of this crime thriller during a grand event.
सर सीरियल किलर के साथ पावर नहीं, माइंड गेम खेलना चाहिए. हमारे पास सिर्फ 2 दिन है.
Directed by Ranjit M. Tiwari, Katputli also stars Sargun Mehta and Chandrachur Singh in key roles.
शहर से बाहर नहीं निकलना चाहिए. जो भी है जहाँ भी है.
It is set to stream directly on OTT platform Disney Plus Hotstar from September 2nd. What's more, Akshay, who recently delivered a box office stud with Anand L. Rai's Raksha Bandhan, is yet again making headlines for his other upcoming project, Ram Setu. The archaeological film seems to have landed in trouble after Akshay Kumar and 8 other members received a legal notice by Subramaniam Swamy, citing the distortion of facts related to Ram Setu saga. Directed by Abhishek Sharma, this action-adventure drama brings forward a story deeply rooted in Indian culture and historical heritage. Ram Setu also stars Jacqueline Fernandez and Nusrat Bharucha.
ओ 9 बज के कितना लेट हो गया पापा जी? दीदी मेरे पराठे दे दे।
शाम को आते हुए ना प्रभ के लिए बड़ा सारा गिफ्ट लेके आना।
प्रभ से भी बड़ा।
The trailer of Diljit Dosanjh starrer Jogi is finally out. Directed by Ali Abbas Zafar, the film is set to premiere on streaming giant Netflix from September 16th.
वोटर लिस्ट चाहिए मुझे। एक-एक का नाम मार्क होना चाहिए। मैं आ रहा हूँ।
सरदार है ना, यही तेरी गलती है।
पूरी दिल्ली जलने वाली है।
पापा जी।
Sharing the clip, the OTT platform wrote on its social media platform, and we quote, जिनके हौसले बुलंद हों, उनकी हिम्मत तोड़ना नामुमकिन होता है. ऐसा ही है साडा जोगी. Watch Diljit Dosanjh in and as Jogi, a story about friendship, courage and hope. Out on 16 September only on Netflix.
कोई रास्ता नहीं था बेबी.
तू बस अपने लोगों को मोहाली पहुंचा दे.
Set against the backdrop of 1984 Delhi riots, this historical drama narrates the story of 3 friends fighting for survival across 3 days of violence. Jogi also features Amara Dastoor and Hiten Tejwani in key roles.
Hey, Patra! Water ready aiche. Evalu nadagatadu? Onnu aina poya.
Dhanush and Nitya Menon's latest release, Tiruchitrabalam, has been performing exceptionally well at the box office.
நீ போய் வாங்கிட்டு வரலாம்ல?
உன் வேலையே அதான்டா. வாங்கிட்டு வா.
இவன் தான் என் தாத்தா. எனக்கும் என் தாத்தாக்கும் ஒரே பேர்.
The film has minted rupees 70 crore in Tamil Nadu in just 11 days and is still going strong.
மேல என்ன ஒரே சத்தம். உள்ள பேர் அடிச்சு விட்டேன்.
Shobana.
According to trade reports, the Tamil comedy drama surpassed Thalapathy Vijay's Beast's Lifetime collection in the state. And with Liger underperforming in theatres, Tiruchitrabalam seems to be the crowd favourite. Overwhelmed with the love the film has been receiving, Dhanush took to social media to express his gratitude. Helmed by Mithran Jawar, Tiruchitrabalam is a family entertainer that tells the story of 2 best friends who eventually fall in love with each other. The film also stars Prakash Rao in pivotal role.
கம்மியா நினைக்கிறோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஆக்சுவலா நம்ம ஒரு ஆளு தான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
கமா இளையராஜா பாட்டு கேட்டு உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருப்பான்.
It's time for a short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
It's time now to fly 7 seas across to check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's our popular segment, Fully Foreign. Comedian Chris Rock has reportedly declined an offer to host the Oscars in 2023 after he was slapped by actor Will Smith during this year's award ceremony. According to reports, Chris compared going back to the Oscars to returning to the scene of crime. Will Smith made headlines all over the world after he slapped Chris Rock at Oscars 2022 live event. The incident took place when Chris, before presenting an award, joked about Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, which infuriated him. Hours after the infamous slap, Smith had written an apology on social media. He later on also apologized in a video message for striking presenter Chris Rock during the live TV broadcast.
I am deeply devoted and committed to putting light and love and joy into the world. And, you know, if you hang on, I promise we'll be able to be friends again.
The Academy has banned Smith from its membership for 10 years. K-pop girl group Blackpink has finally unveiled their new pre-release single, Pink Venom, which has now become the first K-pop single released in 2022 to top the Billboard Global 200 chart. Not just that, they also ranked #1 on the global US charts. It is also the group's first ever #1 on this chart, as their previous single was #2 with Lovesick Girls back in October 2020. Pink Venom also made its debut at #22 on this week's Hot 100 list with about 212.1 million streams and 36,000 downloads globally. Meanwhile, Blackpink will make its full comeback on September 16 with its much-anticipated album, Born Pink, along with a music video for the title track. Post that, they will also embark on their global tour, starting with 2 performances on 15th and 16th October in Seoul.
No, society puts things into your mind.
I don't care about society. I feel like shit.
Euphoria star Barbie Ferreira, known for playing the role of Kat, has reportedly left the show. The actor will be joining the cast of House of Spoils, a psychological thriller starring Ariana DeBose. Amazon Prime Video and Blumhouse Television will be producing the upcoming project and will begin shoot this year. Barbie even took to social media and shared the photo confirming her joining the upcoming film. Hey dude! The actor recently appeared in HBO Max comedy film Unpregnant about a road trip alongside Haley Lou Richardson. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Let's go fast.
Rimzim Dadu completes 15 years in the fashion industry. Her design innovation, her artisan's craftsmanship married art at the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art. Here's a look at the showcase that celebrates the confluence of art and fashion. Chaiti Narula and Riya Modi with this report.
Art and fashion are often intertwined. For Rimzim Dadu, whose technique and craft stands out as her USP or unique selling proposition, the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art seemed a fitting place to showcase a retrospective fashion showcase celebrating 15 years of her journey. The design, innovation and experimental surface texturing is her true blue signature. She discards convention, not just with an art and fashion confluence, but her design philosophy. A contemporary prism to traditional weaves with innovative materials, deconstruction and engineering. The showcase at the KNMA included contemporary and luxury ready-to-wear works with handcrafted clothing created with progressive surface texturing.
I thought like, okay, I'll do like one piece made out of steel wires, who will buy it? But like people are mad, they buy it and it's become my signature. So yeah, I mean, I think it speaks more about the audience and they're like willing to experiment and willing to try new things and like they want to create a statement. They don't want to wear just the usual.
As Dadu marks her 15 years in the fashion industry, her signature experiments were seen firsthand in their raw form. The artisans behind her creations sure were the real showstoppers, displaying their craft with a leather patola, weaving experiments with paper, silicone, steel, chiffon and zari. Artists Manish Gera, Vibha Malhotra and G.R. Irana modelling Dadu's designs against the backdrop of an art showcase Between Vows and Words by Anupam Sood was just the metaphorical due that Rimzim deserved for her artistically fashionable journey. Rimzim Dadu had her muses Tara Sataria and Vijay Verma dressed in black and white wearable luxury bread.
This show today represents who she is, thinking out of the box, doing something new, innovative. I love what I'm wearing. It's so comfortable. At the same time, I feel like a warrior.
I started my day coming here and trying on this amazing lehenga. It's this modern twist with colors that I really love that are black and white, and I wear them pretty much every day. It's been wonderful to also see the marriage of art and fashion, which I think Rimzim has done so beautifully here at the KNMA, so I'm just very happy to be a part of it.
Interestingly, these clothes that sculpt different materials to create these forms, create a distinctive structure, are actually rather fluid, soft and malleable, and sure stand out as signature Rimzim Dadu. In New Delhi, with inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. Also, do not forget to send me your feedback on Twitter handle. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
Good afternoon and welcome. You with us here on India Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's headlines at this time. 5 days after being booked, Lingayat Seer accused of raping minors yet to face arrest. Despite outrage, Netas and Mutt back Lingayat Seer. Ganesh Puja underway at Bollywood Idgah ground after late-night Karnataka High Court nod. Idgah side likely to move Supreme Court against festivities. Christian groups want this Maidan for their celebrations. Delhi political dangle continues to explode. Now AAP and BJP cross swords over schools. Green Tribunal flags up violations in construction in Manish Sisodia's constituency. Massive clamour for justice to Jharkhand minor girl Ankita burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. BJP claims role of Islamist PFI. Child rights body demands addition of POCSO sections. Ganesh festivities kick off across the country. Maharashtra steeped in devotional fervour. Celebrities, movie stars and politicians welcome Ganpati Bappa perform Aarti. Well, more trouble for actor Jacqueline. Delhi court has summoned Jacqueline, taking cognizance of the ED charge sheet. 200 crore extortion case, if you remember, and Jacqueline has now been summoned. She is to appear before the court on September 26. That's breaking for you at this hour as trouble continues to brew for Jacqueline Fernandez. The actor has been embroiled in that extortion case. The Delhi court now summoning on the back of that ED charge sheet on the 200 crore rupee case. She has been summoned and will appear before court on 26th September. Ongoing trouble for Jacqueline Fernandez as legal troubles continue to mount around the 200 crore rupee extortion case that she is embroiled in. The latest ED charge sheet requires her to be summoned. The Delhi High Court has taken cognizance of it. They have given September 26th as the date that she should appear before the court. She has been summoned in relation to this entire scam and to answer questions. Munish Pandey joining us on this. Munish, take us through what does this mean for Jacqueline Fernandez? If you can hear me, we're tracking, of course, the breaking news of Jacqueline Fernandez having been summoned by the courts. Take us through what this really means for the actress now in this case that continues to see legal hurdles.
Well, Abha, as far as the cognizance by the court is concerned, it essentially means that now Jacqueline Fernandez is officially accused in a case which is being probed by the enforcement directorate. Along with Jacqueline Fernandez, Sukhwinder Singh is the prime accused, the con man who is accused of extorting rupees 200 crore from a Delhi businessman's wife. Now, as far as charges against Jacqueline Fernandez is concerned, what the enforcement directorate in his charge sheet has mentioned that Jacqueline Fernandez is beneficiary of proceeds of crime, which essentially means that the money which was being extorted by Sukhwinder Singh, the same money was used for giving gifts worth more than 10 crore rupees to Jacqueline Fernandez. Jacqueline Fernandez's lawyer has already opposed these allegations by the enforcement directorate, but ED recently filed a charge sheet saying that they have evidence against Jacqueline Fernandez based on which they have decided to make her accused in the case. She is beneficiary of the crime, beneficiary of proceeds of crime, and now she will face trial in this case. Now, as far as the court is concerned, today the matter was listed before the Patiala House Court, the designated PMLA court, and the court has taken cognizance, and now Jacqueline has to appear before the court on September 26, which means she has been summoned to appear before the court. This is procedural, but she will have to appear, and there she will be granted bail and not arrested.
All right. Thanks for joining us on that, and we'll stay on top of developments there. Now, 118 hours and counting, that's how long a Muruga Mutt seer accused of raping minors has been free for. There's been no arrest, no detention, no questioning. The state police visits the mutt every day but stops short of taking any action against the prominent Lingayat seer. This because Neta after Neta cutting across party lines keep coming out in support of the seer. Today, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi and former Karnataka Chief Minister, backed by the seer, Prahlad Joshi went on to the extent of saying that the seer's arrest is not an issue at all. Meanwhile, a counter-complaint has been filed against former JDS MLA and former Muruga Mutt administrator S.K. Basavarajan, Bay Warden of the Mutt. The second FIR charges the former administrator with rape and kidnapping. The complainant warden is also an accused in the original POCSO case against the Mutt pontiff.
The investigation is going on. Let investigation report come out. Arresting, non-arresting is not an issue. The investigation should be proper. I hope the Karnataka government and Karnataka police are doing the proper investigation.
It is a religious head and lakhs together people, devotees for the Muruga Mutt Sri, and there is allegations and counter allegations also there. And Swamiji already expressed that is some vested interest. These all false allegations have been made. It is all, everything will come out, only proper investigation. So law will take its own course. He is cooperating for the investigation, and in the legal process, what investigation going on, it is going on. and law will take its own course.
Such a strong case we have got here, such a strong case.
Absolutely.
That must be executed. This is because the minority girls, they should not be offended.
Yeah.
Their chastity or anything, their education, everything must be protected, Everything must be protected. This sexual harassment, no one tolerate this, That too from a priest. No.
But
sir,
he's such a powerful religious pontiff. It appears the police are fearing to follow protocols. But why do you think the BJP has not instructed the police to act and arrest him?
I don't know, because the ruling party has to pay for it in the next elections. The people of Karnataka are watching.
You're part of the BJP, sir.
Maybe I may be the part of the BJP, but I am for the law of the land. I am for the harassment against these minor girls.
Right.
I am for the protection of those, I am for the maintenance and implementation of the POSCO, which is an important law of the land,
Yeah. And one can only imagine how safe those girls are and how many other girls may have been victims. They will all be worried now.
They are all worried. Then the whole state is watching this.
Yeah.
The whole state is watching this.
So
many parents are agonized with this.
We heard you're writing a letter to Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, I am writing a letter to the Prime Minister because when our Prime Minister used to meet her mother, he always says about the protection of girls.
Yeah.
Then respect of the girls, respect of the women folk, he always used to talk.
Yeah.
And for these girls also, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao.
What should they be doing right now, sir? What should be the right course of action?
No, the shrine, Guruji, he has to open, he must come up. Temporarily, he must resign to his smart office.
Yeah.
Then he allow for a fair investigation, fair inquiry. He must cooperate with officers to have a fair inquiry.
Yes.
After no, Swamiji is innocent, like that. Yes, the whole state is going to receive him, respect him. Yes.
So you want him to step down until he gets a clean chit?
No, not my. This is the opinion of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the people of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the parents. This is the opinion of the offenders.
Sir, do we know anything of those two girls? Are they safe?
Now, one is scheduled caste. Here, 4 criminal IPC sections are there. One POSCO is there. POSCO is very different, very powerful.
Sagai Raj joining us live from Chitradurga, Karnataka on this burning issue. Sagai, just take us through all the latest on ground and the fact that we've still not seen any kind of arrest, any kind of action.
Absolutely. There is no any kind of summon or questioning which has been done against the alleged accused in this POXO case, including Shivmurthy Sharanuru Swami of Muruga Rajendra Swami Mutt. Earlier today, the police were here to do a merger of another case which was being filed by Rashmi against Baswaraj, who is said to be one of the kingpin and a conspirator behind this entire POXO case. And after finishing the merger, the police have left from this particular place. Apart from that, there is no any other development here in the mud. Yesterday, the survivors have registered the statement under CRPC 164. Since today it's a government holiday, so far the investigating officer have not taken that particular statement to his hand and proceed with this particular case. So far, nothing has happened. Close to 6 days now, from Friday till Wednesday, but no action has happened inside the mud. No questioning, no summons has been issued.
All right, no arrest, no summoning, no update coming in on that front. In fact, at this point, complete inaction is what we're seeing on the rape accused Seer. In fact, major violation from Pramod Mutalik and his supporters. That's the breaking news coming in. Municipal Corporation had granted to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi at Idgah ground. There was restrictions of not using any controversial posters. Despite that, Pramod Mutalik was seen holding the picture of Savarkar and Bala Gangdhar Tilak in Ganesh Chaturthi's pandal. All right, let's go back across to Sagai Raj on the Seer as we continue to track that as well. So, Sagai, do we have any kind of update on... Okay, we'll go back to him in just a moment. But on your screen, we're also tracking the latest controversy with a violation by the Sri Ram Sena chief at Idgah, talking about the fact that they put the Savarkar posters in a pandal, and that is the latest controversy that is broken out. Okay, Sagai also back with us, Sagai Raj from Karnataka. Sagai, just take us through really what the likely next course of action is. You know, where is the pressure being seen? What are people saying at this point? I mean, is this going to just be something that falls through the cracks, or are we actually going to see some action?
People are waiting that there might be some of the other action which might be taken against the Seer in this particular case. So far, there is no action which has been taken by the police. They have not even questioned or summoned the Seer in this connection. Yeah. And talking about the Hubballi case where Pramod Mutalik was displaying the pictures of Savarkar and Bala Gangadhar Tilak inside the pandal where the permission was given in the controversial Idgah Maidan, the municipal corporation had given clear instructions to the organizers saying that they should not get into any kind of controversy, they should not try to hold the pictures or any other things which can instigate the opposite community. But still, Pramod Mutalik was holding the photos of Veer Savarkar and Bala Gangadhar Tilak for a photo op when he climbed the pandal and when he offered pujas for Ganesh Chaturthi in controversial Idgah Maidan.
All right, thanks for joining us with that, Sagai. Karnataka on high alert amid a showdown over Ganesh Utsav celebrations at Idgah Maidan. Ganesha festivities have begun at the Maidan in Karnataka's Hubballi district after Karnataka High Court allowed the planned celebrations late Tuesday night. Sri Ram Sena and other Hindu groups rejoicing, calling the idol installation a historic moment. BJP leaders Prahlad Joshi and Jagdish Shettar also paid a visit to the pandal. The High Court bench further stated that the records clearly indicate the property belongs to the state government. However, Muslim group which approached Karnataka High Court against Ganesha festivities at the venue is likely to move the Supreme Court today. They've reached Delhi. But at Chamarajpet Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru, security has been heightened after the Supreme Court refused to allow Ganesha celebrations at the venue. The Supreme Court provided relief to the Waqf Board petitioners and ordered that the Ganesh Utsav Puja must be held somewhere else.
की गिरफ्तारी पे मामला खत्म होगा क्या? मास्टरमाइंड कौन है? ट्रेनिंग देने वाला कौन है? ऐसे पेट्रोल डाल के आग लगाना बिना ट्रेनिंग का काम नहीं है ये किसी सिरफिरे आशिक का काम नहीं है। ये सुनियोजित मर्डर है। इसमें लव जिहाद के एंगल से जांच होनी बहुत जरूरी है और ये समझना होगा कि जो भी लोग इस मामले पे पर्दा डालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो तुष्टीकरण की वो गलती कर रहे हैं जिसकी कीमत हम सबकी बेटियों को और बहनों को चुकानी पड़ेगी। ये मैं यहाँ पे कहना चाहता हूँ।
सरकार क्यों खामोश है कपिल? क्यों कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया? आप कह रहे हैं कि जानबूझ के, क्या उद्देश्य होगा?
मैं तो आपसे तथ्य रख रहा हूँ कि नदीम अंसारी का हेलीकॉप्टर आया कि नहीं आया, इलाज कराने भेजा कि नहीं भेजा, तो अंकिता के लिए क्यों नहीं उड़ा वो हेलीकॉप्टर? क्यों पिकनिक खत्म नहीं हुई सरकार की? ये पूछने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं और ये पूछने के लिए आए हैं। अब तो बिटिया नहीं रही ना, अब इस दरवाजे पे आप नहीं आ सकते क्या? 2 बूंद आंसू आपकी आंखों में नहीं दिख रहे? आपका एमएलए यहाँ से गायब है इलाके से। ये लुइस मरांडी जी खड़ी है परिवार के साथ पहले दिन से खड़ी है, सब लोग देख रहे हैं। निशिकांत जी खड़े हैं यहाँ पर, मनोज जी दिल्ली से यहाँ पर आए हैं, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री नहीं आ रहे, विधायक नहीं आ रहे हैं। चुनी हुई सरकार मामले की लीपापोती कर रही है। डीएसपी के ऊपर सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं, वो डीएसपी अभी तक हटाए क्यों नहीं गए यहाँ से? कैसे अपने पद पर बैठे हुए हैं? ये बहुत गंभीर सवाल हैं और पूरा देश आज दुमका की तरफ देख रहा है।
पुलिस ने उम्र बढ़ा दी।
पूरे मामले पर हाँ सर, क्या कहेंगे पूरे मामले पर?
हम लोगों ने अभी बड़ी डिटेल्स में अंकिता, जो हमारी बेटी जिसको जला दिया गया, उसके पिताजी से बात किया हमने, उसके दादाजी से बात किए, उसकी बड़ी बहन से बात हुई, उसके छोटे भाई से बात हुई और उसकी दादी से बात हुई। पूरी घटना को देखते हुए मन इतनी पीड़ा से भर जा रहा है। निशिकांत दुबे जी का मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं। उन्होंने एक आह्वान किया इस बेटी के लिए। कपिल मिश्रा और सभी साथी इसमें लगे और हम एक 28 लाख रुपए की त्वरित सहायता इस परिवार को कर पाए हैं। लेकिन ये पूरी बात सुनने के बाद ऐसा लग रहा है सिर्फ अंकिता की ही नृशंस हत्या नहीं हुई है, बल्कि यहाँ पे मानवता की भी हत्या हुई है और हो रही है, हर पल हो रही है। यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री की इतनी उदासीनता इस घटना के प्रति, जितनी सवाल उठ रहे हैं, अगर आप खुद भी जाकर के मीडिया बात करें उनके पिताजी से, तो बच्ची कहाँ सोई थी, कहाँ से उसका खिड़की खोला गया, कैसे पेट्रोल फेंका गया, कैसे उसमें सलाई मारी गई, कैसे टाइमिंग का पता चला होगा वो यहीं सोई हुई है। ये सारी चीजें एक सुनियोजित हत्या की तरफ इशारा करता है। और मैं बड़ा हैरान हूँ कि झारखंड की सरकार का कोई चुना हुआ नुमाइंदा अभी तक यहाँ आया नहीं। वो सहायता क्या करेंगे जो कि यहाँ खड़ा भी नहीं हो सकता। तो मैं समझता हूँ ये इस घटना में कड़ी जांच होनी चाहिए और दोषियों को ऐसी सजा होनी चाहिए जिससे ऐसा अपराध करने वाले लोगों की रूह कांपे। और निश्चित रूप से एक सवाल उठ रहा है कि जिसने ऐसा कांड किया है, जो इसका नाम शाहरुख है, उसके सारे रिलेशंस को जांच में लाना ही चाहिए। निशिकांत दुबे जी का, कपिल मिश्रा जी का जो इशारा है, मुझे लगता है वो बहुत गंभीर है। ये घटना जरूर दुमका के एक छोटे से मोहल्ले में हुई है, लेकिन इसके तार बहुत लंबे दिख रहे हैं और आने वाले समय के लिए बहुत बड़ा थ्रेट है इस तरह की घटनाएं। तो हम तो इतनी दूर से दिल्ली से चल के यहाँ निशिकांत दुबे जी के साथ आए हैं। हमें पता चला, लुइस मरांडी जी यहाँ शुरू से वो बता रहे हैं, यहाँ के जो बीजेपी के लीडर्स हैं वो आकर के सांत्वना में भी खड़े हैं और साथ में हर लीगल लड़ाई लड़ने को खड़े हैं। लेकिन इसके बावजूद मुख्यमंत्री या उनके किसी प्रतिनिधि का, चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि का ना आना एक बड़ा इशारा करता है। जब मैं बात कर रहा था और उसके पिताजी ने बोला, मेरा कलेजा फट गया है सर। वो कहते हैं मैं अपनी अंकिता को डोली में बिठा के विदा करने वाला था। जिस बच्ची को डोली में बिठा कर विदा करना था, उसको अपनी आंखों के सामने जलता हुआ और मरता हुआ देखा। क्या इसकी गंभीरता को ये यहाँ की जो बेदर्द सरकार है समझ सकती है? मैं समझता हूँ हमने आज एक छोटा सा जरूर सहायता किया है निशिकांत दुबे जी के नेतृत्व में आह्वान पे, लेकिन हम इस परिवार के साथ पूरे समय खड़े हैं। और जब तक इन शैतानों को, इन अपराधियों को और इनके कड़ी को, सबको सजा नहीं दिला लेंगे, तब तक हम चैन से नहीं बैठे।
देश में अंकिता जैसी बहन को और ना हो, ऐसा घटना ना घटे, इसके लिए क्या कुछ करना?
इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि जांच इतनी सूक्ष्म होनी चाहिए। जो निशिकांत दुबे जी जो बातें कह रहे, जितनी उस सबके तह में जाना चाहिए, और यही नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो इस क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधि हैं, झारखंड के लोगों की वो चिंता करते हैं। मैं तो उनको नमन करता हूँ कि जिस स्तर पे वो ऐसे विक्टिम्स की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, ईश्वर उनको बहुत शक्ति दे निशिकांत दुबे जी को। लेकिन इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि हर कड़ी को जोड़िए, किससे जुड़ा है, कहीं पीएफआई से जुड़ा है, दूसरे देशों से जुड़ा है, इसको निश्चित रूप से ये एंगल लेने की आवश्यकता है ताकि दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी।
कैसा कानून नहीं बनना चाहिए क्या? पूरी घटना के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? फैमिली से मिले, बातचीत किए और सरकार की तरफ से एक उदासीनता दिखाई गई, तो क्या कहेंगे मामले में?
जो पहले देखिए, इन फैमिली के लिए जो है लुइस ही है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी उसकी चिंता करे।
और सरकार के मुख्यमंत्री के भाई यहाँ के विधायक हैं, वो अभी
जो मटन भात खा रहा है, जो दारू पी रहा है, उसके बारे में क्या बात करेंगे आप? समझे विधायक, यही मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, उनके बारे में तो चर्चा करने का मतलब यह है कि अंकिता के मुद्दे को भटका देना। चल सर, इधर चलो, नहीं तो हमारी फ्लाइट नहीं उड़ पाएगी उन लोगों से।
Well, justice for Jharkhand minor Ankita, who was burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. Jharkhand Child Welfare Committee has recommended SP to add sections under the POCSO Act in the matter. Recommendations come after it found out that the deceased was 15 years old and not 19, as mentioned by police in her recorded statement. On August 23rd, Shahrukh allegedly poured petrol on Ankita from outside the window of her room when she was sleeping and set her afire in Jharkhand's Dumka. Ankita was admitted to a hospital with 90% burns and succumbed to her injuries 5 days later. Shahrukh is currently in police custody. Before succumbing to her injuries, Ankita gave her statement to the police in which she said that the accused called her on her mobile around 10 days ago, pestering her to become his friend.
फैमिली से मिले, वी चेक द डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड एवरीथिंग, सो क्लैरिटी काफ़ी हमें मिल चुका है और राइट नाउ आफ्टर गिविंग द रिपोर्ट एंड आफ्टर सबमिशन ऑफ द रिपोर्ट टू द ऑनरेबल कमीशन वी विल बी एबल टू पुट ऑल द फैक्ट्स which are relevant facts in front of the commission and the government.
की उम्र थी 16 साल। बयान देते समय या कुछ उस समय जली हुई थी बच्ची, जली हुई अवस्था में, तो इतने लहर से या 16 या 17 बोली होगी, पुलिस के सुना दिया 19 लिख दिया। आधार कार्ड है और जो सर्टिफिकेट है उसी से मान्यता होगा ना, अब लिखने से थोड़ी कुछ होगा।
सरकार ने उचित इलाज की व्यवस्था नहीं की, व्यवस्था करने के बजाय सत्ता बचाने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री जी पिकनिक मना रहे थे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता संघर्ष कर रहे हैं उसको न्याय दिलाने के लिए। और जो घटना घटी है वहां पर पुलिस प्रशासन की भूमिका संदेहास्पद है।
Jharkhand High Court took suo motu cognizance of the Dumka schoolgirl death case and ordered the DGP to file a report. The NCPCR and the NCW have also sent teams to get information on Ankita's murder. Here's a report.
हम घर में अपने पापा को 10 बजे रात को आए, पापा को बोले, पापा ने ठीक है सुबह होगा तो देखते हैं, और सुबह 4 बजे आके खिड़की से पेट्रोल फेंक के और आग जला के भाग गया। जैसे उसके लिए अभी हम मर रहे हैं, उसको वही सजा हो जाए।
आप ऐसा चाहती?
हाँ।
Stalked, harassed, then finally burnt alive to death.
शाहरुख को फांसी दो! फांसी दो! फांसी दो! शाहरुख को फांसी दो!
Outrage over this brazen crime has spread across the country. The Jharkhand High Court has taken cognizance of Ankita's murder and summoned the DGP.
फॉरेंसिक की भी टीम आई है, CID के प्रभारी भी आए हुए हैं और ADG हेडक्वार्टर भी आए हुए हैं। इन्हीं के परीक्षण निर्देशन में अनुसंधान हो रहा है।
The NCPCR and the NCW have sent teams to Dumka to get details of the heinous crime. A BJP delegation is set to meet the victim's bereaved family. But another controversy has unfolded after Chief Minister Hemant Soren's brother, a Dumka MLA, claimed that the murder was just a love affair gone wrong.
अंकिता जी के साथ जो हुआ है वो बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना है और उस पे जो भी होना था वो सारी चीजें, वो सारी प्रशासनिक प्रक्रिया पूरी कर ली गई और बच्चे के परिवार के साथ वो सारा कुछ हुआ है जैसा इनके परिवार वालों ने कहा।
This despite his own brother earlier vowing strict action.
ये घटना निश्चित रूप से काफी हृदय विदारक है और इसमें कानून अपना काम कर रहा है और जो आरोपी हैं, जो इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, लोग पकड़े भी गए हैं और हमारा प्रयास है कि जल्द से जल्द उसको सजा मिले।
The demand for swift justice is getting bigger, with Ankita's family and citizens calling for the death penalty.
यही चलते मेरी बहन, मेरी छोटी बहन मेरे आँख के सामने तरफ के मारी, उसको भी इससे भी बड़ा सजा मिले, फांसी भी उसके लिए कम।
मांग हम लोग का यही है कि अंकिता का जो हत्यारा शाहरुख हुसैन है, उसको तो जल्द से जल्द फांसी की सजा हो, फैसले कोर्ट में चले, और उसके बाद उसका एक साथी है जो छोटू, उसको 12 घंटा के अंदर अब हम लोग बोल रहे हैं कि प्रशासन से मांग कर रहे हैं कि उसको पकड़ा जाए और उसको भी साथ में जो है उसको भी सजा मिले।
तो हम लोग का हवाले कीजिए, अगर उसको फांसी अगर कानून नहीं करेगा तो हम लोग उसको जलाएंगे, बहुत अन्याय हो जाएगा।
Will politics take precedence over justice for Ankita? Bureau Report, India Today.
Trouble mounting for actor Jacqueline Fernandez news us in this afternoon as the Delhi police has issued fresh summons to Jacqueline Fernandez. The Economic Offences Wing on September 12th has in fact summoned her. Jackie has skipped the August 29 summons by Delhi police. They've now said that 26 September is when she has to appear. Delhi cops have said that Jackie cited ill health to skip that summon. She skipped the summon coming in on the 26th, but she has been summoned again in September by the ED with regards to that entire 200 crore rupee extortion scam case. The ongoing case with Jacqueline Fernandez in the extortion scam, you can see some of those pictures on your screen caught in that extortion case. And she has now been summoned as per the latest findings of the ED. The Delhi High Court has taken cognizance of that and summoned her. She skipped her last hearing. Munish Pandey joining us on the phone line. Munish, take us through the latest and what this means for the actress.
Well, Abha, as far as the enforcement directorate is concerned, remember, there was a charge sheet filed by the agency against Jacqueline Fernandez mentioning her name as an accused in the case. Now the court has taken cognizance, which essentially means that Jacqueline Fernandez will now be officially accused in the case. Now, as far as charges against Jacqueline Fernandez are concerned, the agency has alleged that she is beneficiary of crime. While she was in touch with Sukhwinder Singh from January 2021 to August 2021, there were more than gifts worth more than 10 crore rupees which were gifted by Sukhwinder Singh to Jacqueline Fernandez. And ED has alleged that that money was basically the extorted money which Sukesh was extorting from a businessman's wife while he was lodged in Bihar jail. And now Jacqueline Fernandez has to appear before the court on September 26th, where the court will hear the matter and whether she should be granted bail or not, that matter will also be decided by the court on September 26th.
Okay, just for those that have just tuned in on the case, Munish, just run us through the latest highlights and really what's at stake for Jacqueline here. What is the kind of argument that her lawyers may make for her? She's already skipped one summons citing ill health. What is the likelihood that she'll actually turn up?
So far, Jacqueline Fernandez has appeared before the enforcement directorate at least 5 times. The ED has already recorded her statement. But in most of the statements, Jacqueline Fernandez claimed that she is someone who has been conned by the accused, that is Sukhwinder Singh. She is not accused in the case. In fact, she is victim in the case. That was her side of the story. But as far as ED is concerned, after recording the 5 statements, after confronting her with the prime accused Sukhwinder Singh, ED decided to name her accused in the case. The ED has also attached her properties worth more than 7.7 crores. Recently, there was a statement which was made by the lawyer of Jacqueline Fernandez in which they said that Jacqueline Fernandez should not be treated as accused in the case. She is victim in the case. But ED claims that they have strong evidence against Jacqueline Fernandez. They have series of evidence in which they have mentioned that from January 2021 to August 2021, Sukhwinder not only gifted several items to the actor but also to the family members of actor, and to the tune of almost 10 crore rupees. Now she becomes beneficiary of the crime, and based on the evidence, ED had decided to name her accused in the case.
Okay.
It also means that she might be tried in the case, but again, the lawyers will argue on her behalf that she should be treated as a victim and not an accused.
So we're going to come back to you for more on that, Manish, as we stay on top of this story. But we need to take a very quick break. When we come back, Congress MP Manish Tiwari has raised questions about the transparency of the AICC presidential polls. More on that when we return.
You are watching India Today.
मीडिया और एंटरटेनमेंट मैनेजमेंट की बारीकियां सीखिए आज तक की अनुभवी टीम के साथ। ज्वाइन करें इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Manish Tiwari garnering support from Tarur, questioning Congress's internal polls fast. The Congress MP saying that there's no transparency in the Congress chief polls. Tarur backs Tiwari's transparency attack, saying that if Tiwari wants transparency, it must be done. So finding some support coming in from Shashi Tarur as Manish Tiwari talks about the fast that is the Congress chief selection, talks about transparency, and seeing support from Shashi Tarur coming in, saying that if Tiwari is talking about this process needing to be more transparent, then it must be done. That's Shashi Tarur. Listen it.
Whatever he may have said, as you know, yesterday Jairam Ramesh informed the press conference which I was present at that Mr. Mistry has given a full explanation. Certainly, I think it's important that everybody should have transparency on the electoral rolls. If that's what Manish has asked for, then I'm sure that it's a principle that everyone will agree. Everyone should know who can nominate, who can vote. There's nothing wrong with that.
As the race for Congress chief heats up, Congress MP Manish Tiwari has raised questions about the transparency of the AICC presidential polls. Tiwari has questioned how a fair and free election without a publicly available electoral roll. Tiwari has slammed Congress top brass for not making the electoral roll public, questioning how aspiring Congress presidential candidates would face elections not knowing who their electors are. He highlights that several state-level leaders were not aware about the list of delegates that make up AICC Electoral College. Senior Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad, who recently quit the party, has called the upcoming party presidential polls a farce. The result for presidential polls will be declared on October 19th. Rahul Gandhi has resigned as Congress president after party suffered its second consecutive defeat in the 2019 parliamentary elections. Sonia Gandhi, who took over the reins of the party again as interim president, had also offered to quit in August 2020.
Bharat Jodo Yatra is basically against divisive forces in the country who, by their action, by their thought, by their policies, are dividing the social structure of this country, who are, through their policies and through their decisions, are giving huge economic power to few selected friends. Those, because of their policy, the taxes collected, which used to be more for the corporate and less for the common man, have now been reversed. More taxes are being collected from the common man and less from corporate. So this is a party of the suit boot ki sarkar hai.
Sir, sorry to ask this, but at this point, Ghulam Nabi Azad said that joining Congress ko jodo before Bharat Jodo. What's your comment?
The point is, has Ghulam Nabi Azad Sahab made any statement against the BJP or the RSS or on any ideological line? I would like to ask you.
Another comment that's been coming over is about a free and fair election for the Congress president. This was also stated by Manish Tiwari. What is your comment on it?
He is free to contest.
Will the election be free and fair, sir?
Of course, yes.
Thank you.
Breaking news coming in on your screen. The LG to take legal action against Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Durgesh Pathak and Jasmine Shah for false, fabricated and defamatory allegations of corruption attributed to his tenure as chairman of Khadi and Village Industries Commission. LG statement says it's amply clear that a corrupt AAP is using corrupt people to divert attention from their widespread misdeeds that include massive corruption in education, liquor and PWD amounting to thousands of crores. Amit Bharadwaj joining us live on this for further details. Amit, take us through all the latest.
Well, Abha, LG Vijay Kumar Saxena has taken serious note of the allegations made by the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs inside the Delhi Assembly. And several AAP MLAs, including Durgesh Pathak, Saurabh Bharadwaj, had made allegations that Vinay Kumar Saxena was involved in a massive corruption when he was the chairman of the Khadi and Village Institutions Commission. And in fact, I have Durgesh Pathak with me. We'll just cut across to him to get his first response, Aam Aadmi Party's first response on the LG's allegations. And LG is now going to take legal action against the allegations that has been made out by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. But remember, it was in the house of Delhi Assembly, on the floor of the Delhi Assembly, where Aam Aadmi Party leaders had made claims that demonetized currencies were actually changed and exchanged in several branches of the Khadi stores which is spread across the country, and Aam Aadmi Party MLAs had claimed there are 7,000 branches across the country, which means corruption of 1,400 crore was done by Vijay Kumar Saxena when he was the chairman of the KVIC. This was the claim made by the AAP MLAs, and now Delhi LG is saying that he's going to take legal action against these MLAs, including Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is the national spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party, Durgesh Pathak, who is the senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party, as well as MLA. Durgesh ji, we will be shortly, and right here, the AAP delegation is in fact standing. Durgesh ji, इस वक्त बड़ी खबर ये आ रही है कि आप लोगों ने आरोप लगाया विनय कुमार सक्सेना पे, दिल्ली के एलजी हैं, अब उनकी तरफ से जवाब आया आपके खिलाफ, वो लीगल एक्शन लेने की बात कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं आप लोगों के जो आरोप हैं वो तथ्यहीन थे, बेबुनियाद थे, बोगस था, और आप लोग अपने जो आपके केसेस हैं उसको छुपाने के लिए डाइवर्जन टैक्टिक्स पे।
ये तो बड़ा नेचुरल था, ये तो हमें पता ही था, आज आएगा, कल आएगा या परसों आएगा, ये तो बड़ा नेचुरल है, आता ही है। लेकिन अभी भी मेन प्रश्नों का जवाब नहीं दिया जा रहा है कि भाई सीबीआई ने अपने कंप्लेन में उनको एक्यूज क्यों नहीं बुलाया, उनको पूछताछ के लिए क्यों नहीं बुलाया गया, जो कैशियर्स के स्टेटमेंट थे उनको ही बेचारों को कल्पित कैसे बना दिया गया, उनके खिलाफ ही कैसे एक्शन ले लिया गया। ये कुछ महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न है जिसकी एक इंडिपेंडेंट जांच होगी तभी पता चलेगा।
तो ये बड़ा झटका नहीं मान रहे हैं आप लोग अपने ऊपर?
नहीं, झटका क्या है, तो हम तैयार हैं। हमें जेल में डालने से, हमें जान से मारने से अगर सच्चाई छुप नहीं सकती, सच्चाई तो आके रहेगी। ये तो हमें पता ही था ये सब चीजें होगा।
Right there, Abha. First reaction of Aam Aadmi Party on India Today. Aam Aadmi Party is now responding to the legal notice that will be sent from the LG's office. So first response by Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Durgesh Pathak, remember, is one of the leaders who has been, LG's office has said that they'll be filing a legal complaint against these leaders. So first reaction from Aam Aadmi Party, where Durgesh Pathak is saying that they were pretty much prepared for these kind of ramifications, legal ramifications. They knew that this kind of situation will appear. In fact, right here outside the CBI headquarters, AAP leader Atishi is standing with a representation, and they are seeking an investigation into Operation Lotus. And on the other side, right at this moment, the big development is that Vijay Kumar Saxena, who is the LG of Delhi, has said that he is going to take legal action against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Atishi, Durgesh Pathak and Saurabh Bhardwaj. And the communication from the Lieutenant Governor office is that, the allegations that were made by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders were baseless. It did not had any merits, and a very interesting fact that we were expecting some sort of clarification, some sort of response coming from the LG's office, but that response did not come. Yes.
Let me come back to you. Let me also go to Kumar Kanal, who broke the story. Kumar, just going through the kind of escalation that we're seeing here. Just take us through, you've really been on top of this story, the LG's complaint, as well as what AAP's response has been to all the irregularities that the LG has flagged off.
Clearly, the LG House has given the full detail of the case, and LG House has communicated that the case pertains to 2017, 2016, 17, when demonetization took place. And what LG office is claiming that immediately there was a vigilance inquiry in the matter, and that vigilance inquiry has given the names of the accused as well. Basically, those who were the complainants, the vigilance inquiry found them as accused, and hence the KVIC, earlier the present LG was chairman KVIC, and KVIC referred the case to CBI, and even CBI has inquired in the matter and already filed an FIR in this regard, and further investigation is going on. So LG House has given a point-by point rebuttal on the issue, and they have claimed that they have given a complete sequence of the event, that what are the charges and how the former KVIC chairman, who is now Delhi LG, has no involvement whatsoever in the case. And now what LG House is telling, that such kind of baseless charges are
Let's also
being
go
made
across to Amit Bharadwaj. He's in conversation on ground. Let's listen in.
Yes, we will be shortly joined by Atishi to respond on the LG's office. So, big development coming in. Vijay Kumar Saxena is going to take legal action against you, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Durgesh Pathak.
Why is Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena so scared of the CBI? Why is he running away from an investigation? For the last 10 days, last 2 weeks, he has repeatedly been ordering investigations on different matters. Why is he not open to an investigation on this Notbandi scam of Khadi Village Industries? अगर एलजी साहब ने कुछ नहीं किया है, कुछ गलती नहीं करी है, तो वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन से क्लीन निकल कर आएंगे, तो क्या दिक्कत है?
So were you prepared for this legal action coming your way?
देखिए, it just seems to indicate that LG Mr. Vinay Saxena is clearly rattled. He is scared. He does not want a CBI investigation. He does not want an ED investigation.
Delhi LG is saying that the allegations made by the AAP leaders are baseless, bogus, and it's actually diversionary tactics.
Well, let the investigation happen. Why is he running away from an investigation? Why is Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena running away from an investigation? Let CBI investigate, let ED investigate. If he has done no corruption, then nothing will be the matter.
You are standing outside the CBI headquarters. You have a representation in your hand. So are you going to, submit another representation seeking an investigation?
Absolutely. We are going to submit another representation seeking an investigation. There are some more papers regarding the corruption by Mr. Vinay Kumar Saxena. We will come with all of them.
When is that going to happen?
Soon.
Okay, so that is the big news coming on India Today. Atishi, AAP leader Atishi confirms India Today that another representation by Aam Aadmi Party will be submitted to Central Bureau of Investigation seeking an investigation against Vinay Kumar Saxena. So clearly, legal war of words happening in the national capital. Big development breaking on India Today. You had Vijay Kumar Saxena, the Delhi LG, sending legal notice saying that he'll be taking legal action against Aam Aadmi Party leaders such as Atishi, Durgesh Pathak, Saurabh Bhardwaj for making baseless allegations of corruption. And remember, Aam Aadmi Party on the floor of the House had alleged that Mr. Saxena was involved in a corruption case during demonetization, and AAP MLAs had further alleged that Vinay Kumar Saxena had pressurized his subordinates, the cashiers in the Khadi Commission, to exchange the notes.
All right, Amit, we'll come back to you for more on that story as we go along. Let's also move on to the other big story we're tracking for you at this hour. Fresh AAP versus BJP showdown has erupted over Delhi schools, and a full-blown video war is being played out on social media. The political fight erupted after BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia tweeted a video alleging that the AAP spokesperson was running away from showing him the state of Delhi government schools. BJP is claiming that the Delhi education model is a sham. Meanwhile, AAP MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj, who was with Gaurav Bhatia at Delhi's Kautilya school, has claimed that the BJP leader ran away just after driving to 2 schools. This despite AAP wanting to show 498 more schools to the BJP leader.
मैनिफेस्टो है 500 स्कूल बनाएंगे नए, ये कहा था इन्होंने। और मैं समझता हूँ कि सौरभ भाई यहाँ पे हैं, विधायक हैं, ये इनको बताना चाहिए कि वो लिस्ट कहाँ है जिसमें 500 स्कूल में भी आपकी बात आपसे पहले मैंने आपका सम्मान रखा। मैं समझता हूँ कि इतना शिष्टाचार होना चाहिए। जी 500 स्कूल की लिस्ट लेने में आ गया 11 बजे। लिस्ट नहीं, एक स्कूल में आपने कहा चलेंगे का मैनिफेस्टो है।
हुआ, स्कूलों की लिस्ट आपने नहीं दी, भाजपा के प्रवक्ता कह रहे हैं।
पंकज जैन जी, आपके अपने चैनल की कल की डिबेट है, आप उसको दोबारा रन करके देख लीजिएगा। अंजना ओम कश्यप जी का शो था। गौरव भाटिया जी ने मुझे बिना किसी कारण के ये चैलेंज दिया कि सौरभ भारद्वाज जी कल 11 बजे मैं मिलूंगा आपसे, आप बताइए हम 500 स्कूलों का निरीक्षण करेंगे, वापस अंजना जी के शो पे आके रिपोर्ट देंगे, मिलेंगे या नहीं मिलेंगे या भाग केजरीवाल भाग हो जाएगा। उन्होंने कहा, ये उनके शब्द हैं, आप रिकॉर्ड पे देख लीजिएगा। मैंने उनको बोला कि आप कल 11 बजे आना चाहते हैं, आप आ जाइए। मैंने उनको स्कूल का एड्रेस दिया। हमने उनको कहा कि साहब आप अंदर चलिए, बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, क्लासरूम भी दिखाएंगे, टॉयलेट भी दिखाएंगे और पूरा नया ब्लॉक दिखाएंगे, पुराना ब्लॉक नहीं दिखाएंगे। 1967 का कुछ नहीं दिखाएंगे। 2015 के बाद जो अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार में बना है वही दिखाएंगे। ये स्कूल के अंदर जाने के लिए तैयार नहीं हो। मैंने कहा चलिए दिखाते तो हैं आपको, कम से कम टॉयलेट तो देख लीजिए, क्लासरूम तो देख लीजिए। मजदूरों से बुलवाया, भैया क्या बन रहा है, स्कूल बन रहा है, होटल बन रहा है? उन्होंने बोला स्कूल बन रहा है। मैंने कहा टॉयलेट भी बन रहे हैं या क्लासरूम में ही है? कह रहे हैं टॉयलेट भी बन रहे हैं, क्लासरूम भी बन रहे हैं। भाटिया जी ऐसे भागे वहां से, फिर बोले लिस्ट दे दो। मैंने कहा भाई लिस्ट तो तुम स्टूडियो में ही दे रहे थे, तुमने क्या कहा?
क्लासरूम को लेकर जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उस पर आपका क्या कहना है? उन्होंने कहा कि बाथरूम को भी कमरों में गिर लिया गया। ये जो आरोप है ये भाजपा लगा रही है।
क्यों नहीं, तो डर क्यों गए? जब बच्चों के साथ हम दिखाते कि क्लासरूम क्लासरूम की जगह है, टॉयलेट टॉयलेट की जगह, तो डर क्यों गए? दिखाते कि स्कूल के अंदर नीचे ग्रेनाइट का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, सीढ़ियां चढ़ते हैं तो स्टेनलेस स्टील की रॉड लगी हुई हैं, अंदर क्वालिटी दिखाते, डर क्यों गए? देखिए डर ये था, अगर स्कूल के अंदर जाएंगे और स्कूल की क्वालिटी नेशनल चैनल के ऊपर दिखेगी तो इनकी पोल खुल जाएगी।
See, what Aam Aadmi Party was claiming is being exposed today. I mean, yesterday on the TV channel, Mr. Saurabh Bhardwaj was saying that we have made 500 rooms. But today, when the fact check was there, physically by Gaurav Bhatia, this is the claim what they were doing is totally reversed. I mean, the point is, we have asked for 500 whatever schools they have made. That should be come out. So how many rooms you have made? How many classrooms? I mean, schools you have made? You are not given a reply for that. We were asking only the physical check that. Please give us the school list and how many new schools have been made.
That's the big showdown that we're trafficking for you right now as we continue to see that whole row over government schools and between BJP and AAP. We're going to take a very quick break on that note. When we come back, Karnataka on high alert amid a showdown over Ganesh Utsav celebrations at Idgah Maidan. More details coming up.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Death, drugs, and dhoka. Sonali Phogat murder unravels. Mystery over injuries on body. Curious case of Goa shack girlies. India Today uncovers the truth. The Sonali Phogat murder files. An India Today special investigation at 8 p.m.
Watching India Today.
You're with us on India Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the headlines. 5 days after being booked, Lingayat Seer accused of raping minors yet to face arrest despite outraged netas and Math back the Lingayat Seer. Ganesh Puja underway at Hobali Idgah ground after late-night Karnataka High Court nod. Idgah side likely to move Supreme Court against festivities. Christian groups want Idgah Maidan for celebrations. Delhi LG Vinay Saxena to sue AAP Neta Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Durgesh Pathak. LG accuses them of levelling false and fabricated allegations of corruption against him. AAP had accused the LG of 1,400 crore Khadi scam. Telangana CM KCR in Bihar meets Nitish Kumar and his deputy Tejaswi Yadav, two netas to discuss politics and opposition unity ahead of 2024 polls. Massive clamour for justice to Jharkhand minor girl Ankita burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. BJP claims role of Islamist PFI child rights body, demands addition of POXO sections. Ganesh festivities kick off across the country. Maharashtra steeped in devotional fervour. Celebrities, movie stars and politicians welcome Ganpati Papa, perform Aarti. Actor Jacqueline Fernandez summoned by Delhi court and Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing for her alleged role in a 200 crore extortion racket. 118 hours and counting. That's how long the Muruga Mutt Seer, accused of raping minors, has been free for. There's been no arrest, no detention, no questioning. The state police visits the Mutt every day but stops short of taking any action against the prominent Lingayat Seer. This because Neta after Neta cutting across party lines keep coming out in support of the Seer. Today, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi and former Karnataka Chief Minister backed the Seer. Prahlad Joshi went on to the extent of saying that the Seer's arrest is not an issue at all. Meanwhile, a counter-complaint has been filed against former JDS MLA and former Muruga Mutt administrator S.K. Basavarajan, Bay Warden of the Mutt. The second FIR charges the former administrator with rape and kidnapping. The complainant warden is also an accused in the original POCSO case against the Mutt pontiff.
The investigation is going on. Let investigation report come out. Arresting, non-arresting is not an issue. The investigation should be proper. I hope the Karnataka government and Karnataka police are doing the proper investigation.
It is a religious head and lakhs together people, devotees for the Muruga Mutt Sri, and there is allegations and counter allegations also there. And Swamiji already expressed that is some vested interest. These all false allegations have been made. It is all, everything will come out only proper investigation. So law will take its own course. He is cooperating for the investigation, and in the legal process, what investigation going on, it is going on, and law will take its own course.
Such a strong case we have got here, such a strong case.
Absolutely.
That must be executed. This is because the minority girls, they should not be offended.
Yeah.
Their chastity or anything, their education, everything must be protected. Everything must be protected. This sexual harassment, no one tolerate this. That too from a priest. No.
But sir, he's such a powerful religious pontiff. It appears the police are fearing to follow protocols. But why do you think the BJP has not instructed the police to act and arrest him?
I don't know, because the ruling party has to pay for it in the next elections. The people of Karnataka are watching.
You're part of the BJP, sir.
Maybe I may be the part of the BJP, but I am for the law of the land. I am for the harassment against these minor girls.
Right.
I am for the protection of those, I am for the maintenance and implementation of the POSCO, which is an important law of the land,
Yeah. And one can only imagine how safe those girls are and how many other girls may have been victims. They will all be worried now.
They are all worried. Then the whole state is watching this.
Yeah.
The whole state is watching this.
So
many parents are agonized with this.
We heard you're writing a letter to Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, I am writing a letter to the Prime Minister because when our Prime Minister used to meet her mother, he always says about the protection of girls.
Yeah.
Then respect of the girls, respect of the women folk, he always used to talk.
Yeah.
And for these girls also, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao.
What should they be doing right now, sir? What should be the right course of action?
No, the shrine, Guruji, he has to open, he must come up. Temporarily, he must resign to his Mutt office.
Yeah.
Then he allow for a fair investigation, fair inquiry. He must cooperate with officers to have a fair inquiry.
Yes.
After no, Swamiji is innocent, like that. Yes, the whole state is going to receive him, respect him. Yes.
So you want him to step down until he gets a clean chit?
No, not my. This is the opinion of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the people of the state.
Yes.
This is the opinion of the parents. This is the opinion of the offenders.
Sir, do we know anything of those two girls? Are they safe?
Now, one is scheduled caste. Here, 4 criminal IPC sections are there. One POSCO is there. POSCO is very different, very powerful.
Sagai Raj joining us live from Karnataka, Chitradurga. Sagai, take us through all the latest on the case.
So far, the police have not summoned or questioned the seer, that is Shivmurti Sharanu of Muruga Rajendra Swami Math. And what we also get to learn is yesterday the survivors have filed their statement under section CRPC 164. Following that, the investigating officer had to take possession of that particular statement from the judge. So far, that has not been done. The handover has not been done. And once it is left to the investigating officer whether to summon, detain or question the seer in this particular case. So far, nothing has happened. Close to 6 days now. Nothing has been done by the police apart from taking measuring of the incident place as well as recording the statement of victims and doing a medical test of them. Apart from that, everything is going as normal as it was before inside the mud. And you can see here, people are coming every single day. There are a large number of people here, VIPs, politicians, ex-IPS officers are visiting this place, and this man who is an alleged accused in this particular case is still living the same life how he used to be before, and there are no restrictions for him. And the larger question which has been asked by the people is that what police is trying to do, whether these people, the influential people, whoever meets him can also meet these people, these survivors, and there are possibilities of they influencing the survivors in this particular case. So if that happens, and there might be no evidence or any kind of crime in this particular case. So we need to wait and watch how the police are going to take this case forward and when they're going to detain him or summon him to question on the same.
All right, thanks so much for that, Sagai Raj. Justice for Jharkhand minor Ankita, who was burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. Jharkhand Child Welfare Committee recommends SP to add sections under POCSO Act in the matter. Recommendations come after it found out that the deceased was 15 years old and not 19, as mentioned by police in her recorded statement. On August 23rd, Shahrukh allegedly poured petrol on Ankita from outside the window of her room when she was sleeping and set her afire in Jharkhand's Dumka. Ankita was admitted to a hospital with 90% burns and succumbed to her injuries 5 days later. Shahrukh is currently in police custody. Before succumbing to her injuries, Ankita gave her statement to the police in which she said that the accused called on her mobile around 10 days ago, pestering her to become his friend.
फैमिली से मिले, वी चेक द डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड एवरीथिंग. सो क्लैरिटी काफ़ी हमें मिल चुका है और राइट नाउ आफ्टर गिविंग द रिपोर्ट एंड आफ्टर सबमिशन ऑफ द रिपोर्ट टू द ऑनरेबल कमीशन वी विल बी एबल टू पुट ऑल द फैक्ट्स विच आर रेलेवेंट फैक्ट्स इन फ्रंट ऑफ द कमीशन एंड द गवर्नमेंट.
की उम्र थी 16 साल. बयान देते समय या कुछ उस समय जली हुई थी बच्ची, जली हुई अवस्था में, तो इतने लहर से या 16 या 17 बोली होगी, पुलिस को सुना दिया 19 लिख दिया. आधार कार्ड है, जो सर्टिफिकेट है उसी से मान्यता होगा ना. अब लिखने से थोड़ी कुछ होगा. के साथ बातचीत की थी, ये सुना है आपने? नहीं, हम तो कभी नहीं सुना सर कि उसका नाम अभिषेक है. उसका शुरू से मैं नाम जानता हूँ, उसका शाहरुख हुसैन नाम है उसका. मतलब उसका दोस्त है. देखिए, कोई भी कांड करेगा एक आदमी से नहीं होगा जब तक उसको साथी नहीं मिले, दोस्त नहीं मिले. मतलब 2 आदमी की मदद से ही सब होता है. किसी की हिम्मत नहीं करेगा कि अकेला कोई गलत काम कर दे. तुम उतना छोटा बच्चा को तुम सारा दिन रात को गांजा पीते हो और तुम सोचते हो बात करो मिलो. जी पीता ही है दिन रात. शाहरुख दिन रात पी का हमेशा रहता है. छोटू भी वही है. जब उसका दोस्त ऐसा रहेगा तो कैसा अच्छा थोड़ी रहेगा.
आपके पास अभी टाइम नहीं है इस दरवाजे पे आके खड़े होने का. आपके पास टाइम नहीं है. आपका भाई यहाँ से MLA है जीता हुआ. इस दरवाजे पे आना उनका धर्म बनता है, उनकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है, उनका कर्तव्य बनता है. इस दरवाजे पे आके परिवार के कंधे पे हाथ रखना ये मुख्यमंत्री के भाई का धर्म बनता है. और मेरे को ये कहना है कि आज ये पूरी दुनिया साथ खड़ी है लेकिन सरकार साथ नहीं है. पूरे दुनिया के लोग अपने संदेश भेज रहे हैं, सांत्वना भेज रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार गायब है. ये बहुत पीड़ा की बात है.
इस घटना में कड़ी जांच होनी चाहिए और दोषियों को ऐसी सजा होनी चाहिए जिससे ऐसा अपराध करने वाले लोगों की रूह कांपे. और निश्चित रूप से एक सवाल उठ रहा है कि जिसने ऐसा कांड किया है, जो इसका नाम शाहरुख है, उसके सारे रिलेशंस को जांच में लाना ही चाहिए।
सरकार ने उचित इलाज की व्यवस्था नहीं की। व्यवस्था करने के बजाय सत्ता बचाने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री जी पिकनिक मना रहे थे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता संघर्ष कर रहे हैं उसको न्याय दिलाने के लिए। और जो घटना घटी है वहां पर पुलिस प्रशासन की भूमिका संदेहास्पद है।
All right, AAP leaders protesting outside CBI office in Delhi. They're sitting on a dharna. Those are the latest visuals coming in with all of those AAP leaders gathering there. This is the CBI headquarters in Delhi. That's where the AAP leaders are on a dharna right now. And the BJP AAP dangal continuing. AAP leaders now taking to the streets on this entire issue. Remember, we've seen an escalation in the Delhi LG versus AAP war. The LG has flagged irregularities in liquor licenses, classroom constructions. The AAP delegation at the CBI office in Delhi seeking action against BJP for what it calls an attempt to topple their government. Amit joining us live from the location. Let's go across to him. Amit Bhardwaj. Amit, take us through, what really those AAP leaders are saying. They're saying this is an attempt to topple the government. How are they backing this up?
Well, Abha, there are dramatic visuals coming from outside the CBI headquarters in the national capital. This lot of people that you are seeing sitting and raising slogans outside the CBI headquarters are actually Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, and they are being led by Sanjay Singh, Aam Aadmi Party MLA, MP, Rajya Sabha MP, and they are raising slogans against the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are alleging that MLAs across the country are being posed by the Bharatiya Janata Party under its Operation Lotus, and that is why these AAP MLAs along with Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha Sansad Sanjay Singh have sat on a dharna and they are raising slogans. Look at the placards that AAP MLAs are holding. Operation Lotus ki jaanch CBI se karao. These are the placards that the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are holding right now, and they were trying to enter the CBI headquarters in the national capital. However, they were stopped by the Delhi police and the barricades have been put out here. After long conversation and trying to, communicate that they want to meet the CBI officials, they were not given permission, and that is why these AAP MLAs have now decided to sit on a dharna. I'll also try to speak with a couple of them. We are joined by दिलीप पांडे. आप लोग नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं दिलीप जी कि आप लोगों को अंदर नहीं जाने दिया. होश में आओ, होश में आओ. Sloganeering happening outside the CBI headquarters. मदन लाल जी, क्या परमिशन नहीं मिली है आप लोगों को?
Not yet.
Not yet. तो यहाँ धरने पे ही बैठे रहेंगे?
अब देखते हैं वो कब परमिशन देते हैं, कब आते हैं, कब रिप्रेजेंटेशन देने का अलाउ करते हैं.
ठीक है. दिलीप जी, क्या आप लोगों ने पहले परमिशन मांगे?
भाई साहब समय मांग रहे हैं. आज 3 बजे आने से पहले भी बता दिया. हम मान के चलते कि भी लोकतंत्र के प्रहरी हैं, हम भी लोकतंत्र के सिपाही हैं. लोकतंत्र बचाने के लिए, ऑपरेशन लोटस का सच सामने लाने के लिए 277 एमएलए खरीदने के लिए 6300 करोड़ कहां से आई, ये जनता को बताने के लिए ये लोग भी रेडी होंगे, हम भी रेडी हैं. अब वेट कर रहे हैं कि अंदर से बुलावा आए तो जाएं. कंप्लेन तो दर्ज करा लो.
प्रूफ क्या है आप लोगों के पास? ये सवाल उठ रहा है.
अरे उधर अंदर बैठे हुए प्रूफ वाले, आप गलत आदमी से पूछ रहे हैं. मैं सीबीआई के पास आया हूं कि जांच करो, सबूत निकालो, गवाह निकालो, सब कुछ जांच पड़ताल करके बताओ कि 277 एमएलए खरीदने के लिए 6300 करोड़ रुपए कहां से आए. ये उन्होंने पता लगाना है. सारे सबूत इकट्ठा करने हैं भाई सबने देखा हुआ है 15 से लेके आज तक कर्नाटक में क्या हुआ, महाराष्ट्र में एक बार क्या हुआ, दूसरी बार क्या हुआ, गोवा में क्या हुआ, मध्य प्रदेश में क्या हुआ, मणिपुर में क्या हुआ। कांग्रेस और दिगर पार्टियों के 277 एमएलए की फहरिस्त हम देने को तैयार है, इनके पास ना हो तो, लेकिन केस दर्ज कर लो भाई साहब। कि पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि भाजपा और आम आदमी पार्टी के एक मुद्दे पे एक साथ खड़ी है। गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने के लिए और ऑपरेशन लोटस की सच्चाई सामने आने के लिए।
प्राइमा फेसाई ये कंप्लेंट दर्ज कराने के लिए भी क्या कोई प्रूफ दे रहे हैं आप लोग अपने रिप्रेजेंटेशन के?
भाई साहब 277 एमएलए की तमाम सोशल मीडिया पे, यूट्यूब पे ऑडियो है, एक सीएम कह रहा है आ जाओ आ जाओ। ये कैसे पता चलेगा कौन सही कौन गलत? जांच करना पड़ेगा। जांच कैसे होगी? केस दर्ज करना पड़ेगा, शिकायत लेनी पड़ेगी। हम शिकायत करने आए, शिकायत रिसीव करने को तैयार है। भाजपा के इशारे पे काम कर रहे हैं क्या? सीबीआई इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी है, भाजपा के इशारे पे क्यों चल रहा है? हमारी कंप्लेन रिसीव कर लें।
Okay. As Alok tries to show you the visuals as to what is happening here, I will go on the other side of the protest that is happening right outside the CBI headquarters. Dramatic visuals coming from the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, big delegation of Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are sitting on a dharna and they are actually being led by Sanjay Singh, AAP Rajya Sabha MP. He is right there, protesting and raising slogans one after other. And we'll also try to speak to him as to what is the ground for the allegations that are being made out by the Aam Aadmi Party right here outside the CBI headquarters. And clearly AAP MLAs and AAP delegation is still maintaining that they have not gotten permission. They are still waiting for the CBI officials to give them time, and they had requested for time so that they can register their complaint. And right there, Atishi, Aam Aadmi Party senior leader and MLA from Delhi, is holding the representation, copy of the representation that AAP wants to submit with the CBI. And they are alleging that Operation Lotus has happened and the country has witnessed it. It is not only the case of Delhi where it was attempted. These MLAs and these Sanjay Singh is saying that it was attempted in Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and right here the barricades are there, and there is the CBI headquarters where this AAP delegation wants to move. Let's cut across to Sanjay Singh, Aam Aadmi Party MP. Sanjay जी, आप लोगों के पास क्या सबूत है जिसके तहत आप लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं?
अच्छा, महाराष्ट्र में क्या सबूत था? मध्य प्रदेश में क्या सबूत था? कर्नाटक में क्या सबूत था? गोवा में क्या सबूत था? खोखा खोखा चल रहा है पूरे देश में। मैं मोदी जी से कहना चाहता हूँ, देश से धोखा बंद करो और ये खोखा खोखा बंद करो। पूरे देश में सरकारों को खरीद रहे हो, गिरा रहे हो, धंधा चला रखा है आपने, लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रहे हैं, सरकारों की हत्या कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली में हम ये नहीं चलने देंगे।
संजय जी, ये आरोप भी लग रहा है कि आप लोगों ने कहा रिकॉर्डिंग है आपके विधायकों को तोड़ने की।
All right, thanks so much for joining us with all of that action on ground, Hamid. Seeing water logging in front of tech offices in Bangalore, 48 hours since it last rained in Bangalore, and yet water logging has not reduced. The nearby lakes are full. Officials are finding it hard to drain the water, so we're seeing this heavy water logging coming in. Let's go across to Nagarjun to take us through really what the situation is looking like there. Nagarjun?
Could you please repeat me your question?
Yes, Nagarjun, I mean, I can see the water logging behind you, but tell us the extent of the damage, the inconvenience, the amount of area that's been under with this heavy rain and the kind of companies and area that it's impacting.
Abba, I'm coming to you from the tech corridor of Bengaluru. Behind me are all the tech companies, big tech companies. This is the place where the revenue comes for Bengaluru. But look at the infrastructure crumbling. In the last 48 hours, Bengaluru has not seen any rainfall. But look at the water logging here. This is because of the nearby lakes completely filled to the brim, and the lake has been getting breached time and again. We have seen how commuters are facing difficulties. Look at the level of water. This is after 48 hours of no rain. The last rain was day before yesterday, so that was on Monday, and still the ring road of Bengaluru is seeing heavy water logging. Look at all the companies and the hotels. These are all the five-star hotels, apartments, big tech giants which produce the revenue of the city here. Remember, this is Silicon Valley of India. This is the place where IT tech parks are there, biotechnology tech parks are there, but look at the state of affairs for infrastructure. This is after no rain for last 48 hours, and today fortunately there's festival and it's a government holiday, and yet the traffic is completely bumper to bumper and the water logging has not gone down. It's only because of the lakes that is nearby and it is filled to the brim, and it is not, the water is not being drained. The officials are fighting it very hard as well. Let me also ask my camera person to show you the security guards of the tech park. Look at them. They are also knee level into the water, trying to make sure that their employees also go out. The tech park, this is the Eco Space Tech Park. Look at the entry gate. Even that is completely flooded. This is unprecedented as of now. We have not seen such a huge rainfall in terms of the centimeter that we received in the last 4-5 days. We have not seen in the last 1 decade is what the Met Department says. And now as a result of non-stop rain, we have seen waterlogging in parts of Bengaluru, especially in the tech corridor, that the waterlogging still continues to be here. I'm at least standing 2 feet above the ground and the water is almost touching my feet. So you can imagine to what extent the water is logging here, and the roads are inundated here in the tech corridor of Bengaluru.
All right, thanks for joining us. And it does look like quite a heavy situation there in India's tech corridor. Karnataka on high alert amid a showdown over Ganesh Utsav celebrations at Idgah Maidan. Ganesha festivities have begun at Idgah Maidan in Karnataka's Hubballi district after Karnataka High Court allowed the planned celebrations late Tuesday night. Sri Ram Sene and other Hindu groups rejoiced, calling the idol installation a historic moment. BJP leaders Prahlad Joshi and Jagdish Shettar also paid a visit to the pandal. The High Court bench further stated that the records clearly indicate the property belongs to the state government. However, Muslim group which approached Karnataka High Court against Ganesha festivities at the venue is likely to move the Supreme Court today. They have reached Delhi. But at Chamarajpet, Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru, security has been heightened after the Supreme Court refused to allow Ganesha celebrations at the venue. The Supreme Court provided relief to the Waqf Board petitioners and ordered that the Ganesh Utsav Puja must be held somewhere else.
The track record of the Congress party is appeasement to the maximum level. This property belongs to the corporation. Only for twice in a day license is given to the namaz. Remaining 363 days in the year, the corporation can use this property according to its wish because property belongs to them.
It is a happiest moment for the Hindu people that Ganesh Utsav is celebrating in the Idgah Maidan. This Idgah Maidan, it is for the one community for 2 times prayer. It is allowed, and even Supreme Court, in High Court and Supreme Court, already there is a verdict that this land belongs to, this Maidana belongs to completely ownership of the HDMC. There is only restriction that there should not be any permanent structures in this Maidan regarding celebrating religious programs.
इतिहास में स्वर्णाक्षर में लिखने वाले दिन है। कोट्यांतर हिंदू भावनाओं को, भक्तियों को न्यायालय न्याय दिया है, तो मैं न्यायालय को, कोर्ट को अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं। और जो विरोध करते हैं, विरोध किए हैं, उनको भी मैं इशारा देता हूं, इस देश में ये दादागिरी नहीं चलेगी। अंजुमन इस्लाम हो, वक्फ बोर्ड हो और कांग्रेस हो, ये दादागिरी नहीं चलेगी।
Honorable High Court of Karnataka has given historical verdict at 11:30. Then we have decided at 7:30 we have established the Ganesh statue.
Situation in Hubballi is totally peaceful, and we have made elaborate bandobast regarding Ganesha festival. We have made elaborate bandobast. For that we have deployed one RAF company also. Along with that, 10 KSRP platoons, 10 Seer platoons, and we have requested 400 officers and staff from other units and 400 home guards also. Apart from that, entire city officers and staff, they are also deployed for this bandobast.
All right, let's take a break. When we return, Ganesh festivities kick off across the country. Maharashtra steeped in devotional fervor. Celebrities, movie stars, politicians, all performing art.
You are watching India Today.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness
death, drugs, and dhoka? Sonali Phogat murder unravels. Mystery over injuries on body. Curious case of Goa shack girlies. India Today uncovers the truth. The Sonali Phogat murder files. An India Today special investigation at 8 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
All right, let's take a look at the vibrance and fervor of Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations across India. Devotees thronging Mumbai's famous Lal Bagh Raja Pandal to offer prayers on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. The Lal Bagh Raja Pandal is a major attraction during Ganesh Chaturthi in Mumbai. Morning Aarti was performed at Sri Siddhivinayak Temple in Mumbai. Thousands of devotees visited the temple to witness the celebrations of Ganesha and take his blessings. Devotees visit renowned Tekri Ganesh Mandir on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. The doors of the iconic temple were closed earlier due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Ganesha idol installed at Idgah ground at Hubballi Dharwad after Karnataka High Court upheld authorities' decision to allow Ganesh Utsav at the grounds. Security has been heightened there. Amidst vibrance and fervor of Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Mumbai, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, along with his family, offered prayers to Lord Ganesha at his residence on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi.
Om Pranaya.
Well, celebrities also marking the festivities. Religious fervor in flow after the pandemic curbs last year mooted celebrations. From Shilpa Shetty to Soha Ali Khan and Kunal Khemu to Kartik Aaryan, Bollywood is steeped in Ganesha fervor. Many celebs have brought home Bappa. Several Bollywood actors marking the day by offering puja and taking part in aartis. Mumbai was eagerly awaiting for things to get back to normal, as Ganesh Chaturthi is one of those festivals in which everyone is filled with positive vibes and good energy. Let's take a break. On the other side, the race for Congress chief heats up. Congress MP Manish Tiwari questions the transparency of AICC presidential polls.
You are watching India Today.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Ankita Kumari, right here on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Death, drugs, and dhoka. Sonali Phogat murder unravels. Mystery over injuries on body. Curious case of Goa shack girlies. India Today uncovers the truth. The Sonali Phogat murder files. An India Today special investigation at 8 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
As the race for Congress chief heats up, Congress MP Manish Tiwari has raised questions about the transparency of the AICC presidential polls. Tiwari has questioned how a fair and free election without a publicly available electoral roll is possible. He's also slammed Congress top brass for not making the electoral roll public, questioning how aspiring Congress presidential candidates would face elections not knowing who their electors are. He highlights that several state-level leaders were not aware about the list of delegates that make up the AICC Electoral College. Senior Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad, who recently quit the party, has called the upcoming presidential polls a farce. The result for presidential polls will be declared on the 19th of October. Rahul Gandhi had resigned as Congress president after the party suffered its second consecutive defeat in the 2019 parliamentary elections. Sonia Gandhi, who took over the reins of the party again as interim president, had also offered to quit in August 2020.
Whatever he may have said, as you know, yesterday Jairam Ramesh informed the press conference which I was present at that Mr. Mistry has given a full explanation. Certainly, I think it's important that everybody should have transparency on the electoral rolls. If that's what Manish has asked for, then I'm sure that it's a principle that everyone will agree. Everyone should know who can nominate, who can vote. There's nothing wrong with that.
Bharat Jodo Yatra is basically against divisive forces in the country who, by their action, by their thought, by their policies, are dividing the social structure of this country, who are, through their policies and through their decisions, are giving huge economic power to few selected friends. Those, because of their policy, the taxes collected, which used to be more for the corporate and less for the common man, have now been reversed. More taxes are being collected from the common man and less from corporate. So this is a party of the suit boot ki sarkar hai.
Sir, sorry to ask this, but at this point, Ghulam Nabi Azad said that joining Congress ko jodo before Bharat Jodo. What's your comment?
The point is, Has Ghulam Nabi Azad Saab made any statement against the BJP or the RSS or on any ideological line? I would like to ask you.
Another comment that's been coming over is about a free and fair election for the Congress president. This was also stated by Manish Tiwari. What is your comment on it?
He is free to contest.
Will the election be free and fair, sir?
Of course, yes.
मनीष कह रहे हैं मतलब वो उनके हिसाब से कि जो लिस्ट है वो पूरी बोगस है। मतलब कब इलेक्शन हुआ, आपने कब चुनाव कराया, ये नाम कहां से आए हैं, ये कैसे पता चलेगा। मतलब लगातार आनंद शर्मा ने CWC में कहा, गुलाम नबी आजाद ने कहा कि पूरे संगठन का चुनाव जो है वो एक पूरा स्वांग और ढोंग है।
नहीं देखिए, ये बात तो देखो, ये जैसा मैंने अभी प्रक्रिया देखा है, 5 साल पहले भी ऐसी थी, उसके 5 साल पहले भी ऐसी थी, उसके मैं तो 3 इलेक्शन 4 इलेक्शन 2004 के बाद जब सक्रिय हुआ हूं तो मैंने 3-4 इलेक्शन देखे। सिस्टम तो तीनों बार सेम रहा है। तो मैं इनसे कहूंगा कि भाई वो तो सिस्टम वही है, हमें सबको पता है क्या सिस्टम है कैसा नहीं है, हर पार्टी में किस तरीके से इलेक्शन होता है, और अभी तक तो सबको ठीक ही लगा है। भाई उसी मसले से निकल के तो गुलाम नबी जी CWC मेंबर बने, उसी मसले से निकल के तो आनंद शर्मा जी CWC मेंबर बने, या वो भी फर्जी बने थे। अगर वो फर्जी बने थे तो आज उनको उंगली उठाने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है।
Telangana Chief Minister KCR arrives in Patna and meets Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav in a latest outreach move aimed at stitching together an alliance of like-minded parties against the BJP. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao today met Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and his Deputy Tejasvi Yadav in Patna. KCR's arrival in Bihar is being seen as a big political development ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Remember, after the separation with the NDA, this would be Bihar first meeting to root out BJP from the centre. KCR, upon his visit to Bihar, is participating in a program along with the 2 Bihar leaders and will provide financial assistance to families of Indian soldiers who were martyred in Galwan Valley. Big development in the Sonali Phogat death case. Haryana cops have arrested accountant Shivam, who is accused of disappearing after stealing laptop, DVR, office mobile phone and other documents from Sonali's farm house office. The accused is said to be the aide of Phogat's PA, Sudhir Sangwan, who is a prime suspect in the case. Meanwhile, Goa police team has reached Delhi and are expected to visit Sonali's Gurugram flat in Green Gurugram Society in Sector 102. The society's guard has claimed that Phogat visited her flat on the 20th of August and her family has claimed that she owned this flat, but Sudhir Sangwan allegedly got transferred this property in his name. Goa police also visited his Seer, where Sonali Phogat owned 3 showrooms, a farmhouse and a bungalow besides the agricultural land. 6 accused, including Sudhir and Sukhwinder, have been arrested in the case so far.
जानते हैं, यहाँ ये रहते हैं, इस फ्लैट में रहते हैं। तो सर किसके साथ रहते थे? उनका भी तो नाम होगा ना कुछ? सबका नाम होगा। जब रियल सब कुछ पता है, उनके साथ जब यहाँ पर थी, बाउंसर रहते थे, सब कुछ पता था। अच्छा, 20 तारीख को यहीं पे आई थी? हाँ।
गोवा पुलिस अभी पहुंचे, सारा अभी पूछते हैं उनसे, भाई क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ, हमें बताएंगे।
जो एक आरोपी है शिवम, वो पुलिस की हिरासत में, उससे क्या क्या बरामद हुआ है?
उससे मोबाइल, लैपटॉप, DVR बरामद हो गई, तीनों चीजें।
अच्छा, आपने कल एक वीडियो आया था, उसमें आपने कहा था कि गोवा पुलिस सबसे पहले अगर गुरुग्राम जाती है तो फैमिली मेंबर्स की प्रेजेंस में वो उस फ्लैट को खोले।
जी बिल्कुल, वो हमने वीडियो बनवा के डाला था, क्योंकि वो हमें गुमराह कर रहे थे। गोवा पुलिस बता ही नहीं रही थी भाई कब हिसार आ रहे हैं, कब गुड़गांव आ रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं। 3 दिन से उन्होंने वहीं पर सबूत मिटाने की पूरी कोशिश की गोवा पुलिस ने। अब हरियाणा आ रहे हैं तब भी हमें नहीं बता रहे हैं। भाई हमारा तो बंदा गुजरा है, हमें तो बताने का इन्फॉर्म करने का मतलब।
उनका फ्लैट किराए पे लिया गया था या उनका अपना था?
गुरुग्राम में 2 फ्लैट हैं, एक किराए पे है और एक खरीदा हुआ है। जी।
तो क्या गुरुग्राम में पुलिस गई तो परिवार को उसकी सूचना मिली?
नहीं, अभी नहीं गए गुरुग्राम। हमने पूछा पुलिस से, भाई आप सीधे इशारा हो गया गुरुग्राम जाओगे, अगर गुरुग्राम जाते हो तो हम लोग निकले बाय रोड।
तो गोवा पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन से आप खुश नहीं है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी खुश नहीं है जी।
पुलिस के साथ आप हिसार में कहाँ जाएंगे, इतना बता दीजिए खाली।
संतर नगर वाले मकान में, ठीक है, और यहाँ अपने फार्म हाउस पे।
शिवम कहाँ था इतने दिनों और आपने कहाँ से उसको डिटेन किया?
शिवम जो है वो यूपी से है, मेनली वो मेरठ, गाजियाबाद उस एरिया में था। ये वो था,
कभी फोन ऑन कर देता, कभी बंद कर देता था। अभी पूछताछ जारी है उनसे, लैपटॉप वगैरह फोन वगैरह मिला है उनसे, बट हम बात कर रहे हैं कि वो मतलब कि चोरी करके लेके गया था, किस कारण से गया, सभी जांच कर रहे हैं।
आज हमारे पीआई और उसके साथ में पूरी टीम हरियाणा रवाना हो चुके हैं और पूरे अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस केस का करेंगे। हमने हरियाणा सीएम के लिए इसकी केस की पूरी जानकारी जो अपडेट करना था उसका रिपोर्ट पूरा भेज दिया है। ड्रग्स के बारे में हमारा एंटी नारकोटिक सेल बहुत अच्छी तरह से काम कर रहा है। मुझे पूरा एक्चुअली हमारे एंटी नारकोटिक सेल और पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा है, क्योंकि इस तरह का कोई मामला आगे नहीं जाएगा।
Goa police investigation into the Sonali Phogat murder intensifies. Police are looking into Sukhwinder Singh, a mysterious figure who is believed to have had economic reasons for the alleged crime. Here's a report.
He is visible in this video, partying with BJP leader. And he is visible in the final available image of the social media star before her death. The Goa police says he has confessed spiking Sonali Phogat's drink, triggering a chain of events that ended in her death. In the investigation so far, we have told you about her assistant Sudhir Sangwan. But very little has been known so far about the other man in the images, Sukhwinder Singh. Goa police believes there were economic reasons for the alleged crime.
प्रॉपर्टी से रिलेटेड मसला हो सकता है या फिर राजनीतिक मसला भी हो सकता है?
Right now I cannot establish whether it is political or economic, but normally आप सब जानते हैं जर जोरू जमीन के बिना कोई तीसरा क्राइम मोटिव हुआ नहीं करता।
Sukhwinder, who was arrested along with Sudhir, is resident of Haryana's Mandola village, less than 100 kilometers from Delhi. Going by the moniker SS, Sukhwinder, who has been remanded to police custody, owns a crusher in the nearby mining areas. Has a cousin sister who is a national level rower and is the son of a farmer. But first, how did Sukhwinder come into contact with Sonali Phogat in the first place? Goa's DGP tells India Today that during interrogation, Sukhwinder said that he had met Sonali during assembly elections and that he was fond of appearing in videos. So he used to engage with Sonali. In fact, Sukhwinder was allegedly to play a small part in Sonali's shoot in Goa on 25th of August, a plan cut short by her death 2 days prior. The police is now investigating what Sukhwinder said to his family before he was arrested last Friday. His wife Sonia, who is expecting, says that he definitely has political contacts for his business and that he is clear about his innocence.
उसको पॉलिटिकल एंगल से फंसाया जा रहा है, उसकी सिर्फ इतनी सी ही गलती थी कि वो उस पे वहाँ पे मौजूद रह गया। इसके अलावा उसका इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ना हम किसी सोनाली फोगाट को जानते, ना उसके परिवार वालों को जानते, ना हम सुधीर सांगवान को जानते।
हमारा लड़का यही है नहीं, धंधा अपना धंधा से काम किया करता, वहाँ धंधा बिजनेस किया करता।
मेरे बेटो गलत फंसाया से महाराज, एक बेटो से हमारे बेटो ऐसा काम करते भी नहीं करे और ना हमारे बेटो ने कदे ऐसा काम सोचा। सब बाण बेटे की इज्जत रखा कर।
Neighbors and villagers speak up for Sukhwinder in disbelief that he could be involved in such a crime.
लड़का बहुत बढ़िया है, यहाँ गांव में उसके कोई लाग लपेट नहीं है। यहाँ पूरा गुआंड में और गांव में किसी से भी पता करो आप, कोई भी मतलब लाग लपेट नहीं है उसके।
But Sukhwinder's proximity to controversial Haryana politician and sitting MLA Gopal Kanda has stirred word of a political conspiracy.
आज तक ना इस प्रकार का उसका गांव स्तर पे कोई रिपोर्ट रहा है, ना कोई लेना देना है। उन्होंने मैंने पूछा तो उसे कहा है, उन्होंने बॉम्बे के बारे में बताया था और अक्सर वो काम के सिलसिले में बाहर रहता रहता।
As the investigation goes deeper into the true motives for the death, it has only gotten murkier. Bureau Report, India Today. In an effort to weed out extremist elements in Assam,
A massive eviction drive is underway in a madrasa in Bongaigaon against a madrasa with alleged links to global terror group Al-Qaeda. After receiving the eviction notice from the district administration, the madrasa authorities have been carrying out the eviction since night time with the help of local people. The eviction drive has been carried out following the arrest of Mufti Hafizur Rahman, who was a teacher at the madrasa. He stayed at the madrasa as a teacher while carrying out jihadi activities from the premises of the religious institution.
We are not demolishing madrasas. We are demolishing madrasas run by jihadis. We can't allow our land to do such kind of jihadi activities. Jihadis are against nationalism. Jihadis are threat for the sovereignty of the country. So we can't allow jihadis to run such kind of activities in our land. So Assam government is not against any madrasas. We are seriously, strongly against the jihadis and madrasas run by jihadis. We have sufficient proof against them. Lot of proofs. They have a lot of proofs against them. Then only we do such kind of demolish activities. Otherwise, we don't do. Lot of madrasas in Assam. We haven't done anything against them.
मैंने साफ बोल दिया, कहीं भी आपको कोई आदमी या कोई इदारा आपको गलत काम में अगर उसके अंदर मिलता है, इन्वॉल्व मिलता है, आप उसको पकड़िए, ले जाइए, जेल दीजिए, फांसी दीजिए, हमें उससे कोई मतलब नहीं। लेकिन ये बुलडोजर राज बंद करिए, क्योंकि ये पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी है। अगर करना है तो आप कानून के तरीके से जाइए। इल्लीगल है तो इल्लीगल का आज कोर्ट में जब जाएंगे, हाई कोर्ट अगर कोई चला गया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चला गया, धज्जियां उड़ा देंगे लोग। बड़ी बड़ी सरकारों को धज्जियां उड़ा दिया लोगों ने। ऐसे ऐसे वकील हमारे यहाँ बैठे हैं, तो इसलिए वो बात वहाँ तक नहीं जाना चाहिए। हम नहीं चाहते, आपस में बातचीत से इस मसले को हल किया जाए। बुलडोजर बंद करो, सबसे पहली बात।
आपका नाम क्या है दीदी?
India's focus on the new monsters, those who abuse, batter and ill-treat people who are relatively powerless or are poorer. First, we saw lawyer Bhavya Rai, who hurled filthy abuses at the society guards and battered them for delaying the opening of society gates. Then we saw the Gurugram high-rise resident Varun Nath, who was infuriated after the lift was stuck and started abusing and beating up the guard and liftman. And finally, sacked BJP Neta Seema Patra, who kept a specially abled tribal woman working as her help enslaved and locked up. Patra beat up the hapless woman regularly and labelled her body with hot iron. Patra also beat up the woman with rolling pins. Well, action in Jharkhand after battered domestic help filed a case. Accused and ex-BJP leader Seema Patra have been arrested by the cops. She's been accused of kidnapping and assaulting and physically challenged tribal woman. Seema said the case against her is politically motivated. The victim, Sunita, shared the details of the horrific incident. Sunita said she was branded with a hot iron and was beaten up regularly. She also accused Seema of breaking her teeth with an iron rod. The Congress hit out at the BJP over this. BJP has already sacked Seema from the party. She is the wife of ex-IAS officer. The victim is getting treatment at a hospital and the police registered a case.
बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है,
बहुत जोर जोर से मारती थी, वो भी लोहा से।
अच्छा ठीक है, नहीं सोच कर रोना नहीं, स्ट्रॉन्ग रहो।
वो भी लोहा से और बेलन से और कड़छी होता है।
अब दुख वाला दिन चला गया, समझे, सब बुरा खत्म हो गया।
गलत आरोप है, राजनीति से प्रेरित आरोप है, मेरे पर जो आरोप है गलत आरोप है। हाँ फंसाया गया हमको, गाड़ी ले जाया गया है, हमको फंसाया गया है। मैडम मैं बेकसूर हूँ।
Trouble mounting on Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez over the 200 crore extortion case linked to conman Sukhwinder. A Delhi court has taken cognizance of the ED charge sheet against Jackie and has issued the summons on September 26. Meanwhile, the Delhi police have also issued fresh summons against the actor, and she will appear on September 12th after skipping earlier summons issued for August 29th. The ED had named Jackie in their charge sheet as an accused in the extortion case. The actor's assets worth over 7 crore rupees have already been attached by the enforcement watchdog under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
See, the Delhi police has registered the predicate offence, the main offence in this matter. It is but natural for the investigating agency to call her for a statement. But definitely, if you look at the charge sheet filed by the Delhi police in the matter, wherein the other accused have been named as accused, not Jacqueline, she will be a witness to these proceedings, not an accused.
We take a break. When we return, news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Death, drugs, and dhoka. Sonali Phogat murder unravels. Mystery over injuries on body. Curious case of Goa shack girlies. India Today uncovers the truth. The Sonali Phogat murder files. An India Today special investigation at 8 p.m.
BJP Neta from Jharkhand, Seema Patra, has been suspended from the party for brutal assault and torture of her house help. The victim, named Sunita, said she would repeatedly thrash, brandish with a hot iron and made to lick urine. Patra has now been arrested by the cops. Big development in Ankita murder case. The Jharkhand child panel has claimed that Ankita, who was burnt after being stalked by accused Shahrukh, was a minor. The panel says Ankita was 15 and not 19, as stated in the police statement. The Child Welfare Panel is now demanding that Shahrukh be booked under the POSCO Act. Goa police team visited Haryana today in connection with the Sonali Phogat murder case. The cops were in Hisar, where Phogat owned a farmhouse, 3 flats and a bungalow. Her former accountant, who was missing after stealing her laptop and mobile phone, has also been arrested. Delhi political war escalates. BJP refuted AAP charge that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was offered to join the Saffron Party in exchange for closure of all cases against him. Later, AAP Neta staged a protest outside the CBI office, demanding a probe into Operation Lotus.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Children raped in Karnataka. Sorry, elections. Ruling party in Karnataka, will you speak up? Sorry, elections. Opposition party, will you speak up in Karnataka? Congress party, will you speak up in Karnataka? BJP, will you speak up in Karnataka? Sorry, elections. That's what child rape has come down to in a state going to elections. It's been over 120 hours since allegations of child rape against the Chitradurga Matsya, and he still hasn't been arrested. That's what we're up against in this country, and that's what elections mean. 5 Live at 5 p.m. Death, drugs, and dhoka. Sonali Phogat murder unravels. Mystery over injuries on body. Curious case of Goa shack girlies. India Today uncovers the truth. The Sonali Phogat murder files. An India Today special investigation at 8 p.m. Five days, no arrest, no detention. Rape accused Seer walks free. Non-bailable charges filed. But Seer comfortably placed in mud. Mudbag Seer cries conspiracy. Politicians throw weight behind Seer. Will law let men of God walk free?
Every year in this country, godmen, men of God, clerics, what have you, priests, are given the long rope of the law after they are accused of heinous crimes. In this particular case, we're talking about child rape, and it's been 5 days since those allegations were leveled and an FIR was registered. And Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, the Mutt Seer of Chitradurga, has still not been arrested. Forget about questioned. He's not even been questioned. That's the long rope that these people enjoy. And add to it the fact that there are elections coming in Karnataka, and that is the shame. I'm going to ask more questions on this here on 5 Live. These are the headlines. Ganesh Chaturthi being celebrated at Hubli Idgah ground after a late night nod from the Karnataka High Court. Muslim side likely to move Supreme Court against festivities. Hindu Sene puts up Savarkar posters at the Pandal. Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Saxena to sue Aam Aadmi Party Neta Atishi Marlena, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Durgesh Pathak. LG accuses them of levelling false and fabricated allegations of corruption against him. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1,400 crore rupee khadi scam. Telangana Chief Minister KCR in Bihar meets Nitish Kumar and his deputy Tejasvi, two netas to discuss politics and opposition unity ahead of 2024 polls. It's a mini Mahagathbandhan formal. Massive clamour for justice to Jharkhand minor Ankita burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. BJP claims role of Islamist PFI. Child rights body demands addition of POCSO sections. Actor Jacqueline Fernandez summoned by Delhi court and Delhi police economic offences wing for her alleged role in the 200 crore rupee extortion racket being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. Viewer, what could be more shameful than the fact that it's been over 120 hours since allegations of child rape were levelled against the Muruga Mutt Chief Pontiff Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru. He's a well-regarded, politically influential and highly popular religious godman in Karnataka 9 months before elections in the state. And those circumstances have meant that for 5 days after 2 children have levelled allegations of rape against this man, he hasn't even been questioned by the police, forget about detained or arrested. He's been booked under the POCSO Act, which is non-bailable, and the SC/ST Act for allegedly raping 2 minors, 15 and 16 years old. POCSO is a non-bailable offence, which means the police has no choice. They've got to arrest him. But evidently, not someone who is a mighty man of God, and that too belonging to an influential community that has a great bearing in the upcoming elections of Karnataka. Digest that for a moment, viewer. Child rape is nothing in front of electoral politics. Instead of condemnation, the Mutt Seer has got direct and indirect support from political heavyweights across the political spectrum. Of course, nobody is guilty until they're proven guilty, sure. But under Indian law provisions, this man should have been arrested the day he was booked by the police, because the POCSO Act applies and the police has no choice but to arrest him immediately. They have no choice. They can't give him this long rope. What they're doing is a brazen subversion of justice. Here's a report on the latest. Remember, 120 hours, child rape allegations, and he hasn't even been questioned. Forget about arrested.
It has been over 118 hours since a rape case was lodged against him. But the Lingayat Mutt Seer Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru still roams free. The police paid another visit to the Mutt on Wednesday, but did not take the Seer into custody. The pontiff is accused of raping 2 minor girls, that's right, child rape, of 2 minor girls staying at the school hostel attached to the Mutt. Shivamurthy is booked under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, or POCSO, a non-bailable offence. The Seer has claimed the rape case is a conspiracy against him. With elections in view, political leaders and other Seers have rallied behind Shivamurthy. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi and former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP MLA Jagdish Shettar are the latest to come out in his support.
Arresting, non-arresting is not an issue. The investigation should be proper. I hope the Karnataka government and Karnataka police are doing the proper investigation.
Swamiji already expressed that is some vested interest. These all false allegations have been made. He is cooperating for the investigation, and in the legal process, what investigation going on, it is going on, and law will take its own course.
The lone voice demanding action against the Lingayat Seer is BJP MLC H. Vishwanath.
Why do you think the BJP has not instructed the police to act and arrest him?
I don't know, because
The ruling party has to pay for it in the next elections. The people of Karnataka are watching.
You're part of the BJP, sir.
Maybe I may be the part of the BJP, but I am for the law of the land. I am for the harassment against these minor girls.
Right.
I am for the protection of those,
A counter complaint has been filed against former JDS MLA and former Muruga Mutt administrator S.K. Basavarajan by Rashmi, warden of the Mutt. The second FIR charges the former administrator with rape and kidnapping. The complainant warden is also an accused in the original POCSO case against the Mutt pontiff. Elections in the state are scheduled next year, and no political party wants to offend the powerful Lingayat community. But it surely exposes the insensitive, even cowardly netas who are fine with doing politics even on a child rape case. With Sagai Raj in Chitradurga, Karnataka, Bureau Report, India Today. Let's go straight across to India Today. Sagai Raj live from Chitradurga in Karnataka. This is where that very influential Mutt Seer lives and operates from. He hasn't been questioned by the police, forget about arrested. Sagai, 5 days since the allegations of child rape, 2 minors, one of them 15 years old, one of them 16 years old. 5 days since the FIR was registered and this Mutt Seer, Shivamurthy Sharanaru, was booked. Is the police planning to arrest him at all?
See, when you see this particular Mutt, everything remains the same, and the police are just a security guard over here who is taking care of the butt. Nobody is coming here to question him or summon him or issue a notice to him. Everything remains the same, and he is also the alleged accused. The Shivamurthy Swami is also staying like how he used to stay much before this particular FIR was registered in Mysuru. Politicians come and meet him, former IPS officers come and meet him, and many influential people come and meet him. But still, nothing has been done when it comes to this particular case. Even the statement has been recorded under CRPC 164. And the CRPC 164 is very serious in nature because once it has been recorded in that particular sections, the next 1 hour or 2 hours, they have to go ahead and question the alleged accused in this POCSO case. But so far, nothing has happened. And today is a government holiday. And remember, tomorrow his anticipated bail play will be heard in Chitradurga court. Whether the police is giving more time for him to get away from this particular case is a big question asked by the people, because so far no arrest, and tomorrow the anticipated bail will be heard.
Anticipatory bail hearing is the priority, but arresting a seer on charges of child rape is not a priority despite the provisions being non-bailable. That is the kind of privilege that godmen in this country enjoy. And when you bring in the element of a looming election, well, that gets multiplied by many, many times. Thank you very much, Sagai. The police there, very telling comment from our reporter on the ground outside the Mutt saying the police are basically just security guards there. They're not even planning to arrest him right now. I told you about the political angle here. The Lingayat community is the dominant caste community in Karnataka to which this particular seer belongs. He's part of the religious order of that community. Now, Lingayats are the largest community, one of the largest communities in Karnataka, not the largest by percentage. They form about 17% of the population in Karnataka. The current chief minister, the former chief minister, both are Lingayats. Mr. Bommai, Mr. Yediyurappa are both Lingayats. The Lingayat Mutt in Chitradurga is a very influential institution in politics. That's the reason why, from Amit Shah to Rahul Gandhi to other politicians, they all flock there to seek the blessings because those images are very influential to the Lingayat voter base. Lingayats can determine the outcome of elections as they have done in the past. The community has a presence in 22 districts of Karnataka. There are 500 Lingayat Mutts, including the one in Chitradurga, across the northern part of Karnataka. So 17% of the population, very, very politically influential, and a voter base that can swing elections one way or the other. And that's the reason why we're calling it coward Nataka. Netas have either been vague or soft or totally supportive of this Matsya despite child rape allegations. They've gone soft on him. B.S. Yediyurappa, one of the tallest Lingayat leaders, former chief minister, he calls the rape charge a conspiracy. K.S. Ishwarappa, former Karnataka deputy chief minister, says the rape case is false. D.K. Shivakumar of the Congress party, the opposition Congress party, and state Congress president, calls the accused Seer a noble man, has nothing to say about action needing to be taken against him. H.D. Kumaraswamy of the JDS, former Karnataka chief minister, calls rape case a sensitive matter. Just imagine that, viewer, for a moment. Imagine the family of the two children, the families of the two children, 15 years old, 16 years old, leveling rape charges against the Matsya. It's been 120 hours, 5 days since the allegations were leveled. You know, guilt or innocence will be established by a court after an investigation by the police. Let's leave that aside. But under the provisions of the law, the machinery of the state has no choice but to arrest this man, and they have not done so. And what is the alleged crime? Child rape. I'm going to repeat this again and again because I want you to digest what I'm saying and process what I'm saying. Child rape is a lower priority than political considerations with an approaching election. That is the reality of what's happening in Karnataka right now. Nabila Jamal has been looking at this story. She's also reported from Karnataka for many years and is aware of all the political twists and turns that politicians take at sensitive times like these. You know, Nabila, there is no excuse, there is no escape route, there is no political loophole, there is no legal loophole, there is no administrative crack through which either the police or the politicians can escape. It's been 5 days. The case that he's been booked under is of child rape, POCSO provisions, and he hasn't been arrested. What are you hearing? How is this even possible? Make sense of this for us, because the rest of India is wondering, how can this happen, Nabila?
We're spellbound ourselves, Shiv. If it was a commoner, 2 to 3 hours at max under the POCSO Act, he would have been arrested. It's a non-bailable offence. Yet we see the mutt Seer very comfortably seated at his mutt. And what's shocking is that you have some of the netas flocking to the mutt to show solidarity with him, let alone directing the police to actually act as per protocols of the law. You have the MLAs, Timma Reddy of the BJP, and then you had the most shocking, Jagdish Shettar, former Karnataka chief minister, very senior leader of the BJP, saying that Shivmurthy, the accused Seer, is cooperating with the investigation. How exactly is this cooperating with the investigation when he's seated in the mutt while he's not been summoned? There's no medical test that has been conducted on him, and not even far from arrest. We're just talking about the most basic parts of the investigation that has not been conducted. How is the Seer really cooperating with investigation? So this is, in a way, politicians trying to justify the crime even before basic investigation begins, casting doubts and aspersions on the intentions of those minor girls, which is totally against the law. Under the POCSO Act, all those people who support and cast aspersions on the victims can also be booked. But clearly, with the kind of political influence that the Seer holds here, it seems like it's acting as a proper protective cover shield for this man. And Shiv, let me tell you, Friday the FIR was registered on the POCSO Act. We're talking of 6 days. 6 days on today on Wednesday, and this man is out free. You had Rahul Gandhi recently coming and meeting him. He was given Diksha. He tried to, of course, appeal to the Lingayat community ahead of the elections just around the corner. Amit Shah in 2018 Karnataka elections, just before that, Amit Shah had met him. Mohan Bhagwat of the RSS has met the Lingayat community, appealed for them to strengthen Hinduism. So in every way, we're talking about the tallest of the tall leaders who know this Lingayat Seer very, very well, which it appears is giving this man some kind of immunity.
Of course, Rahul Gandhi will not say anything. The leadership of the BJP at the state and the center will not say anything. They've all met this man. But the fact is, nobody wants to take any chances. Thoda sa media mein thoda heat chalne do. But at the end of the day, we have an election to fight, and we cannot alienate or irritate the Lingayat community. Because I happen to think that the Lingayat community will be outraged by this. The Lingayat community are citizens of India. They are people like us. Why should anyone think that they would be offended by the law being used against someone like this? That is offensive to Lingayats. And I think one of the things that we need to look at very, very closely here is police action at a time of elections. who is giving these instructions. You know, from Nabila, from the Congress to the BJP, you know, the Chief Minister Bommai has said, we will have to see what happens.
Yeah.
But one would have expected even the Congress to say something. Even they've said nothing. For them, the considerations are the same.
Failed. As the primary opposition in Karnataka, Shiv, Congress has miserably failed because as much as the BJP is trying to maintain loyalties with the Lingayat community, Congress is trying very hard to win them over. There's a small section of the Lingayat community that's still indecisive. They don't know whether to vote for the Congress or the BJP this time. So it seems like the Congress trying everything to sort of rake in that part of the vote bank which still remains a little clueless on what to do. So Congress equally to blame here as much as we blame the BJP for not instructing the police. But let me tell you, the common sentiment of the common man there, by and large, in Chitradurga, they're out on the streets protesting against this so-called revered Lingayat Seer. Despite him holding that influence, it seems like the people of Chitradurga are seeing this clear and fair. They want his arrest. They want him to step down.
Nabila, thanks very much for that. And like I said, like I've been telling our viewers, in this country, the law has always been useless before men of God. There are so many instances of this kind of thing actually happening. This is only the latest. Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru of the Chitradurga Mutt. The allegation is child rape. The booking of the crime happened on August the 26th. The status is no detention, no questioning, no arrest for the last 5 days and counting. So he's already been given a long rope, but he's only the latest in a long list of godmen from across religions who've received the same kind of treatment because they enjoy special privileges in this country. For example, Gurmeet Ram Rahim, remember him? Allegations of rape and murder. In 2002, he was arrested 15 years later after his conviction. Bishop Franco Mulakal, remember him? He was accused of rape by a nun in June 2018. He was arrested 3 full months later. Of course, he was acquitted in 2022. The case is currently in appeal. Gulzar Ahmad Bhatt, also known as Gulzan Peer, he was accused of child rape of many children in his care. This was in 2013. He was acquitted, but the courts say the police ruined the prosecution because of his influence. Then you've got Asaram, who some people call Asaram Bapu. Allegation, rape. This was in 2013. Status, he was arrested 4 years later after conviction. Nobody touched him with a barge pole until then. Nityananda, the famous Nityananda, accused of rape, cheating, intimidation, many other things. This was back in 2010. He was arrested twice briefly, but of course in 2019 everyone knows he fled to an island off the South American coast called Kailasa sometime in 2019. So let's be very clear. This is truly a country for godmen because the law suits them. When they commit their crimes, they may finally be convicted and arrested, but they've got a long time to chill. They've got a long time to lawyer up. They've got a long time till the law actually catches up with them. Will that happen in this case? We'll have to wait and see. Well, amidst the political bickering over the Chitradurga Matsya, Karnataka is dealing, and this is something you won't see on other channels because they'll only be obsessed with the polarizing stuff. The heavy rains and floods, lakes overflowing in different parts of Karnataka, vehicles are floating as roads have turned into rivers. Here's a ground report that India Today's Nagarjun sent us. Remember, as we show you the political upheaval and all these polarizing stories, this is what's happening to the common citizen.
The tech corridors of Bengaluru today has literally turned into a swimming pool. Behind me you can see the water logging, and this is after non-stop rain which poured in the Bangalore city. But fortunately in the last 48 hours there was no rainfall, but still we see the water logging. The officials are unable to drain the water here in Bengaluru area. You can see this is the tech corridor, all the tech giants which contribute to the GSDP of the city here and the state here. Look at the water. It's almost up to the mirror for the cars here. These are all big tech companies of the city of Bengaluru and Silicon Valley. They are the ones who come up with the biggest revenue, and today they are the ones who are facing heat from the rainfall here. But what has happened in Bengaluru city is in the last 48 hours, no rainfall, but the situation remains grim. But one may ask why. It's because the lakes which is surrounding in the Bellendur area, in and around Bellendur, HSR layout, Madiwala and Sarjapur, all of them are filled to the brim and the water is not going back to the lakes and the drains are completely full. And a lot has to be contributed to the how people have taken over the lake beds and there is no water to go on to the to go on back to the lake. Let me try going on the skywalk, which I am right now here, and try talking to the people as to what they feel about the situation and the civic infrastructure which is crumbling. As I walk, you can see the buses wading through the water here. This is up to 1.5 feet, 2 feet easily, the water levels. And the traffic pile-up has gone up to 1-2 kilometers. You can see this is Ganesh Chaturthi government holiday. Today itself there's so much traffic, and if it's a working day, one can only imagine up to how commuters must be facing the situation here. It would easily take up to 2 to 3 hours, just to get through the traffic as well. So I'm just climbing over the skywalk so that I can get you more voices and a bird's eye view of the situation right now in Bellendur area of Bengaluru city. You can see the skywalk is being constructed, and yet the state of affairs is quite bad here in Bengaluru city. From here, if I can ask my camera person to show you the bird's eye view of how the situation is right now. The traffic pile-up.
And we've got some big breaking news coming in from the Chitradurga Mutt in Karnataka, where the chief pontiff has been accused of child rape. Girl students living in the Muruga Mutt have been moved out. Big development coming in. The chief pontiff has not been arrested yet. He's been accused of child rape 5 days ago. He's not been arrested. But the girls, the young girls, all minors, living at the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga, Karnataka, have all been moved out. That's the latest that we're hearing right now. It is not clear where they are being moved to at this point of time, but they are apparently being moved out for their own safety. In the pictures, we can see the Seer, Shivamurthy Sharanaru, who is accused number 4 in the case, and accused number 4 in the case, Parma Shivaya, going inside the hostel. They will be holding a meeting at the Allama Prabhu conference inside the hostel. Apparently, the Seer will be holding a meeting inside the hall with the entire management staff for the next plan of action. Shivamurthy is the main accused, and accused number 4 is another person. He's been seen going inside the girls' hostel in images that India Today currently has, and you're going to see them on your screen right now. No arrest, but the Mutt Seer, Shivamurthy Sharanaru, is seen going inside the hostel. He's been accused of rape 5 days ago, and he's been seen moving inside the hostel. The girls living at the Muruga Mutt hostel are being moved out at this point of time. We're going to try and get a live report from our man on the ground in just a moment and get you more details on what precisely is happening there. An unfolding situation where the girls inside the Muruga Mutt hostel are being moved out, and the Seer, who's been accused of child rape, has been seen entering the hostel. What for, we don't know. There is some kind of conference with the entire management staff of the Mutt that has been organized to look at the next plan of action by the Mutt itself. But child rape is the big allegation on the table, and no arrest has taken place just yet. That's the latest that we're getting to you right now. Going to wait for a reporter on this big story. Sagai Raj from Chitradurga, Nagarjun Dwarkanath from Bengaluru will both be with me live. Is it possible that the Seer is about to be arrested? Could he be moved out to some other place? We don't know just yet. No word, no official word certainly from Chitradurga Mutt yet. Neither from a spokesperson nor from the Seer himself. All he has said is that it is a conspiracy against him and that he can be taken wherever, that he is not barring access to anybody. Pictures here of the hostel. First pictures, always exclusive on India Today, as we track the story like nobody else. Tension building now about the possibility that the mutt seer could be arrested. Remember, there have been protests in Chitradurga over inaction by the police and the ruling government over why, despite child rape allegations, no action has been taken. Not even questioning has happened of Shivamurthy Sharanaru. Girls living at the Muruga Mutt, meanwhile, have been moved out. And in these pictures, you can see the mutt seer entering the hostel at this point of time. Seer apparently entering the hostel. The girl students have apparently been removed from the hostel at this point of time. Scant information coming. The only reason we're sticking to the story is because he hasn't been arrested just yet. Sagai Raj is finally through with us. Sagai, what's going on right now?
What we get to see in front of our eyes is that these children who were staying inside this girls' hostel inside Murga Rajendra Swami Mutt have been shifted to one of the Moraji Desai government hostels in Chitradurga. And what we also get to learn through our sources is that they have been shifted to ensure that there is a proper investigation, because this morning there was a merger which was being done inside the hostel. It is a crime place where there is a case and a counter case which has been registered both from the warden as well as the former administrator of POCSO. So in order to avoid any kind of hassle and any kind of trouble to the children who are staying in the hostel, all of them have been shifted to government hostel, and police will continue their investigation. And what we also see that immediately after the children were shifted, there was a meeting which was being called by the Seer as well as the management of the entire Mutt, where all the management staff will be participating in this meeting, and they will be taking the next course of action, what should be done, if at all, if there is any arrest or any unavoidable things which can happen. You can see in the visuals that the Seer still enjoys the same power what he used to have much before this POCSO case was been registered. Close to 5 days, no restriction, nothing on the Seer. It still remains the main power center of this particular Mutt in Chitradurga.
Sagai, why are the girl students being removed from the hostel? Why is that happening?
Now, as I told you earlier, for investigation purpose, they have been shifted because that is a crime place. And there was merger which was being done earlier today by the police at the same place on a case which was been registered earlier. One with the Baswaraj case today. On a few days back, when the survivors were also taken to the same place, to the hostel, to do merger. So every now and then police are visiting that particular crime place in order to avoid any kind of hassle and trouble to the children who are staying there. For investigation, all the children were shifted to the government hospital.
Stay with me. Nabila is also with me. Nabila, this is bizarre. 5 days after, the allegations of child rape against those two teenagers, minor teenagers, the girls are being, moved out of the hostel. Images show the Seer apparently entering the hostel. What are you making of this?
We're so shocked to see that the Seer is roaming about in the premises of that Mutt, and not just is he at that inside his Mutt alone, but he seems to be, or at least seemingly appears to be, moving around the hostel area where the girls have been residing for the last 6 days, ever since the FIR was filed. Now remember, Shiv, this case is not a days old. We're talking about allegations that have been made from the start of 2019. 3 years of sexual abuse and assault and rape is what the girls have claimed in the FIR. So for 3 years, they've managed to bear with this. If these allegations are true, then we're looking at these girls bearing with the atrocities for 3 long years, staying at that very hostel. And now, finally, when they've mustered the courage to come file a complaint, these girls are kept at that hostel despite the complaint being filed while the accused Seer is still living at that mutt, which is highly grossly a violation of the POCSO Act. In fact, the girls have finally, after much media pressure, it appears, and India Today has been on top of this story, highlighting the lapses in police investigation. Finally, we're looking at the police now acting and escorting those girls out of there. Let me remind you and our viewers here, those girls' parents, they have not been allowed to interact with their own children ever since the FIR was filed. That's the kind of protection these girls have given again from their own family members, but doesn't seem like the real protection against the accused here has been given to those girls, which is shocking. Police lapses right from the start to today, all exposed, but doesn't seem like they're deterred by any kind of pressure here from the media, of course. It appears that there's someone stopping this arrest at this point. We're not too sure who, but of course, looking at the political influence, it could be someone or multiple netas who are trying to stop this arrest from taking place.
One can only imagine, with the brazenness of what is unfolding before our eyes, one can only imagine, how much influence peddling is going on, in the background. How many people are turning the screws to keep people safe despite POCSO laws. Just imagine this. Child rape allegations. The charges have been filed. The Seer has been booked. He's still not been arrested. He's not been questioned. He's actually roaming around. The girls in the mutt have all been moved out for the purposes of investigation to make it look like due process is being carried out. But the man accused of committing those alleged crimes is still walking free. Let's be very clear about that. You're innocent until proven guilty in the Indian judicial system, but under POCSO laws, you don't get to walk free after allegations of child rape. You have to be detained and questioned. That's the bare minimum that you will face if there are charges of child rape against you and if that case is registered. And yet, Shivamurthy Sharanaru continues to walk free 122 hours and counting. Pictures from just moments ago captured by India Today's Sagai Raj, who is right there at the Chitradurga mutt. The hostel is being emptied. The girls are having to be moved out. But Shivamurthy Sharanaru, the Chitradurga mutt pontiff, the chief pontiff, Seer, he continues to be there. He continues to walk free. The police are on the perimeters of the Chitradurga mutt. They haven't even entered. Forget about questioning him or even arresting him. Is there any possibility of an arrest, Nabila? Are you hearing about any possibility of an arrest, or is this how long can the law just stretch this out? How long can the police stretch this out before they finally arrest him? What are they waiting for, really?
Shiv, they've well past their time. It's 6 days on. We're looking at failures in the whole protocol of an arrest of a man booked under POCSO. So they're at least 6 days late. There's no scope for any delay because these girls are minor girls. They could face threat from from all quarters, in fact. And looking at the influence he has, there could be immense pressure on these girls to take back the case. And that said, the police should have arrested him or detained him by now, only so that these girls or he does not use his influence to pressurize these girls to withdraw the case. Very possible, because they're minors. Their parents are from a background not very privileged. They come from the SC/ST community, which is a scheduled caste, the scheduled tribe community. So we're looking at a backward class people there who are not very affluent within the society and are not affluent or influential, do not have that kind of money to back themselves, to have a lawyer or a counsel, etc. So pressure on them could very well mean that they would buckle. They could buckle, and that's the reason why the police should act with immediate effect. There's no sign of arrest, Shiv. Let me tell you, all the leaders who've spoken to India Today so far have only stuck to the point that he's innocent. It's a grave charge. It's a sensitive matter. Investigations should take place. He's cooperating. The height was one of the leaders saying that he's cooperating with investigation. How is he cooperating if he's still in the mutt? It's above us to even imagine that this man is cooperating by any means, because he's holding press conferences. Other Seers are going and meeting him. The man is sitting very comfortably. If you just see the visual there, Shiv, I'd like you to take a note of that shot where the Seer is just walking into the mutt. You see how people falling down to their feet. Well, that's the norm and that's the tradition, yes. all acceptable, but this man that you see there walking is the accused. He's accused under POCSO Act of rape and sexual assault on 2 minor girls, but yet he's receiving that kind of support and worship from his people. They are falling to their feet to obey to him as part of their ritual that they do regularly at the Mutt. But the point is that the man still has that kind of impression among the people within his community and his Mutt. He's untouched. Not as the police there, in fact, have been going in and out of the Mutt multiple times, in and out of the hostel multiple times, but they've not decided to actually detain him so far. A medical test, why is it so important? Because we're talking about 3.5 years of alleged rape and sexual assault. By now, 6 days, if there's no medical test done, this could also alter the process of the investigation. He must be taken for an immediate medical test and then be taken for questioning. That is basic.
Truly, truly shocking. Police nowhere in sight. Seer walking totally free. 123 hours and counting since child rape charges were filed. He's been booked for over 5 days now. He walks free inside the Chitradurga Mutt. The girls in the hostel have all been moved out. No action taken just yet. Incredible amount of influence. This is what godmen in an election-bound state enjoy. The law is a joke when it comes to such people. Clearly, we will keep a track of this story. India Today will not let our viewers down. This is a story we know has outraged you, and we will continue to keep you updated on that. And coming up next, as promised, India's focus on its most obnoxious citizens continues. And I'm going to put the spotlight on them because even though some of them have got bail, which is their right, it is my right to keep the spotlight on these cowards. Bhavya Roy, Varun Nath, Dimpy Mahendru, Seema Patra. India is watching you. We will never forget you, and we will never let you forget the cowards that you are.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
आपका नाम क्या है दीदी?
What's common among these four obnoxious Indians is that they've all been booked. They're all cowards, they're all obnoxious, and they all treat those who are underprivileged and who work for them like gutter trash. They treat them like slaves. They have a sense of privilege. One of them slaps security guards, the other slaps a tower guard, one slaps a chowkidar with a cane, and the other has tortured and ill-treated her domestic help for the last 8 years, brutalizing her for life. All of these underprivileged persons are traumatized thanks to these middle-class bullies who've decided they get to behave like master to a slave. These are India's obnoxious Indians: Bhavya Roy, Varun Nath, Dimpy Mahendru, Seema Patra. They will face the law, but we will not let India forget them, and we will not let them forget their crimes in this case. This is India's focus on its new breed of monsters. They've been around for a very, very long time, but it's only now that cameras have captured them in the act and social media has ensured that they cannot get away. Those who abuse, batter and ill-treat people poorer than themselves, more underprivileged than themselves. First we saw the coward lawyer Bhavya Roy of Noida, who hurled filthy abuses at her society guards and battered them for opening the gate late, for delaying the opening of the society gates. Remember this? Gurugram high-rise resident Varun Nath, some kind of a businessman who was infuriated after his lift was stuck and started abusing and beating up his tower guard and the lift operator. This coward was arrested but granted bail, as is his right, very shortly after. All of this for being stuck in the lift for 3 to 4 minutes. This is how this cowardly bully acted. He's a resident of the close north Nirvana country, Sector 50 in Gurugram. If you know him, call him a coward to his face. Then a video emerged from Agra, where this so-called animal rights activist, Dimpy Mahendru, thrashed a residential society security guard for allegedly shooing away and not feeding stray dogs. Who the hell does she think she is, wielding a danda and beating another human being? Is he her slave? Dimpy Mahendru, India knows your face. You will never be forgotten. And finally, this disgusting bully and coward BJP leader Seema Patra, who kept a specially abled tribal woman working for her as her domestic help, enslaved, tortured, brutalized and locked up for nearly a decade. Seema Patra beat up this hapless woman regularly and branded her body allegedly with a hot iron. Patra also beat up this woman with rolling pins and ladles, according to young Sunita. All she wants to do is pick up the pieces of her brutalized life, study some more and get on with it. This is what Seema Patra has done.
आपका नाम क्या है दीदी?
मेरा नाम सुनीता कुमारी है।
कहाँ आपका नाम?
Let's first go to Satyajit Kumar live with me from Ranchi on the story involving Seema Patra. Satyajit, Seema finally arrested a day after she was suspended by the BJP. What action does she face in this case?
Look, she has been already arrested and she has been booked under different sections of IPC. I'll tell you 323, 325, 346, 374 and different sections of IPC. And she has also been booked under SC/ST Act 1989. She has already been booked, but she says that she is not guilty. She does not seem to have brooked any defiance, and she says this is a political vendetta. She has been booked and there is no sense of repentance, and she says that this has been done with a vindictive attitude. But the alarm was raised by his own son, Ayushman Patra. He enjoyed a very good relationship with Vivek Baske, who is an employee with Jharkhand Sachivalaya. And calling his friend Vivek, he said that please do something for the household help, Sunita, because she is being subjected to torture and humiliation by her own mother. And then Vivek thought that Vivek was told by Seema Patra that Ayushman is having some psychic problems. He'll need to be consulted with a psychiatrist. But some good sense prevailed in Vivek, and he thought that he should try to verify. When he verified, he got to know that Sunita is really.
You know, Satyajit, I would commend the son of Seema Patra for what he did, because he has saved the life of this woman. You know, God knows what would have happened to her if he had not intervened and played Good Samaritan, because his conscience basically kicked in. Now I want to go from the Seema Patra case to Varun Nath, the other bully, the other coward from Gurugram who slapped the lift man and the tower guard. Amit is tracking that story. Amit, Varun Nath arrested thanks to CCTV, social media pressure. Obviously, he's gotten bail as well. What charges does he face? Is he in any trouble?
Well, absolutely right, Shiv. You know, Varun Nath reeks of privilege. That's the least we can say. And we have seen in the CCTV footage, as well as the social media uproar over the conduct of Varun Nath, where he actually beat up the security guards and the liftmen who helped him out, who took him out of the lift where he was stuck. You know, and despite being rescued by these two brave laborers, workers who were actually working round the clock to help the residents of his society, they were beaten up. Now, the police action was quick in this particular case because there was a lot of anger and uproar on the social media, and also because of the fact that there was another incident which was recorded in Noida where similar, misbehavior and manhandling of security guard was registered. In this particular case, Shiv, the police had registered the FIR under the section of 323 and 506. However, because he had right to get bail, he was granted bail right at the police station and he was allowed to leave the police station. But the action was immediately taken against Varun Nath. We did try to reach out to him, but we are yet to listen to his side of the story. You know, we also had a list of questions from Varun Nath which still remains unanswered. But that footage itself, Shiv, talks a lot about his attitude and his approach in the entire context.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you, Amit, except that I don't care about his side of the story. The very fact that he raised his hand and slapped that lift man means that his side of the story ceases to matter. Abhishek Mishra is live with me from Lucknow on Dimpy Mahendru, the so-called animal rights activist who picked up a danda and thrashed a security guard over the issue of stray dogs. What action has been taken against her, Abhishek, if any? Okay, we'll get back to Abhishek in just a moment. I want to play out this video a little bit. Let's put the sound up. Let our viewers watch it one more time. Let Dimpy ji become even more famous. What action has been taken against this coward Dimpy Mahendru? Abhishek, can you hear me? Okay, let's move on to the next story. Let's move on to now the person who came into the headlines and actually woke India up as far as this new breed of cowardly bullies is concerned, and that is lawyer Bhavya Roy. Couple of weeks ago, this is the video that made her famous. This coward got out of a car, started slapping and abusing in the filthiest language her colony's gate guards. Everybody remembers the filthy language. Everybody covered their ears and eyes when this horrible, horrible woman behaved in this manner. She was arrested. She's been out on bail. Shreya Chatterjee is live with me. Shreya, what kind of action has been taken against Bhavya Roy? She went to jail. She's out on bail, which is absolutely her right. She is a lawyer. She studied abroad, privileged. What action is being taken against her?
Well, Shiv, as you rightly pointed out, that Bhavya Roy, the lawyer, she was arrested. However, she is out on bail. Now, in all these cases, what we see in common is the IPC sections that is invoked, that is 323 and 506. And in these cases, as you also pointed out, that bail is something that is inevitable. However, what we probably need to look forward is stringent action, because some examples need to be set forward so that such incidents are not repeated. And at least in the case of Seema Patra, with ST and SC Act also coming into the picture, probably there will be an example so that future such cases are not repeated in the country.
Abhishek, Amit, thank you very much for joining me on this story. To all of our reporters, it is truly, truly distressing. And remember, as I always say, we will not let India forget these criminal bullies. The law will take its own course. Let the law take its own course. We will not play judge and jury here, but we have a right to comment on these societal crooks, these societal bullies, and the manner in which they treat the underprivileged. India is watching. They are India's most disgusting people. And forgive me if I'm using some strong language today, viewer, because I know you feel the same way as me. They slap, they abuse colony guards, they beat up liftmen and chowkidars, they thrash and torture their domestic helps, they pick up lathis and hit watchmen. In the last few days, these four stories have made the headlines. It began with this jerk named Bhavya Roy in Noida. Everyone remembers her face. Caught on camera thrashing and abusing gate guards. Then it was the other jerk called Varun Nath, who was caught on camera slapping his tower staff after he was stuck in a lift. Then it was this so-called animal rights activist who was caught caning a chowkidar for shooing away stray dogs in her society. And then finally, BJP leader Seema Patra, found to have been torturing and brutalizing her domestic help for years. These are just four monsters, viewer, unlucky enough to have been caught. But you and I both know that such pieces of, are all around us. They believe that people they employ are their slaves. They believe that it is totally okay to abuse or hit service staff in their gated colonies. They believe that the law doesn't apply to them because privilege has its benefits. Well, let's get a few things totally clear. These stories are a signal to all obnoxious Indians. Either mend your ways, become more human, or pray that there isn't a camera rolling or that your victims don't find a voice. Because for all the evils that the Indian middle class is totally still okay with, and there are many, let's be clear. If you're unlucky enough to be caught being a jerk, being a criminal bully with those who work to make your life easier, social media and the media will ensure you spend time in jail. But honestly, fear of social media should at least trigger the beginnings of introspection in people with a habit of talking down to their domestic helps and guards. You're not doing them a favor by employing them. They're doing an honest day's work, and they're equal citizens before the law. So the next time you even think of abusing or hitting someone like that, be warned. Bhavya, Varun, Dimpy and Seema will forever only be known as the pathetic cowards that they have proven to be. Don't become them. Please, let's be better people. And the celebrations of the 10-day Ganesh Chaturthi festival has started throughout the country today. That's Wednesday, with the coronavirus pandemic no longer casting as big a shadow on celebrations like the last 2 years. From Maharashtra, West Bengal to Karnataka, Ganesh Puja is being held in a grand manner this year. We wish all Indians in India and across the world a very happy, peaceful, harmonious Ganesh Chaturthi.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Amrita Hospital, Faridabad. Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Do the smart thing. Shocking twist in Sonali Phogat death. Who tampered with crucial digital evidence? Sonali's property transferred in the name of the accused. Goa police widens probe to Delhi and Haryana. Will real cause of Sonali's death ever come out?
Dead in 1 week, but one fight for justice by both families. Sonali Phogat's death, was it natural death or a foul play? And the brutal murder of Ankita Kumari in Dumka. I'm going to take you through both stories. Two women who deserve our voice. And on 6 p.m. Prime, I'll be getting out these stories. First, the headlines. Good evening and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. Ganesh Chaturthi being celebrated at Bollywood Idgah ground after a late-night approval from the Karnataka High Court. The Muslim side likely to move the Supreme Court against festivities. Hindu Sene group puts up Savarkar posters also at the pandal. It's a massive clamour for justice to the Jharkhand minor girl Ankita Kumari, who was burnt alive by her stalker Shahrukh Hussain. BJP claims role of Islamist PFI. Child Rights Body demands addition of the POCSO Act sections against him. 5 days after being booked, Lingayat Seer is accused of raping minors. He's yet to face arrest. Despite outrage, Netas and Mutt back the Lingayat Seer. Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Saxena to sue Aam Aadmi Party Neta Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Durgesh Pathak. Lieutenant Governor accuses them of levelling false and fabricated allegations of corruption against him. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of 1,400 crore rupees Khadi scam. Telangana Chief Minister KCR is in Bihar. He has met Nitish Kumar and his deputy Tejashwi Yadav. Two netas to discuss politics and opposition unity ahead of 2024 elections. Actor Jacqueline Fernandez has been summoned by a Delhi court and Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing for her alleged role in 200 crore rupees extortion racket. Big news coming in. India Today has accessed the Enforcement Directorate supplementary charge sheet against Jacqueline Fernandez. This is in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. The ED has countered actors' claims and has said, I quote the Enforcement Directorate here, Jacqueline constantly changed her statement, did not reveal her link to the accused Pinky Rani. Jacqueline has also lied about the proceeds of crime that she has allegedly received. Proceeds of evidence collection still on. She wiped off her phone records after Sukesh Chandrasekhar was taken into arrest. Jacqueline has now been summoned by the Delhi Police Economics Wing, and trouble clearly is now mounting for the actor. Remember, this is a claim that she deleted her phone records. There was a process of evidence collection which is still on by the ED, that she also lied about receiving the proceeds of crime, did not reveal her link to the accused Pinky Rani. Listen into the reactions coming in.
See, the Delhi police has registered the predicate offence, the main offence in this matter. It is but natural for the investigating agency to call her for a statement. But definitely, if you look at the charge sheet filed by the Delhi police in the matter, wherein the other accused have been named as accused, not Jacqueline, she will be a witness to these proceedings, not an accused. We will be physically be present before the court, but we'll follow the guidelines of the Honorable Supreme Court, wherein the recent judgment, Honorable Supreme Court says that if the accused has cooperated with the investigation before the charge sheet has been filed, which in this case Jacqueline has gone to the Enforcement Directorate office on various occasions. Whenever she was called, she has appeared. She has provided all the documents, all the evidences. Fortunately, she was never arrested. Now the charge sheet has been filed, so she will appear before the Honorable Court and seek bail.
My colleague Munish Pandey has been tracking the latest coming in from the Enforcement Directorate. Munish, this clearly is a defiant statement from the ED. They are stating that she clearly knew what was happening and tried to evade arrest, change her statement. What precisely does the ED mean that Jacqueline Fernandez was changing her statements constantly? Munish.
Yeah, well, Pooja, you know, as far as charges against Jacqueline Fernandez is concerned, remember, so far Jacqueline Fernandez or her lawyer, they have claimed that Jacqueline was not aware who she was speaking to. Before the media, in an interview with me, Jacqueline Fernandez's lawyer, Prashant Patil, had said that Sukesh had introduced himself as a media baron, someone who was linked to a very high-profile politician, and that is why Jacqueline was speaking to him. She was not aware of the real identity. But in the charge sheet, what the Enforcement Directorate has mentioned, and it becomes very important, that in the month of February 2021, within a month when she started speaking to this person, she got to know that who Sukesh Chandrasekhar is, the real identity of Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Now, as far as ED is concerned, what they have mentioned that in the month of February, Jacqueline Fernandez's assistant manager, he forwarded 2 articles regarding the real identity of Sukesh and Shekhar. Then there was a confrontation between Sukesh and Jacqueline Fernandez. They fought for 2 days, but eventually she was aware who Jacqueline Fernandez, who Sukesh and Shekhar is. Instead, in spite of knowing the fact that the person has a criminal background, she continued not only receiving gifts, but also there was a huge amount of money transfer in the bank accounts of Jacqueline Fernandez and the family members. So that's why ED decided to make her accused in the case.
All right, Munish, keep tracking all the latest on that. This is the big news coming in against Jacqueline Fernandez. This, remember precisely, this was about Jacqueline Fernandez claiming that she is innocent, but this time the ED is also gunning after her now. Today I want to talk about 2 women dead in India in the past 8 days. One, in fact, is a teenager. Take a look at these visuals. 2 women going on about their life. One, Sonali Phogat, a television actor, a self-made woman, managed to become her own identity. Then something happens on 22nd August. In fact, just about a few days ago, this Sunday was when it appeared that she was in Goa at a nightclub, and then she walks out stumbling with the accused. Hours later, she dies, as appears, of heart attack. But her family since then claiming that was there a foul play, and now the Goa police is investigating that, and a drug angle is also coming forth. Take a look on the other side of this young girl in Dumka, Ankita Kumari, set on fire, left to die because she did not want to befriend Shah Rukh Hussain. I'll be talking about these 2 stories in this next half an hour. Let's begin first. It's a big development coming in the Sonali Phogat death case. The Haryana cops have taken into arrest accountant Shivam. He's accused of disappearing after stealing the laptop, the DVR, the office mobile phone and other documents from Sonali Phogat's farmhouse office. The accused is said to be the aide of Phogat's personal assistant Sudhir Sangwan, who is now the prime accused in this case. Meanwhile, the Goa police team has reached Delhi. They're also expected to visit Sonali's Gurugram flat in the Green Gurugram Society in Sector 102 in Haryana. The society's guard is claiming that Phogat visited her flat on 20th of August. Phogat family is claiming that Sonali owned this flat, but Sudhir Sangwan allegedly got transferred this property in his name. Goa police is visiting Hisar, where Sonali Phogat owned 3 showrooms, 1 farmhouse, a bungalow beside agricultural land. 6 accused, including Sudhir and Sukhwinder, arrested in this case so far, but every day there are new twists and turns that are emerging in this tragic case.
जानते हैं यहाँ ये रहते हैं, इस फ्लैट में रहते हैं। तो सर किसके साथ रहते थे? उनका भी तो नाम होगा ना कुछ? उनका नाम होगा। जब रियल सब कुछ पता है, उनके साथ जब यहाँ पर थी, बाउंसर रहते थे, सब कुछ पता था।
अच्छा, 20 तारीख को यहीं पे आई थी?
हाँ।
गोवा पुलिस अभी पहुंची, सारा अभी पूछते हैं उनसे, भाई क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ, हमें बताएंगे।
जो एक आरोपी है शिवम, वो पुलिस की हिरासत में, उससे क्या क्या बरामद हुआ है?
उससे मोबाइल, लैपटॉप, डीवीआर बरामद हो गए, 3 चीजें।
अच्छा, आपने कल एक वीडियो आया था, उसमें आपने कहा था कि गोवा पुलिस सबसे पहले अगर गुरुग्राम जाती है तो फैमिली मेंबर्स की प्रेजेंस में वो उस फ्लैट को खोले।
जी जी बिल्कुल, वो हमने वीडियो बनवा के डाला था, क्योंकि वो हमें गुमराह कर रहे थे। गोवा पुलिस बता ही नहीं रही थी भाई कब हिसार आ रहे हैं, कब गुड़गांव आ रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं। 3 दिन से उन्होंने वहीं पर सबूत मिटाने की पूरी कोशिश की गोवा पुलिस ने। अब हरियाणा आ रहे हैं तब भी हमें नहीं बता रहे हैं। भाई हमारा तो बंदा गुजरा है, हमें तो बताने का इन्फॉर्म करने का मतलब।
उनका फ्लैट किराए पे लिया गया था या उनका अपना था?
गुरुग्राम में 2 फ्लैट हैं, एक किराए पे है और एक खरीदा हुआ है। जी जी।
तो क्या अब गुरुग्राम में पुलिस गई तो परिवार को उसकी सूचना मिली?
नहीं, अभी नहीं गई गुरुग्राम। हमने पूछा पुलिस से, भाई आप सीधे इशारा हो गया गुरुग्राम जाओगे, अगर गुरुग्राम जाते हो तो हम लोग निकले बाई रोड।
तो गोवा पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन से आप खुश नहीं है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी खुश नहीं है जी।
पुलिस के साथ आप हिसार में कहाँ जाएंगे, इतना बता दीजिए।
संतर नगर वाले मकान में,
ठीक है,
और यहाँ अपने फरोख्त पे।
शिवम कहाँ था इतने दिनों और आपने कहाँ से उसको डिटेन किया?
शिवम जो है वो यूपी से है,
यूपी मेनली वो मेरठ गाजियाबाद उस एरिया में था, ये वो था, कभी फोन ऑन कर देता कभी बंद कर देता था। अभी पूछताछ जा रही है उनसे, लैपटॉप वगैरह फोन वगैरह मिला है उनसे, बट हम बात कर रहे हैं कि वो मतलब कि चोरी करके लेके गया था, किस कारण से गया, सभी जांच कर रहे हैं।
आज हमारे पीआई और उसके साथ में पूरी टीम हरियाणा रवाना हो चुके हैं और पूरा अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस केस का करेंगे। हमने हरियाणा सीएम के लिए इसकी केस के पूरी जानकारी जो अपडेट करना था उसका रिपोर्ट पूरा भेज दिया है। ड्रग्स के बारे में हमारे एंटी नार्कोटिक सेल बहुत अच्छी तरह से काम कर रहा है। मुझे पूरा एक्चुअली हमारे एंटी नार्कोटिक सेल और पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा है, क्योंकि इस तरह का कोई मामला आगे नहीं जाएगा।
So why has this case become so full of twists and turns since 22nd of August? Let's begin one by one, because according to the Goa police, Sonali Phogat was given drugs forcefully. Who fed her those drugs and which sort of narcotic substances were fed to her and when? Was it just on that day or on other days as well? There is a CCTV footage of this BJP leader after she was allegedly drugged that also has been accessed by the Goa police. Remember, Sonali Phogat partied with 2 accused in Goa, where she was on the day of her death. According to the police itself, she was given an obnoxious substance, some sort of a chemical. She was not in control after some time, specifically late into the night at about 4 a.m. in the morning. She was even taken inside a lavatory, a washroom, for 2 hours. It's unexplained what happened there for 2 hours, according to the Goa police. There are also drug peddlers who have been detained. One has also now been nabbed, all according to official sources with the Goa police. And now to track latest on that, I'll go across to our reporters as well. But remember, this is why the case has been shocking, and the family has been claiming and are alleging there is a foul play, that it is not a natural death of Sonali Phogat. Manjeet Sehgal has been tracking all the latest on that. Manjeet, from Delhi to Haryana to Goa, this case has been linking 3 states right now. What is the status in Hisar, where the Goa police is also right now searching? The teams have been sent. They're also in Delhi. And of course in Goa, they are trying to find out more from that nightclub.
Well, Pooja, a 2-member Goa police team reached here at Hisar in the morning, and they met the family members of Sonali Phogat, discussed for hours together. They also visited the farmhouse where I'm standing at the moment. Now this Goa police team, along with Haryana Hisar police team, is visiting the Santnagar residence of Sonali Phogat, where she owned properties. So, but the family members are not happy the way Goa police, according to them, was investigating. They said many of the evidences have been destroyed during this investigation, and the investigation of this case should be handed over to the CBI. The members of the Khab Panchayat also protested and shouted slogans against.
All right, so that's Manjeet Sehgal, who's been speaking to the family. Remember, the local leaders there as well, and specifically the families, are maintaining that there is some property that was transferred into the accused's name, that there was some foul play in this case as well. A very tragic story, remember, this time of Sonali Phogat, but with these twists and turns, a lot of questions are being raised as well. Now, the Goa police investigation into the Sonali Phogat murder case is also intensifying. Police are now looking into Sukhwinder Singh. He's a mysterious figure. He's believed to have had economic reasons for the alleged crime in this case. Who is Sukhwinder? What is his connection to this case? Here's a report on that.
He is visible in this video, partying with BJP leader. And he is visible in the final available image of the social media star before her death. The Goa police says he has confessed spiking Sonali Phogat's drink, triggering a chain of events that ended in her death. In the investigation so far, we have told you about her assistant Sudhir Sangwan. But very little has been known so far about the other man in the images, Sukhwinder Singh. Goa police believes there were economic reasons for the alleged crime.
Right now, I cannot establish whether it is political or economic, but normally आप सब जानते हैं जर जोरू जमीन के बिना कोई तीसरा crime motive हुआ नहीं करता.
Sukhwinder, who was arrested along with Sudhir, is resident of Haryana's Mandola village less than 100 kilometers from Delhi. Going by the moniker SS, Sukhwinder, who has been remanded to police custody, owns a crusher in the nearby mining areas. Has a cousin sister who is a national level rower and is the son of a farmer. But first, how did Sukhwinder come into contact with Sonali Phogat in the first place? Goa's DGP tells India Today that during interrogation, Sukhwinder said that he had met Sonali during assembly elections and that he was fond of appearing in videos. So he used to engage with Sonali. In fact, Sukhwinder was allegedly to play a small part in Sonali's shoot in Goa on 25th of August, a plan cut short by her death 2 days prior. The police is now investigating what Sukhwinder said to his family before he was arrested last Friday. His wife Sonia, who is expecting, says that he definitely has political contacts for his business and that he is clear about his innocence.
पॉलिटिकल एंगल से फंसाया जा रहा है, उसकी सिर्फ इतनी सी ही गलती थी कि वो उस पे वहाँ पे मौजूद रह गया। इसके अलावा उसका इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ना हम किसी सोनाली फोगाट को जानते, ना उसके परिवार वालों को जानते, ना हम सुधीर सांगवान को जानते।
हमारा लड़का ये है नहीं, धंधा अपना धंधा से काम किया करता, वहाँ धंधा बिजनेस किया करता।
मेरे बेटो गलत फंसाया से महाराज, एक बेटो से हमारे बेटो ऐसा काम करते भी नहीं करे और ना हमारे बेटो ने कदे ऐसा काम सोचा। सब बाण बेटे की इज्जत रखा कर दो।
Neighbors and villagers speak up for Sukhwinder in disbelief that he could be involved in such a crime.
लड़का बहुत बढ़िया है, यहाँ गांव में उसके कोई लाग लपेट नहीं है। यहाँ पूरा गुआंड में और गांव में किसी से भी पता करो आप, कोई भी मतलब लाग लपेट नहीं है उसके।
But Sukhwinder's proximity to controversial Haryana politician and sitting MLA Gopal Kanda has stirred word of a political conspiracy.
आज तक ना इस प्रकार का उसका गांव स्तर पे कोई रिपोर्ट रहा है, ना कोई लेना देना है। उन्होंने मैंने पूछा तो उसे कहा है, उन्होंने बॉम्बे के बारे में बताया था और अक्सर वो काम के सिलसिले में बाहर रहता रहता।
As the investigation goes deeper into the true motives for the death, it has only gotten murkier. Bureau Report, India Today.
Justice for Ankita is our campaign, and it should be a campaign for every Indian watching this telecast right now. A minor girl, a teenager, Ankita Kumari, who was burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. Jharkhand Child Welfare Committee has now recommended that there need to be further sections added under the POCSO Act in this matter, considering, according to them, that she was actually a child. She was not even above 18. Recommendations are coming in after it was found out that this deceased girl on your screen right now, 12th standard student, was 15 years old. She was not 19, as is being mentioned by the police in her recorded statement. On 23rd August, just to give you a background, Shahrukh Hussain allegedly poured petrol on Ankita from outside the window of a room when she was sleeping and set her on fire in Jharkhand's Dumka. She was rushed to a hospital with 90% burns. She succumbed to her injuries 5 days later. He's currently in police custody. You remember that visual on your screen? Smiling in police custody while the girl was in pain and has died. But she very bravely, with a lot of calm, unbelievable for her age, despite her pains and burns, gave a recording statement, a dying declaration to the police in which she has said that this accused, Shahrukh, called her on a mobile phone around 10 days ago, pestering her, forcing her to become his friend. She was not interested. She said no. And this is what he had the audacity to do to her. Remember, Ankita Kumari is no more.
फैमिली से मिले, वी चेक द डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड एवरीथिंग, सो क्लैरिटी काफ़ी हमें मिल चुका है और राइट नाउ आफ्टर गिविंग द रिपोर्ट एंड आफ्टर सबमिशन ऑफ द रिपोर्ट टू द ऑनरेबल कमीशन वी विल बी एबल टू पुट ऑल द फैक्ट्स विच आर रेलिवेंट फैक्ट्स इन फ्रंट ऑफ द कमीशन एंड द गवर्नमेंट।
की उम्र थी 16 साल। बयान देते समय या कुछ उस समय जली हुई थी बच्ची, जलीय व्यवस्था में तो जितने लाख से या 16 या 17 बोली होगी, पुलिस को सुना दिया 19 लिख दिया। आधार कार्ड है और जो सर्टिफिकेट है उसी से मान्यता होगा ना, अब लिखने से थोड़ी कुछ होगा।
के साथ पहले बातचीत की थी, ये सुना है आपने?
नहीं, हम तो कभी नहीं सुना सर कि उसका नाम अभिषेक है। उसका शुरू से मैं नाम जानता हूँ, उसका साड़ू भूषण नाम है उसका, मतलब उसका दोस्त है। देखिए, कोई भी कांड करेगा एक आदमी से नहीं होगा, जब तक उसको साथी नहीं मिले, दोस्त नहीं मिले, मतलब 2 आदमी की मदद से ही सब होता है। किसी की हिम्मत नहीं करेगा कि अकेला कोई गलत काम कर दे। तुम उतना छोटा बच्चा को तुम सारा दिन रात को गांजा पीते हो और तुम सोचते हो बात करो मिलो। जी पीता ही है, दिन रात शाहरुख दिन रात पी का हमेशा रहता है। छोटू भी वही है, जब उसका दोस्त ऐसा रहेगा तो कैसा अच्छा थोड़ी रहेगा।
आपके पास अभी टाइम नहीं है इस दरवाजे पे आके खड़े होने का, आपके पास टाइम नहीं है। आपका भाई यहाँ से MLA जीता हुआ, इस दरवाजे पे आना उनका धर्म बनता है, उनकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है, उनका कर्तव्य बनता है। इस दरवाजे पे आके परिवार के कंधे पे हाथ रखना ये मुख्यमंत्री के भाई का धर्म बनता है। और मेरे को ये कहना है कि आज ये पूरी दुनिया साथ खड़ी है लेकिन सरकार साथ नहीं है। पूरे दुनिया के लोग अपने संदेश भेज रहे हैं, सांत्वना भेज रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार गायब है। ये बहुत पीड़ा की बात है।
इस घटना में कड़ी जांच होनी चाहिए और दोषियों को ऐसी सजा होनी चाहिए जिससे ऐसा अपराध करने वाले लोगों की रूह कांपे। और निश्चित रूप से एक सवाल उठ रहा है कि जिसने ऐसा कांड किया है, जो जिसका नाम शाहरुख है, उसके सारे रिलेशंस को जांच में लाना ही चाहिए।
So what exactly happened with Ankita Kumari? There's a visual representation. We've tried to understand what happened on that brutal day. It was on 23rd August. Accused Shahrukh with another accomplice allegedly pours petrol on Ankita from outside the window of a room while she's sleeping, while the family is sleeping late into the night. He, with the help of accused number 2, then set the teenager girl on fire. The girl is ablaze. Her family members rush to save her. The accused run away, flee from the scene. But Ankita, by the time she was rushed to a nearby hospital, had already suffered 90% burns on her body. She eventually succumbed to her injuries 5 days later in terrible pain, imagine. Who gave these accused the confidence to carry out this crime? Who is telling the young men of this country they should not accept refusal and that even killing a girl is all right and will be acceptable? Let's go across for this live telecast to my colleague. Suryagani is right now there, has been speaking to the family. He's on location. It's a terrible tragedy. It's shocking. And we have to ensure there are no more Ankitas who have to suffer this. And the smiling monster from Dumka thought he'll get away. Suryagani, what are the family members telling you now? What do they want beyond the arrest of this Shahrukh Hussain?
Well, Pooja, as you have stated that, we need to make sure that such cases never happen. And that is what the family primarily wants. Firstly, justice for Ankita. And by justice, they mean that, this person, Shahrukh, the guy who's arrested, the accused, should be, produced in front of fast-track court, and he should be, the death penalty should be given to him. That is what the family basically wants, death penalty for this particular accused. Back to you.
Suryagani, keep tracking all the latest. He has been interacting with the family members, with the police officials as well. It's a story we will not forget here on India Today. We have to ensure no more Ankitas have to suffer. Set on fire, killed, because she did not want to befriend this Shahrukh Hussain. And it is our responsibility and yours as well to talk and speak up for Ankita Kumari and her family. I'm heading to a very short break. On the other side is our India Today sports special on Asia Cup 2022. It's the Desert Storm. That and more, our sports telecast after this break. Thank you for watching 6 p.m. Prime.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
हेलो 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 बकरा है क्या? आपने तो बहुत छोटी बात की, बीच में तो खबर आई थी मैं मर गया हूँ मैं मर गया हूँ ये बिल्कुल ही मुझे नहीं पता है, ये मेरी बुक के बाहर वाला क्वेश्चन बकरा है क्या?
All right, there you heard from Ravindra Jadeja. The Indian team looks very, very relaxed. He was out at the press conference yesterday, and as you'd expect with a player as cool as Ravi Jadeja, he's soaking in the atmosphere here. He was the outstanding performer for India at that initial game that India played. Hello and welcome to this special show called Desert Storm. We're coming to you live from Dubai. We will soon be joined by our two experts in Sunny Gavaskar and Pragyan Oja, and we'll try and analyze the game. But at the moment, I'm joined by a few Indian fans. I'll only say a couple of Indian fans because this guy here is not just an Indian fan. He's small in size but a big expert. As they say, chota packet, bada dhamaka. His name is Arjun. He's going to give all of us a run for our money as far as analysis are concerned. Arjun, tell me, what can one expect from the game today?
You know, today's game is a...
Good, relax. That's okay. That's okay. He's a bit nervous. That's all right. That's all right. But we'll get Arjun to come and speak to us a little later. It's very, very hot in Dubai. I've got another fan with me. India versus Hong Kong. I mean, India-Pakistan was the big game, but are you nervous about this one?
No, not really nervous. I think it should be a one-sided affair, but you can't take Hong Kong lightly. We saw in the last Asia Cup as well, Hong Kong did give India a scare. So I feel that India need to play some good cricket. The top order needs to fire. This is the best time to get runs under your belt. And KL Rahul, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli will need to feast big today. I think that's going to be the goal for India from that side.
Yeah. So that's what a few things that India has to look at, especially get a lot of runs. We also spoke to Harbhajan Singh earlier in the day, and we helped him, we got him to analyze the game for us. So let's listen in to what Harbhajan had to say. We're building up to that game, India versus Hong Kong. Harbhajan Singh with us. Harbhajan, firstly, on paper it looks like an uneven contest, but would you dare to call it a walkover?
No, it's not going to be a walkover, and I don't want to repeat this word walkover because I
got into trouble.
Used this word like 10 months back against Pakistan, and it was kind of embarrassing later on. Everyone was after me. We lost that game, and I don't want to say that it'll be a walkover, but yes, it'll be an easy game comparatively. The game was against Pakistan, but yes, still India need to go out there and play the best cricket they are known for. They have to play and get the right result. And of course, this is an opportunity for someone like Rahul and Rohit and Virat to spend time in the middle and get their batting form back and play maximum sort of balls. This is the kind of a best sort of practice. No matter how much time you spend in the nets, that's never enough. But when you score runs in the middle, it doesn't matter whether it comes against Hong Kong or Sri Lanka or Bangladesh. It's still, those runs give you a lot of confidence. It's the runs or the wickets gives you confidence. So great opportunity for these top three from India to get their groove.
Also another good opportunity, because you were talking to Ravindra Jadeja the other day and he said it was a bit of a two-pace, double-pace wicket. Good chance for the Indian team to get used to the conditions, because future you'll have some stronger matches.
Of course, Jaddu was talking about the pitch wasn't that easy to bat on. It was, uneven kind of a bounce. Few balls were gripping a bit. Even the ball when Jaddu got out, actually that was a, arm ball, but it spun. And he got bowled. So Jaddu was right. If these are the conditions where the bounce is uneven, you have to just get used to of these conditions and play the best cricket and adopt to those conditions, because you'll be playing Afghanistan. They are, I believe they are a very, very good side. Then you'll be playing against Pakistan again. So get used to of these conditions as much as you can and make the most of it.
Finally, you reckon India has any case to make any changes to the team, or you reckon no, the same team is best?
I don't think any sort of changes we will get to see, and there's no need to it. India have won a brilliant game against Pakistan, and knowing Rahul, I don't think he'll change anyone unless someone is injured or dehydrated, because the conditions are very, very hot. So I don't see any changes happening in next few games at least.
Right, also joining us on the show, two experts in Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Oja. Sunny, let me start with you. At the moment, I'm coming to you live from the Dubai Stadium. Very different scenes to what we saw just a few days ago when India were taking on Pakistan. This entire area was jam-packed with fans. Not too many fans. Yes, there are trickling in at the moment, but not too many fans turning in. But should the Indian fans or the Indian team take a risk of taking Hong Kong lightly?
No, not at all. Not at all. But before that, I'd like to wish all the viewers a happy Ganesh Chaturthi. May Lord Ganesha bless you always, bless Indian cricket always. And I do believe that we should be taking any team lightly, because this is the shortest format of the game where fortunes can change in a jiffy, and therefore it's very important, to go with your best team. Not to take anything lightly. Maybe once you qualify, maybe you can, after that you can look at maybe giving some of the reserve players an opportunity. But right now, I think they've got to go full on and make sure that it's a big win over Hong Kong.
Okay, a big win versus Hong Kong. Remember, the format of this tournament is such that you have to win every game. Just, for Pakistan as well, it'll be a must-win game when they take on Hong Kong. Pragyan, to you, just looking at this Hong Kong side, they've been in good form. They've been undefeated in the qualifiers, albeit that they were playing much weaker sides compared to India. They played the like of Kuwait, UAE and Singapore, but have been undefeated. I was also looking at this entire setup of the Hong Kong team. For the last 6-8 months, they've been on the road playing a lot of T20 cricket. So clearly the team has come very prepared, the Hong Kong team here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the way you should go about. You know that you're not the favorites. So when things are against you, what best you can do? You go out, play a lot of tournaments. That's how you get confidence, and that's how you build your team. When you talk about India and Hong Kong, definitely India is the favorites. But saying that, what as a team member of Hong Kong you can do? You prepare yourself really well, give your best. That's what you can do. They have done really well against UAE. Their bowlers, if you see Ishan Khan and all, they've taken wickets, and few other batsmen, they have got runs. That is what you can do. So they're well prepared, and just go out and express yourself. That's the best you can do as a team who is less favored.
Okay, that's right. The team has come very prepared, the Hong Kong team. A reminder again, and I keep harping about that the last Asia Cup in 2018, it was a 50-over format, and at that time Hong Kong really ran India very close, fell short of that big target of 285 by just 20 odd runs. What about you? You're here. Is it because you didn't get tickets for India, Pakistan, or you genuinely are a cricket fan and want to watch India play every game?
So you want India to hit the maximum number of sixes, right? So today is the opportunity for Kohli to get back in form. Today is the opportunity for Rohit to hit another 50. So that's what we are looking for. I hope we win the toss. I hope we bat first. And if that's the case, let's hit a 200 plus score. Let's have our team in form. Let's see a few fireworks from hopefully Pant as well. And that's the idea.
Arjun, young Arjun is there. Are you feeling better now, Arjun?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. The heat really got to Arjun. Tell us now, what are you looking forward to in the game today?
I'm looking forward to the way India plays. I'm hoping that a few players get back in form, such as Virat Kohli and KL Rahul. And I really want the bowling lineup to be replaced with young, talented players.
The bowling lineup to be replaced with young talented player. That's what Arjun is saying. He's going to give me a run for my money when he grows up, just 10 years of age, and is a sharp cricketing brain. I'll take that question to the two experts that join us, Insani Gavaskar and Pragyan Ojha. Pragyan, I'll start with you on this one. You see any reason for India to make any sort of changes in this game? Because we heard from Rohit Sharma before the game, before this tournament started, he said, listen, we want to experiment. We'll continue experimenting throughout this tournament. So if they really want to try on something, no better opportunity than this Hong Kong game?
I don't think they will make any changes, because this is a game where you want your team to get that rhythm back. If you see, as Sunny sir was saying in the previous game, that top three, they have to get their runs, and then you're blessed that your middle order is doing really well. Then the most important thing in UAE, if you see, our spinners have not done that well. They've not picked up wickets. Last game also, both our spinners didn't get wickets. So when your team is trying to settle down, so what the best you can do is you give them that game time. And to do that, let the same team play. I think this is the second game. I personally feel it won't be right to make changes, because, now the countdown has begun to the World Cup. So every game is important. So you have to think about the bigger picture. Let the same team settle down. I think very less changes, unless it's forced. You just continue playing the same team, which you're thinking is going to be your main team in the next few weeks.
Saiba, your thoughts? Should India look at making a few changes? If they want to try a few things, this probably might be the best opportunity, because going forward, you're going to have tough encounters.
That's true, but I think, this is the time to, win big. And like I said, maybe once you've definitely qualified, then maybe look to give some of the reserve players an opportunity. This is the time to have the best possible team. Maybe give the two spinners more of an opportunity. Jadeja didn't bowl his quota over, so maybe give him a little bit of a spell. Obviously, depending on the situation of the game. But no, I don't think the time for experiments is here at the moment.
Okay, one man who's been really on fire here in this tournament has been Hardik Pandya. He was a standout performer in that game versus Pakistan, and he's that one X factor that the Indian team would be looking at to be performing well. This is what Hardik had to say about his match, man of the match performance in the game versus Pakistan. Let's listen in.
4 years down the line, even मैं खुद को नहीं पता. I was just a kid who was trying to just learn new part of life, new part of the sport. But I always, had that in me that, how can I get better? And from there, obviously the kind of mindset. There was one very big person who played a big role was Mahi, where whenever he was there, not that I asked him a lot of things, but whenever the opportunity got, I used to observe him and, especially learn things about in the sport. Not as particular about life, but for the sport, the kind of mindset he had and the kind of knowledge and the kind of, just the observation of the sport was something tremendous. And I think that has somehow reflected on my personality as well in the field. And responsibility wise, yes, I was always someone who wanted responsibility, because when you own your things, it kind of becomes more personal to you. So for me, it was always about that kind of owning my mistake, at the same point of time, taking those chances, maybe failing and learning, because that experience no one can teach you, nor your closest aide, nor your idol, or nor to some extent not even Mahi bhai when he was around it. Some failures are meant to be you experience it and then you learn it. And because of that, I think I started understanding that what are the roles and what are the roles I'm good at, and how I can get better at that. And yes, it just added more fruits to my sport.
We're coming to you live on this special program titled Desert Storm from the Dubai International Stadium, which you can see right behind me, the venue of India's second game at this Asia Cup. They're up against the team that has qualified from the qualifiers in Hong Kong. Not too many minutes to go before we get to the toss, and then we'll get to know the playing 11. Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Ojha still with us on the show. Sunny, we heard from Hardik Pandya, and the one man that found a lot of mention in that entire interaction was MS Dhoni, where Hardik was pointing out how much he's picked up from someone that he's played for a very long time, that is MS Dhoni. Did you see some, or are you beginning to see some shades of MS Dhoni, especially in the way Hardik Pandya has been approaching these chases? We saw that in the IPL, we're seeing it now with the Indian team, that sort of calculator that MS Dhoni used to have, calculating in his brain how or when to attack. Are you seeing shades of that in Hardik Pandya, the batsman, now?
Certainly. The way he finished the game the other day with that bottom hand, flick over long on, that is shades of MST, because MST used to play these, big bottom-handed sixes over long on and mid-wicket. And that's exactly what Hardik did. So now we've got another great finisher in the Indian ranks. There was one, of course, the one and only MST, who could finish matches, who could take 15 runs in the over. 15 runs in the over without a problem in the last over. And I think Hardik Pandya is capable of doing the same.
Pragyan, one other thing Hardik talks about is one picking up from man he admires in MS Dhoni, but he said, listen, I've played with a lot of great players, so there are little things that you see in these great players, you try and observe, and then you pick the best out of them and try to inculcate that in your game. Are these all signs of a great player in the making, picking up the right things from the right players?
I think it's the clarity that he's got now. When you listen to him, he says that he knows that what he needs to do, and he has learned from his failure. That clarity is brilliant. If you talk to some of the great cricketers, they would say the same thing, the clarity. I think that is what has made a lot of difference in his career. I think he's trying to be that leader, even if when he was not the captain, he was trying to think how he can contribute, how he can do well. So I think once you think about your game and try and read, that really helps you, and that has really done wonders for him. So I think it's a clarity which clearly shows that the result that he's getting.
So that brings me to the next question, Pragyan. Because Hardik Pandya has been in fine form, doesn't really need a lot of game time because we know what he can do with a bat. There is also a school of thought that you must look after Hardik Pandya, the bowler, and ensure that he doesn't bowl in every game. If you're going to do that, if he's not going to be bowling in this particular encounter, do you think then there is a case to probably rest him in this case, in this game versus Hong Kong? If he's not going to be bowling, batting, we know what he offers with the bat. So maybe if you then have Hardik out, you could give a chance to another all-rounder, maybe a Deepak Huda, maybe a Ravichandran Ashwin. Is that something that the Indian team can think about?
I think we're thinking too ahead of what exactly we are in right now. I think he's in a great form. His clarity is superb. He's fit. He's just wanting to go out in the middle and really do the talking with the bat and the ball and with the fielding, obviously. So just let him go and express himself. Let's not think ahead. The problem is once we think ahead, then maybe we'll restrict ourselves. So let him just be in the present and just let him go and express himself. That's what I feel. Let him do that. Let's not think if this game we can rest him to protect him. Because a brilliant cricketer with great form, just let him play how much of a matches he can play. Let him just go out and just enjoy his cricket.
Saima, we spoke to you earlier about in terms of any changes you'd like to see India make, and you said no, you'd like to see the same team. There's just one other factor. We've seen a lot of heat in Dubai. We saw a few fast bowlers cramp up. Also, in the game that happened yesterday, the spinners were very, very effective. Against Minnows, there is a school of thought that, another leggy Ravi Bishnoi or because they've got a few left-handers in Afghanistan, maybe a Ravichandran Ashwin in an off-spinner, maybe rest one of the three fast bowlers that you have, play an extra spinner. Is that something that the Indian team can think about?
Well, they were a couple of days break, so I think that's good enough. Whatever the weather conditions are, as far as the bowlers are concerned, they're bowling 4 overs and not 4 overs at a stretch. And, just about everybody, at best, somebody bowls 3 overs and then maybe another over. So if you're going to cramp up after bowling 4 overs, I mean, that is, that is a question mark against your fitness. Yes, I know it's an off season for most and they're coming from an off season, but still, I think when you're talking about fitness, if you're bowling 14 overs, 15 overs, and then you cramp up 10 overs at a stretch, cramp up, fine. But, 2 overs and then you cramp up. So no, I don't think that's the thing. Yes, like I said, once the qualification is done, then you can look at, trying all the other experiments. But now this is only the one match. I think there seems to be a presumption that having won against Pakistan, all the other matches are going to be easy. No, this is the 2020 format. Things can go wrong in an over, maybe 6-8 balls, things can go wrong. So win this game and then be in a position to look at, any changes that you want to do, any experiments.
Final word from you, Saibhai, and I want to spend some time talking about the Hong Kong team. I was just reading, most of them, in fact, all of them are semi-professionals. They haven't, they don't play cricket for a living. Some of them are, delivery drivers for food apps in their country. Some of them are still in university. They do private coaching, various other day jobs, then to sustain their cricket. In a way, it's a massive achievement, and you say, no matter what the result of this game, but the players of Hong Kong already are having, not being professionals, doing their day jobs, and yet making it this far in the Asia Cup.
That's the great thing about a game of cricket, that you have so many who love the game and who make so many sacrifices. So all these players from Hong Kong or even from UAE, all these, associate members, who don't have jobs and who play cricket for fun, I think that's a wonderful achievement. And therefore, I'm hoping that Hong Kong really come in and do well, because that will encourage more and more people in associate, countries to take up to the game. And one thing is that they won't be under pressure, like, professional cricketers. They won't be under pressure. And so they can actually go and, play, with abandon, with gay abandon, just really go, whether it's batting or bowling or fielding, just have fun. It's a wonderful opportunity for players from Hong Kong to be able to be on the same field with some of the legends of the game. I mean, India has got some of the greatest legends of the game in this particular team. For the Hong Kong team just to be able to, be there, they shouldn't be overawed. They shouldn't be taking autographs before the game. After the game, take autographs, but not before the game. No photos, etc. before the game, because that shows that, that doesn't look good. But enjoy yourself. And I think if Hong Kong do that, we'll be in for a real good game.
Right. Just to add on to, the kind of commitment that these Hong Kong players have, I was reading somewhere that there are about 2 or 3 members in this Hong Kong team that have become father in the last few months. But they haven't had the time to go and see their kid. They've only seen their children via those video calls because they've been busy playing T20 cricket, preparing for this tournament, so I haven't had a chance to go home. That's the kind of commitment that a certain amount of players in this Hong Kong team has. So that's why they've reached this far, undefeated in the tournament so far. Expect a good contest, and when it's a short format, T20 format, the gap between teams really ends up reducing. So it will be a thriller of a contest. That's what the Indian fans can, or the cricket fans can hope for. Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Oja, thanks so much for taking our time speaking to us. We are coming to you live from Dubai, right from outside the Dubai International Stadium. That's where the action is going to start in a few minutes from now, and I'm going to be heading in there. Thanks so much for joining us. Bye-bye.
rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by 2022 Hyundai Kona Electric. In association with Lovely Professional University. Think big. Spotify. Download the music app for free.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for you. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and these are the headlines. Ganesh Chaturthi being celebrated at Hubli Idgah ground after a late-night nod from the Karnataka High Court. Muslim side likely to move Supreme Court against festivities. Hindu side puts up Savarkar posters at the pandal. Five days after being booked, Lingayat Seer accused of raping minor yet to face arrest despite outrage. Netas and Mutt back Lingayat Seer. Massive clamour for justice to Jharkhand minor girl Ankita. Burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. BJP claims role of Islamist PFI. Child rights body demands addition of POXO section. Even though her dying declarations, she said she was 19 years old. Delhi LG Vinay Saxena to sue Aam Aadmi Party Neta Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Durgesh Pathak. LG accuses them of levelling false allegations of corruption against him. Aam Aadmi Party accuses the LG of 1,400 crore Khadi scam. Telangana Chief Minister KCR in Bihar meets Nitish Kumar and his deputy Tejashwi Yadav. Two netas discuss politics, open unity ahead of 2024 polls. Says Nitish, most experienced person to lead. More trouble for Jacqueline Fernandez as ED counters her claim. Says she has repeatedly changed her statements and cleared her phone data after Sukesh arrest. Ganesh festivities kick off across the country. Maharashtra steeped in devotional fervour. Celebrities, movie stars, politicians welcome Ganpati Bappa, perform Aarti. All right, viewers, let me get you the latest coming in for the tumultuous political waters where Jharkhand is concerned. Well, the MLAs have moved right now to Chhattisgarh. The latest coming in amidst the political turbulence, resort politics has begun. Jharkhand MLAs from JMM Congress have all been taken to a resort in Raipur in Chhattisgarh. Fearing poaching by BJP, Hemant Soren moved 40 MLAs to Raipur's Mayfair resort. Remember, this comes in midst of uncertainty over Hemant Soren's disqualification as an assembly member due to his alleged role in an illegal mining case. BJP's National Vice President Raman Singh alleged that Bhupesh Baghel is feeding the MLAs with the money of Chhattisgarh. Sharpening the attack, he stated MLAs are trying to convert the state into a den of debauchery. BJP alleges that liquor bottles were found in government vehicles waiting for for the MLAs from Jharkhand in Chhattisgarh.
मुख्यमंत्री होते हुए अपनी कंपनियों को खदानों के ठेके दे दिए। इससे बड़ा क्या विवाद हो सकता है? जिससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है? और उसको कहें कि विवाद बनाया जा रहा है, वो उत्तर दें, और जो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कहा है उसकी बात का उत्तर दें। वो ऑफिस ऑफ प्रॉफिट में आता है। उन्होंने अपने आप को खुद को अबंटन किया, वो कर नहीं सकते। अंततः उनको इस्तीफा देना पड़ेगा और चुनाव में जाना पड़ेगा। अब वो डर के मारे अपने सब विधायकों को साथ जोड़कर चल रहे हैं कि उनको लग रहा है कि वो इस्तीफा देंगे, सारे विधायक भाग जाएंगे। अभी उनकी पार्टी का अंदरूनी मामला है।
All right, joining me right now is BJP leader, former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. Raman Singh is joining us live. Raman साहब, अगर आप ही के जो पार्टी मेंबर्स हैं उन्हीं को कोट किया जाए, आपने भी ये बोला है कि छत्तीसगढ़ जहां पर ये सारे एमएलएस दर्ज हैं रायपुर में, जो झारखंड सरकार की, ये एक अय्याशी का अड्डा बन गया है। क्या मतलब है आपका इससे?
जिस प्रकार मेहमान नवाजी हो रही है और होना चाहिए, स्वागत करना चाहिए, माला से स्वागत करना चाहिए, उनको ठहराने की व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए, पर जिस प्रकार सरकारी वाहन में लेकर शराब लाद के महंगी कीमती शराब वहाँ पे बांटी जा रही है और मेफेयर के सामने गाड़ी खड़ी है, तो सरकार से मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि सारा ध्यान इन विधायकों के आवभगत में ही होगा और ये उस गाड़ी को जब्त क्यों नहीं किया गया, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की जो पूरे गाड़ी में शराब भर के लाए थे। 2 बोतल शराब रखने के बाद से पुलिस कार्रवाई करती है, एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट कार्रवाई करती है, मगर एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट खुद अपने गाड़ी में भर कर इस प्रकार शराब ले जाने का काम कर रही है, तो इसको मैं उचित नहीं मानता।
रमन जी, पर देखिए आप कह रहे हैं कि ये एक अय्याशी का अड्डा बन गया है, शराब की बोतलें लाई जा रही हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या कर रहे हैं। पर देखिए अब बात करते हैं जो महाराष्ट्र में हुआ, वो सारे विधायक जो असम में बैठे हुए थे वहां पर भी शराब की बोतलें देखी गई थी, तो क्या फर्क है? उस वक्त आप लोगों ने तो कुछ नहीं कहा।
नहीं, देखिए जहाँ तक सवाल है महाराष्ट्र में, और महाराष्ट्र में दल का एक बड़ा हिस्सा टूटा और वो अपने से पूरी टीम विधायक को लेकर गए, तो वहाँ कोई खरीद फरोख्त की राजनीति कहीं नहीं हुई, वो अपनी मर्जी से गए थे और अपना पेमेंट सबने किया।
पर रामन साहब, वो जो एलिगेशन है वो तो वही लगाई जा रही है ना कि ये जो विधायक हैं, जैसे जब जो महाराष्ट्र में हुआ, जब एक पूरा टुकड़ा आकर असम में बस गया और वहां पर मैं फिर बोलूंगी शराब की बोतलें दिखाई गई। पर इस वक्त अगर आप देखें, चार्जेस तो आप पे हैं कि हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग हो रही है, इसीलिए छत्तीसगढ़ लेके जा रहा है और ये आप कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, एक संवैधानिक मामला है। चुनाव आयोग ने इनकी गतिविधि को देखते हुए मुख्यमंत्री के सदस्यता, विधानसभा की सदस्य को समाप्त करने का रिकमेंडेशन किया है। गवर्नर साहब को निर्णय लेना है, वो राय ले रहे हैं और जैसे ही विधि विशेषज्ञों से, कानूनविदों से राय आएगा उसके ऊपर आगे कार्रवाई करेंगे। तो एक सामान्य प्रक्रिया है जो चल रहा है, उसका इंतजार करना चाहिए और देखना चाहिए कि गवर्नर का क्या निर्णय आता है।
बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने का रमन सिंह जी। रमन सिंह, former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, saying that there is a party going on right now in Chhattisgarh where all the MLAs from Jharkhand are lodged. Trust India Today to keep a keen eye on all developments and get you the latest. But I want to now, viewers, cut across to the other tragic developing story coming in from Jharkhand, and it concerns Ankita. Well, the latest that is coming in, justice for Jharkhand's Ankita, who was allegedly burnt alive by stalker Shahrukh. The Jharkhand Child Welfare Committee has recommended that the police add the sections under the POCSO Act in the matter. On August 23rd, Shahrukh had allegedly poured petrol on Ankita from outside the window of her room where she was sleeping and set her afire in Jharkhand's Dumka. Now there is clamour that Ankita, who was in the 12th standard, wouldn't have, and there are documents which seem to support it, as per the Child's Welfare Department, saying on her Aadhaar she's much younger than 18 years of age. But having said that, viewers, officially Ankita in her dying declaration has stated very clearly when she was asked that she is 19 years old. So that is the conflict there, because Ankita, when she was questioned, and this is now the dying declaration, this is going to be the main proof of what would be used against Shahrukh, and in this she's saying 19, but having said that, her father maintained she was 16, and on other documents like her Aadhaar, her age is that of a minor. So will the dying declaration be taken into account where Ankita says she's 19 years old, or will other documents be taken into account, and will that, if that happens, will the dying declaration be termed null and void? Well, that's the big question. Trust India Today to keep getting you the very latest.
फैमिली से मिले, वी चेक द डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड एवरीथिंग, सो क्लैरिटी काफ़ी हमें मिल चुका है. और राइट नाउ आफ्टर गिविंग द रिपोर्ट एंड आफ्टर सबमिशन ऑफ द रिपोर्ट टू द ऑनरेबल कमीशन, वी विल बी एबल टू पुट ऑल द फैक्ट्स विच आर रेलिवेंट फैक्ट्स इन फ्रंट ऑफ द कमीशन एंड द गवर्नमेंट.
की उम्र थी 16 साल. बयान देते समय या कुछ उस समय जली हुई थी बच्ची, जली हुई अवस्था में, तो जितने लाहौर से या 16 या 17 बोली होगी, पुलिस को सुना दिया, 19 लिख दिया. आधार कार्ड है और जो सर्टिफिकेट है उसी से मान्यता होगा ना, अब लिखने से थोड़ी कुछ होगा.
इस घटना में कड़ी जांच होनी चाहिए और दोषियों को ऐसी सजा होनी चाहिए जिससे ऐसा अपराध करने वाले लोगों की रूह कांपे. और निश्चित रूप से एक सवाल उठ रहा है कि जिसने ऐसा कांड किया है, जो इसका नाम शाहरुख है, उसके सारे रिलेशंस को जांच में लाना ही चाहिए।
All right, viewers, let's take you now to the other story coming in once again from Jharkhand of abject bestiality and brutality, where a tribal woman who was serving as a house help in the house of a BJP leader was brutalized to an extent where she couldn't walk anymore, held captive for years. Take a look at the story.
Every once in a while, there will be a story that will make you question your belief in humanity. This is one. No matter how much one tries, one cannot look away. These visuals not just horrify, these visuals shame humanity. A house help tortured beyond belief, held hostage for years, starved. The Jharkhand police have rescued a 29-year-old tribal woman, Sunita, from Ranchi in this condition. Allegedly tortured for years in captivity by a Bharatiya Janata Party leader, now suspended, BJP's state national executive member Seema Patra. Videos show the woman emaciated and lying on a bed, recounting details of her treatment. She said Seema Patra locked her in a room for days without food or water, assaulted her regularly, burnt her with hot utensils at various places on her body. Due to continuous thrashing, her health deteriorated. She used to drag herself on the floor as she was unable to walk. She said she was made to lick her urine from the floor and her front teeth were smashed by an iron rod. Inhuman torture by this woman, Seema Patra. Herself a BJP leader and wife of former bureaucrat. In midst of building outrage as details emerged of the brutality the victim endured, Seema Patra has been arrested by the cops and suspended from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Sunita was rescued many times by Seema Patra's son Ayushman. It was Ayushman and another person known to the family who tipped off the police. But even the cops were ill-prepared to face this bestiality. Images that will forever burn a hole in India's conscience and serve as a forever dichotomy, where at one end we celebrate India's first woman tribal president, and on the other, a tribal woman is subjected to unspeakable horror. Bureau Report, India Today.
The irony, viewers, as stark as that. With that, I want to shift focus to the big political development which is taking place in Bihar today. Bihar had a very unusual visitor when it comes down to politics. The Telangana Chief Minister. In a latest outreach move aimed at stitching together an alliance of like-minded parties against the BJP, Telangana Chief Minister KCR, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, today met Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and his deputy Tejashwi Yadav. This meeting took place in Patna. KCR's arrival in Bihar is being seen as a big political development, all right ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Remember, after the separation from NDA, this would be Bihar Chief Minister's first meeting to root out BJP from the centre. KCR, upon his visit to Bihar, is participating in a program along with the two Bihar leaders, providing financial assistance to the families of Indian soldiers who were martyred in the valley. So, कौन बनेगा opposition का prime minister candidate? That's the news that we are breaking, where especially a statement that was made by the Telangana chief minister all the way in Bihar. KCR's big statement there, saying Nitish amongst the most senior leaders in the country, an open backing by KCR when he was asked who should lead the opposition in 2024. It does seem that KCR has stepped back and actually thrown in Nitish Kumar's hat as the leading prime ministerial face for the opposition in 2024. KCR also added, revolution in Bihar has always brought peace in the country. Listen in.
नीतीश कुमार जी इस देश का उत्तम से उत्तम वरिष्ठ नेता है, इसमें किसी को कोई शक नहीं है। जब हम बैठेंगे, समर्पित रूप से बैठेंगे, समाधान निकालने का हर संभव प्रयास करेंगे। मैं एक कौन बनता हूँ, मेरे जैसे कई नेता है देश में, तो सभी की सहमति से जिस प्रकार की नीति बनना चाहिए, जिस किसी को नेता चुन के सर पे लिए चलना चाहिए, वो जरूर हम आपको बता देंगे। आपको कोई घबराहट की या जल्दीबाजी की जरूरत नहीं है। बिहार से जब भी लोकतंत्र का हो या लोकमान्य लोकनायक श्री जयप्रकाश नारायण जी का आवाज हो, जब कभी क्रांति बिहार से शुरू हुई, देश में जरूर शांति आई।
Big statements, viewers. How much of this is sheer posturing, time will tell. They're still a long way from 2024, but it does seem alliance building already on display. I want to now cut across and get you the very latest that we're tracking from Karnataka. It's been over 5 days, viewers, where extremely grave charges, and let me detail what those charges were. Raping 2 minor girls. A senior seer from a Lingayat mutt has been charged. All political parties completely silent, and on top of it, under the POCSO Act, the seer has been charged, but no arrest yet.
It has been over 118 hours since a rape case was lodged against him. But the Lingayat mutt seer Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru still roams free. The police paid another visit to the mutt on Wednesday, but did not take the seer into custody. The pontiff is accused of raping 2 minor girls. That's right, child rape of 2 minor girls staying at the school hostel attached to the mutt. Shivamurthy is booked under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, or POCSO, a non-bailable offence. The seer has claimed the rape case is a conspiracy against him. With elections in view, political leaders and other seers have rallied behind Shivamurthy. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi and former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP MLA Jagdish Shettar are the latest to come out in his support.
Arresting and non-arresting is not an issue. The investigation should be proper. I hope the Karnataka government and Karnataka police are doing the proper investigation.
Swamiji already expressed that is some vested interest. These all false allegations have been made. He is cooperating for the investigation, and in the legal process, what investigation going on, it is going on, and law will take its own course.
The lone voice demanding action against the Lingayat seer is BJP MLC H. Vishwanath.
Why do you think the BJP has not instructed the police to act and arrest him?
I don't know, because the ruling party has to pay for it in the next elections. The people of Karnataka are watching.
You're part of the BJP, sir.
Maybe I may be the part of the BJP, but I am for the law of the land. I am for the harassment against these minor girls.
Right.
Because I am for the protection of those,
A counter complaint has been filed against former JDS MLA and former Muruga Mutt administrator S.K. Basavarajan by Rashmi, warden of the mutt. The second FIR charges the former administrator with rape and kidnapping. The complainant warden is also an accused in the original POCSO case against the mutt pontiff. Elections in the state are scheduled next year, and no political party wants to offend the powerful Lingayat community. But it surely exposes the insensitive, even cowardly netas who are fine with doing politics even on a child rape case. With Sagai Raj in Chitradurga, Karnataka, Bureau Report, India Today.
It's Ganesh Chaturthi today, viewers, and India is reverberating with the chants of Ganpati Bappa Moria all across the country. Festivities. We bring you the defining images that have been captured through the course of the day of Ganesh Chaturthi. Devotees thronged Mumbai's famous Lal Bagh Raja Pandal to offer prayers on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. The Lal Bagh Raja Pandal is a major attraction in Mumbai. The other big image that we get to you of the morning aarti that was performed at the Sri Siddhi Vinayak temple in Mumbai. thousands of devotees visited the temple to witness celebrations of Ganesha and take his blessings. Image 3. Devotees visit renowned Tekdi Ganesh Mandir on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. The doors of the iconic temple were closed earlier due to COVID-19 pandemic. Image 4. Ganesh idol installed at the Idgah ground at Hubli, Dharwad after Karnataka High Court upheld authorities' decision to allow Ganesh Utsav at the Idgah ground in Hubli. And image 5, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde along with his family offering prayers to Lord Ganesha at his residence on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. Om Pranaya. And let's take you now right bang in the middle of all these festivities. Joining me is my colleague Paras Dama. He joins us from Lal Bagh Cha Raja, the iconic festival, which is the iconic place where Ganesh Chaturthi is celebrated. Paras, take us through, who all came in through the course of the day. It's coming after COVID, celebrated with extra fervor this time.
Preeti, first of all, happy Ganesh Chaturthi to you, and this is the real color of Mumbai, which we can see right now, how Mumbaikars and the Maharashtra people are celebrating Ganesh Chaturthi. You can see the people which have gathered over here. The numbers are uncountable. They are here from last night when all this started. In the morning, Sthapna Puja happened, and after that, people started the darshan, which is the most important part for people who come from different parts of the world, different parts of India, different parts of Mumbai, and you can see how beautiful the murti of Bappa, the idol of Bappa is looking. And this time there is some different decoration also done by this Lal Bagh Cha Raja Mandal, and it is the thing which is designed this time is the Ram Mandir look-like structure, which is very important, and inside that Ganpati Bappa has been stapnad. Right now the situation over here, you can see there is 1,000 of people who are just waiting for one picture only for the darshan, and they are waiting from last night. This type of situation will happen for next 10 days because everyone wanted this type of celebration of Ganesh Chaturthi, because Ganesh Chaturthi is a very important festival for Maharashtra people, for Mumbai people, and this time it is happening without any of the rules and regulation which was made for COVID, and you can see how much excited people are. You can see only people around here, and this people will also gather in night also, because there are some of people who just want to see Bappa in the morning. They want to take darshan of Bappa in the morning, so they come in the night and they wait till the morning rises. So that's the situation on ground at Lal Bagh Ka Raja. It's iconic and everyone comes here. People are very much happy because after COVID restrictions, this is the first time when the grand celebration of Ganesh Chaturthi is happening in Mumbai and Maharashtra, Preeti.
Well, understandable. A very happy Ganesh Chaturthi to you, Paras, and all our viewers. With that, we sign out as we beam to you these visuals coming in from Lal Bagh of Lal Bagh Cha Raja. A very happy Ganesh Chaturthi. Ganpati Bappa Moria. Going into a quick break. Stay with us. On the other side is our fact check segment.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our fact check segment where we bust claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp groups. Now, there's a video suggesting that this is the viral video of BJP leader T. Raja suspended by the BJP in jail. Well, it's an old video, viewers, of T. Raja which is being circulated, nothing to do with the current circumstances that the leader has found himself in. So factually incorrect. With that quick fact check, time for us to slip into a break. You stay with us. On the other side is To the Point.
Party versus BJP dangal is getting dirtier by the day. Threats which are made in the studio now being realized as street fights. The latest flashpoint, schools. That's our top focus on To the Point this evening.
Death, drugs, and dhoka. Sonali Phogat murder unravels. Mystery over injuries on body. Curious case of Goa shack girlies. India Today uncovers the truth. The Sonali Phogat murder files. An India Today special investigation at 8 p.m.
In association with Amrita Hospital, Faridabad.
Newsbreak coming in, viewers. India Today has now accessed the ED's supplementary charge sheet, the Enforcement Directorate's supplementary charge sheet against actor Jacqueline Fernandez. The ED has countered Jacqueline's claims, which have been many. The biggest of it was, why was Jacqueline made as an accused while other actors made, like Nora Fateh, a witness? The ED has responded saying Jacqueline constantly changed her statement, that she did not reveal her link to the accused Pinky Rani. She lied about proceeds of crime she received. The proceeds of evidence collection still on. She wiped off her phone records after Sukesh's arrest. Jacqueline has now been summoned by the Delhi Police's Economic Officers Wing. Trouble only mounting for the actor. Will she be arrested? Because that's the big question. But the ED now responding to the charges that were laid by Jacqueline Fernandez, which primarily were that why has she been made the accused where she was the victim herself, is what she says. And other actors like Noura Fatehi have actually been made a witness. She should have been made a witness. In the beginning, she was a witness and later it was changed to an accused. What led to this change by the ED? The ED has elucidated it, primarily stating that the actor did not quite cooperate, changed her statements all the time, wiped out her phone records, didn't reveal her links to accused Pinky Rani. Let's listen in to the charges that were leveled by Jacqueline.
See, the Delhi police has registered the predicate offence, the main offence in this matter. It is but natural for the investigating agency to call her for a statement. But definitely, if you look at the charge sheet filed by the Delhi police in the matter, wherein the other accused have been named as accused, not Jacqueline, she will be a witness to these proceedings, not an accused. We will be physically be present before the court, but we'll follow the guidelines of the Honorable Supreme Court, wherein the recent judgment, Honorable Supreme Court says that if the accused has cooperated with the investigation before the charge sheet has been filed, which in this case Jacqueline has gone to the Enforcement Directorate office on various occasions. Whenever she was called, she has appeared. She has provided all the documents, all the evidences. Fortunately, she was never arrested. Now the charge sheet has been filed, so she will appear before the Honorable Court and seek bail.
I want to cut across to my colleague Munish Pandey, who's following all the developments that are coming in from the Enforcement Directorate in this case. You know, Munish, the charge that has been leveled by Jacqueline is how was it that she was changed from witness to accused, while other actors like Noura Fatehi continue to remain the witness. What is the ED saying?
Well, Preeti, as far as Jacqueline Fernandez is concerned, remember what the Enforcement Directorate has charged Jacqueline in this charge sheet is that in the month of February, 1 month after she was speaking to Sukesh Chandrasekhar under a wrong identity, a month after, in the month of February, she got to know that who Sukesh Chandrasekhar is. She got to know about the past history of Sukesh Chandrasekhar, basically that he is a criminal. But in spite of the fact that she was aware of Sukesh Chandrasekhar's past criminal record, she continued speaking to Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and not only she continued having conversation over phone calls or video calls and physical meetings, but also she continued taking gifts for her as well as for family members. So that is the charge number one. Second, what they have alleged that Jacqueline Fernandez has played a very important role along with Sukesh Chandrasekhar in laundering of money. And the third and the basic charge is that she is beneficiary of proceeds of crime. So on the basis of these allegations, the ED has filed the charge sheet. A cognizance has been taken by the court, but at the very same time, the strongest defense of Jacqueline Fernandez is that she has returned the money which was gifted by Sukesh Chandrasekhar, that is 7.7 crore has been returned to the Enforcement Directorate. As far as taking gifts is concerned, taking gifts is not a crime because she is not the one who extorted money. So that is a strong defense which Jacqueline has at this point of time. The next hearing is going to be procedural where she will be granted bail. But later on, the lawyers of Jacqueline Fernandez will be filing for a discharge in the case because they think that their case against Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet is very strong.
Munish, is there a possibility of an arrest now that a charge sheet has been filed against Jacqueline?
Yeah, well, Preeti, I have spoken to several senior officials who are part of the investigative team looking after this case. What they have told me that there is no plan of arresting Jacqueline Fernandez at any given point of time. They wanted to file a charge sheet based on the evidence which they have. Earlier, she was a witness in the case, but later on, when they recorded statement of several other key people, when they confronted Jacqueline with Sukesh Chandrasekhar, they decided to make her accused in the case, based on which a charge sheet has been filed. But as of now, there is no plan of arresting Jacqueline Fernandez. Whenever a charge sheet is filed, court takes the cognizance, and once the cognizance is taken, it is procedural that on the next day, the accused has to appear physically, and on the very same day, the person is granted bail. This is procedural, and that is what is going to happen on September 26th, when Jacqueline Fernandez will be appearing before a designated court in Delhi as far as this case is concerned.
Manish, appreciate you joining us. The latest news break coming in there. We're going to keep getting our viewers as and when the information filters in. Manish Pandey getting you the latest lowdown on what the ED has said, especially after the charge sheet which has now been filed against Jacqueline Fernandez. Clearly more trouble brewing in for the actress. All right, viewers, let's cut across right now to the other big development that has been taking place through the course of many days, and that is the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP dangal only getting dirtier from studios. It's now gone down to the streets.
चुनौती देता हूं आपको। सौरभ भारद्वाज जी, कल 11 बजे अभी मैंने एक और आप प्रवक्ता को कहा, आपने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में कहा था, ये देखिए 500 नए स्कूल बनाएंगे, ये आपके मैनिफेस्टो का 19 नंबर का दावा है। 500 स्कूल, मैं कल 11 बजे आप जहां ट्वीट करेंगे वहां पहुंचूंगा, 500 स्कूल का निरीक्षण करेंगे और उसके बाद रिपोर्ट दोनों भाई मिल के देंगे आज तक पे अंजना ओम कश्यप के शो पे। चुनौती मंजूर है, बताइए।
कौटिल्य स्कूल चिराग एंक्लेव क्लास 1 में मिली है 11 बजे, और वो नहीं, उसके अलावा बहुत सारे स्कूल दिखाऊंगा, एक नहीं बहुत सारे दिखाऊंगा।
The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP dangal, getting downright dirty. Threats made in the studio now acted upon the streets of the national capital. BJP's Gaurav Bhatia versus Aam Aadmi Party's Saurabh Bhardwaj. Location outside Kautalya Vidyalaya, South Delhi, 11 a.m. Wednesday. The challenge was thrown in our studios by Aam Aadmi Party to the BJP to conduct a reality check on 500 schools claimed to be opened by the Delhi government.
मैं कल 11 बजे आप जहां ट्वीट करेंगे वहां पहुंचूंगा, 500 स्कूल का निरीक्षण करेंगे और उसके बाद रिपोर्ट दोनों भाई मिल के देंगे आज तक पे अंजना ओम कश्यप के शो पे। चुनौती मंजूर है, बताइए।
The challenge was accepted by Gaurav Bhatia, BJP spokesperson, and the dual date today, Wednesday, 11 a.m. Saurabh Bhardwaj showed Gaurav Bhatia school number 1, but Mr. Bhatia was unhappy. The second school reality check. The video war escalated with Mr. Bhardwaj replying to the two videos released by Mr. Bhatia.
भाटिया जी ने क्या कहा, आप तो इनका वीडियो चलाइए। भाटिया जी ने कहा दोनों मिलकर निरीक्षण करेंगे, और ये चुनौती खत्म नहीं है, चुनौती आज भी तैयार है। जब भाटिया जी चाहें, जिस दिन मन करे उस दिन वो बता दें, उनको सारे स्कूलों के अंदर निरीक्षण कराएंगे, मगर भागने नहीं देंगे।
From liquor policy gate to the new scam allegations by the BJP, that the Aam Aadmi Party allegedly scammed the people by counting toilets as classrooms when it says it built 500 new schools. And this bitter political battle playing out on the streets of the national capital. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, all of this has taken place in a matter of just 24 hours. This was a debate which was happening on our sister channel, Aaj Tak, where an open challenge was thrown by Saurabh Bhardwaj saying, you come and look at a school in Delhi. Well, the BJP spokesperson, Gaurav Bhatia, accepted it. He went there, tried to see the school. The first one he saw, he was unhappy, said the building was old. The other one, the building was actually getting constructed. So he says the school is only getting constructed. On paper, you have shown it as it's built. Of course, there were other, supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party along with Saurabh Bhardwaj, and it ended acrimoniously. What we're going to do is we're going to bring both the parties back into the studio. I have Ramesh Buduri, Lok Sabha MP, Bharatiya Janata Party, who's joining us, as well as Akshay Marathe, spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. बिदुरी जी, दिक्कत क्या है? आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है, पहले तो आप कहते हैं कि कोई स्कूल नहीं बने, जब आम आदमी पार्टी कहती है कि 500 स्कूल बने हैं, फिर आप कहते हैं कि ये स्कूल में क्लास नहीं है, टॉयलेट है।
प्रीति जी, आम आदमी पार्टी से गौरव जी की जो बात हुई है वो 500 नए स्कूल बनाने का जो प्रॉमिस किया था मिस्टर केजरीवाल जी ने, उसकी बात हुई थी। गौरव भाटिया जी उनके ट्रैप में आ गए। गौरव भाटिया जी को ये सोचना चाहिए था, ग्रेटर क्लास जैसी जगह में स्कूल दिखा रहे हैं जाकर, क्या ग्रेटर क्लास में गरीबों के बच्चे रहते हैं? क्या गरीबों के बच्चे रहते हैं बदरपुर के अंदर, संगम विहार देवली के अंदर, गरीबों के तुगलकाबाद के अंदर, आयानगर के अंदर, भाटी माइंस के अंदर, और उन स्कूलों को दिखाएं। अगर आपने 1000 स्कूलों में 50 स्कूलों की डेंटिंग पेंटिंग कराकर और उनको आप पिक्चर देकर न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में पैसे देकर छपवा रहे हैं, ये 2 तरह का भ्रष्टाचार है प्रीति जी। अगर मुझे थोड़ा सा टाइम देकर अगर सुन लेंगे तो, एक भ्रष्टाचार है कंस्ट्रक्शन को लेकर और एक भ्रष्टाचार है बच्चों के एडमिशन को लेकर। जब 2009-10 में शीला जी मुख्यमंत्री थी, मैं MLA था, क्वेश्चन में मेरे पास जवाब है, उस टाइम दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूलों में एनरोल्ड बच्चे थे 13 लाख, और जब शीला जी छोड़कर गए थे तो एनरोल बच्चों की संख्या हो गई थी 2014-15 में 16 लाख। 2000 ये डाटा है, इसको आम आदमी पार्टी कभी भी मैं चैलेंज करता हूं, मैं राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा अगर मेरी बातों को कंडेम कर दे, मुझे झूठा साबित कर दे तो। 2015 में जब ये आए तो एनरोल्ड बच्चे रहे 15 लाख, 1 लाख कम हो गए, और आज जो बच्चे हैं वो बढ़ने चाहिए थे। दिल्ली की आबादी 2.5 करोड़ थी तब, आज 3 करोड़ हो गई है, और उस टाइम 2009 से जो बच्चे 13 लाख से लेकर और 16 लाख पहुंच गए थे, वो 3 लाख बढ़े थे। अगर उन 5 साल के अंदर 60-70 हजार बच्चे हर साल बढ़े हैं, पॉपुलेशन 3 करोड़ हो गई। आज तो बच्चे 20 लाख होने चाहिए थे सरकारी स्कूलों में, लेकिन बच्चे हैं आज भी 15 लाख 1 हजार, 15.1 लाख हैं आज भी। ये डाटा है, ये इसको कोई खा नहीं सकता, ये गर्मी में फैल नहीं सकता, सर्दी में सिकुड़ नहीं सकता। एक तो ये भ्रष्टाचार है जो झूठी रिपोर्टिंग करने के बाद कहां से न्यूयॉर्क टाइम में दिखाते कि देखो हमारे बच्चे पब्लिक स्कूलों को छोड़कर नहीं आ रहे हैं, हमारे बच्चे सरकारी स्कूलों में भी कम हो रहे हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। नंबर 2, पब्लिक स्कूलों के अंदर जो रेशो थी स्कूलों की बच्चों की, वो 31% थी 2015-16 में। जो टोटल रेशो के बच्चे 31% पब्लिक स्कूलों में पढ़ते थे, आज वो रेशो बढ़कर 43% पब्लिक स्कूलों में बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, 43%। ये ध्यान देने वाली बात है जी। दूसरा मैं आना चाहता हूं बिल्डिंगों के ऊपर। अभी जो कह रहे हैं ग्रेटर क्लास की बिल्डिंग दिखा रहे हैं, ये बदरपुर का स्कूल है। 12 अप्रैल को मेरे सोशल मीडिया पर, ये आप कैमरे पे दिखा सकते हैं, 12 तारीख को मेरे सोशल मीडिया पर फेसबुक पे लाइव डाला हुआ मैंने। ये जमीन पर टाट की पट्टी पर बच्चे बैठे हैं, ये इनको दिखा सकते हैं। बदरपुर का स्कूल है नंबर 1, ये स्कूल है इनका वर्ल्ड क्लास। ये 10 जून की 2022 की फोटो है, भाटी माइंस का स्कूल है। गरीबों के असलियत जहां बच्चे बैठते हैं, जहां कहते हैं बच्चों के लिए हम कुछ करना चाहते हैं। ये उसके बाद में तीसरा स्कूल दिखाता हूं इनको मैं, आयानगर, जो आयानगर गांव है अर्जुनगढ़, ये उसकी फोटो है अर्जुनगढ़। कल मेरे साथ आपका, अब ये बुलाएंगे, गौरव जी इनके ट्रैप में फंस गए। गौरव जी को कहना चाहिए था कि मैं स्कूल में लेकर चलूंगा, वो तो मालिक थे। गौरव जी को कहना चाहिए था मैं स्कूल में लेकर चलूंगा, और गौरव जी सौरभ जी को लेकर जाते तो ग्रेटर क्लास में पब्लिक सरकारी स्कूल दिखाएंगे क्या? ये स्कूल की है तुगलकाबाद रेलवे कॉलोनी, ये तुगलकाबाद रेलवे कॉलोनी फोटो है। इनमें सब पे डेट है। राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा अगर एक डेट या एक पिक्चर गलत हो जी, नंबर 1। दूसरा भ्रष्टाचार है इनके कंस्ट्रक्शन को लेकर। इन्होंने दिल्ली के अंदर 29 जोन बने हुए हैं। 23 नंबर जोन के अंदर इन्होंने तय किए 212 कमरे बनवाने। 212 कमरे बनवाने के लिए सिसोदिया साहब ने बिड फ्लोट की। बिड फ्लोट करने के बाद बिड में जो एस्टीमेट बना 27 करोड़ रुपए का आया। बिड जिस कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने ली गई थी वो बिलो 40% ली गई। बिलो 40% का मतलब है 18 करोड़ में कमरे बनने थे। 15, 16, 2 साल लगातार कमरे नहीं बन पाए। जब 16 में कमरे नहीं बन पाए, रूल है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में प्रोविजन है, सरकार ने बनाए, एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री ने, कि जो 100 करोड़ से ज्यादा का टेंडर होगा वो टेंडर कैबिनेट में जाएगा, वरना एक्सपेंडिचर फाइनेंस कमेटी है, उसमें बिलो 100 टेंडर उसमें क्लियर होते हैं। 16 में जब कमरे नहीं बने, इन्हीं सिसोदिया साहब ने उसी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को दोबारा थोड़ा सा फाइन क्वालिटी हम उनकी करना चाहते हैं, 27 करोड़ रुपए बढ़ाकर 54 करोड़ के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर दिए, बगैर बिड डाले, बगैर टेंडर डाले। अगर वो भी टेंडर डाला जाता तो वो भी बिलो में आता। जब पहला टेंडर 40%,
बिदुरी साहब, वो प्रूफ की बात है, वो जब जांच होगी वो जब जांच होगी सब प्रूफ हो जाएगा। मैं अक्षय मराठे जी को भी, जो स्पोक्स पर्सन है आम आदमी पार्टी के, उनको भी इस कॉन्वर्सेशन में लेके आना चाहूंगी। अक्षय मराठे जी, द फैक्ट इज, द क्वेश्चन दैट द बीजेपी इज रेजिंग, नंबर 1, आप लेके गए द पॉशेस्ट एरिया इन दिल्ली, इफ आई मे यूज द क्लीशे टर्म, इन साउथ दिल्ली, इन जीके, यू टुक हिम टू अ स्कूल इन जीके। अगर आप जो 3-4 स्कूल बिधूरी साहब कह रहे हैं उधर लेके जाते तो असलियत का पता चलता। बिधूरी साहब कह रहे हैं कि वो राजनीति छोड़ देंगे अगर आप उनको रॉन्ग प्रूव कर दें। नंबर 2 कि एक तो आपने उन्हें बुलाया, ऊपर से वहां पर जो आम आदमी पार्टी के सपोर्टर काडर थे आपने उनको एम्बुश किया, इसीलिए उनको जाना पड़ा।
अब मैं एक एक करके आपके सारे सवालों के जवाब दूंगा। सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आपके दर्शक हो या मैं, मुझे दिल को बड़ा सुकून महसूस हो रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आज शिक्षा नीति के ऊपर बहस करने को आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने मजबूर कर ही दिया। तो ये देखकर मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, आज के जो आप वीडियो दिखा रहे थे सौरभ भारद्वाज जी और गौरव भाटिया जी जो भाजपा के स्पोक्स पर्सन है, उनके बीच में जो बहस हुई वो ग्रेटर कैलाश के इलाके में इसीलिए हुई क्योंकि सौरभ भारद्वाज जी ग्रेटर कैलाश के विधायक हैं और ये रमेश बिधूड़ी से ज्यादा बेहतर और कोई नहीं जानता। तो ये कहना कि ग्रेटर कैलाश क्यों गए, ये तो कोई बात ही नहीं है। अगर आप चाहे तो किसी और विधायक के साथ आप चैलेंज कर लेते। कोई आम आदमी पार्टी के तो 62 विधायक है, आप किसी भी विधायक को लेकर उनके इलाके में ले जाइए। हर इलाके में नए नए स्कूल बने हैं, हर इलाके में नए नए
सर हाँ, इनको बोलने दीजिए, आपने खुल के बोला, इनको बोलने दीजिए, मैं आपके पास आऊंगी।
दूसरी बात, अब ये जो कहते हैं ना भाजपा वाले कि सरकारी स्कूलों के क्लासरूम बनाने में आम आदमी पार्टी ने घोटाला किया। देखिए, मैं आम आदमी पार्टी से 2015-16 में जुड़ा ही इसीलिए था क्योंकि मैं शिक्षा नीति पे काम करना चाहता था। तो मैं इस विषय को बहुत अच्छे से गहन तरीके से समझ चुका हूँ। जब 2015 में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पहली बार बनी दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली में केवल 10 से 12,000 क्लासरूम थे और जो दिक्कत होती थी दिल्ली में, स्कूलों में बच्चों को बैठने की जगह नहीं होती थी। बच्चे जमीन पे बैठते थे, उनके पास क्लासरूम में एक ही बेंच पे 3-4 बच्चे बैठते थे, तो बड़ी दिक्कत होती। हमने ये किया, उन्हीं स्कूलों में हमने 12,000 नए क्लासरूम केवल पहले 5 साल में बनाए। 12,000 नए क्लासरूम बनाने का क्या मतलब होता है? एक स्कूल में अगर आप 50 क्लासरूम मान ले तो वही आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि स्कूल की कैपेसिटी कितनी ज्यादा बढ़ा दी आम आदमी पार्टी ने। ये लोग बार बार कहते हैं नया स्कूल दिखाओ, नया स्कूल दिखाओ, नया स्कूल दिखाओ। अरे भाई, जब हजारों नए क्लासरूम बन रहे हैं तो उसका मतलब स्कूल की कैपेसिटी तो बढ़ रही है ना। जो बच्चों को जगह नहीं मिलती थी बैठने की, वो जगह तो बढ़ रही है ना। तो ये जो बीजेपी वालों का आरोप है, ये वहीं पे फ्लैट हो जाता है। तीसरा आरोप, उनका आरोप है कि एनरोलमेंट घट गया दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों में। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, 2015 से पहले जब आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार नहीं होती थी दिल्ली में, तो एक शिक्षा का घोटाला होता था क्योंकि उस समय एनरोलमेंट बढ़ाई जाती थी और एनरोलमेंट के नाम पे बहुत सारा पैसा स्कूलों को आवंटित किया जाता था और जो भ्रष्टाचार में चला जाता था। हमने ये किया, हमने ऑडिट कराया सारे स्कूलों का, हमने देखा कि कितने स्कूलों में एक्चुअली कितने बच्चे आते हैं, उसके हिसाब से हमने पैसा देना शुरू किया। उससे एनरोलमेंट शुरू में कुछ साल के लिए थोड़ी सी घटी, लेकिन मैं आज का डेटा आपको बताऊं तो 2015 के मुकाबले 7 लाख ज्यादा बच्चे दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं। ये जो आपको फिगर बता रहे हैं ना, वो आपको 2019 का बताएंगे।
अक्षय जी, अक्षय जी, आपने गौरव भाटिया जी को बुलाया और उनको हैकल किया।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी ने आज तक कभी भी किसी भी वायलेंस में कोई हिस्सा नहीं लिया। आप मुझे बता दीजिए अगर हो तो उदाहरण कि हमारे किसी विधायक, किसी नेता पे कोई एफआईआर हो किसी के खिलाफ कुछ मारपीट करने की। ये भाजपा का कैरेक्टर है, हमारा कैरेक्टर नहीं है। आप दिखा दीजिए गौरव भाटिया जी के शरीर पर, उनके गाड़ी पर कोई भी इतना सा भी कोई स्क्रैच आया हो आम आदमी पार्टी।
वर्बल हैकलिंग। अक्षय जी, चलिए, बिधूरी साहब एक पॉइंट प्रेस करना चाहते हैं, देन आई विल कम टू यू। बिधूरी साहब बोलिए, आप एक रिबटल करना चाहते हैं, बताइए।
देखो, पहले तो ये सबसे बड़ा झूठ बोल गए कि 60 लाख बच्चे ज्यादा हैं। नंबर 1, 2016 में एजुकेशन का बजट था 3,100 करोड़ रुपया। आज बजट जीएसटी के कारण बढ़ने के कारण 78,000 दिल्ली का बजट, तो एजुकेशन का बजट है 5,400। इन्होंने, केजरीवाल साहब ने कहा था 500 नए स्कूल बनाऊंगा, जो इन्होंने कहा है अभी कि स्कूलों की शॉर्टेज थी। इन्होंने लॉलीपॉप दिया 500 बनाऊंगा। मुझे ये इलाके का नाम लिखकर 50 नई बिल्डिंग कहां बनी है, 50 बता दे, 50 अगर घोटाला नहीं है तो। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, ये जो अभी कह रहे हैं कि गौरव, हम अभी मुझसे आज तक में बैठाने के लिए मेरी कंडीशन थी कि आम आदमी पार्टी का लेजिस्लेटर कोई हो या कोई लीडर हो, एमपी हो, बैठे मैं बैठूंगा, मुझे प्रॉमिस किया गया, लेकिन आप सामने ला के कौन बिठा दिया, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है मेरा सवालों का जवाब नहीं दे पाएंगे। मैंने जो 5 स्कूल दिखाए, 5 अलग अलग एमएलए के इलाके के दिखाए हैं। अब इन्होंने कहा ना हम और एमएलए के दिखा, अलग अलग एमएलए के दिखाए हैं। मैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके ऑन रिकॉर्ड ये बोलें कि इनकी क्या सजा होगी कि अगर ये एनरोल ठीक नहीं होगा। पहले तो ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी से भटकाने के लिए गौरव जी ट्रैक में आ गए, हमें एजुकेशन पे चर्चा ही नहीं करनी चाहिए, ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी का जवाब दें। ये बार बार जो नौटंकी करते हैं, कभी कहते हैं हमें खरीद लिया गया, ये केवल एक्साइज पॉलिसी से लोगों का दिमाग और मीडिया डाइवर्ट हो जाए कहीं ना कहीं दूसरी तरफ से जी। तो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, मैं आज भी एजुकेशन पे डिस्कशन करने के लिए नहीं बैठा था, ना मुझे कहा गया था। मुझे लगा हमने लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब को कंप्लेंट की है कि उन लोगों के खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए, इसलिए आज मेरे से बात की जाएगी। लेकिन जब आपने एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पे शुरुआत कर दी, मैंने उसका जवाब दिया है। मैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूं, जॉन 25 और जॉन 29 में भी इसी प्रकार से 200 करोड़ रुपए के इन्होंने 1600 कमरे बनाने का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया। क्या ये बताएं 1600 कमरे गिनवा दें, आज तक को दिखा दें 1600 कमरे आज तक बनाए इन्होंने। वो 25 जॉन और उस जॉन में कमरे कम बने, और उस टेंडर को भी उसी प्रकार से बगैर उसके ले जाए सिसोदिया ने उनको डबल अमाउंट देकर 200 करोड़ रुपया फालतू दे दिए जी। ये घोटाला नहीं है तो और क्या है जी?
आंसर करने दीजिए, अक्षय मराठी जी को आंसर करने दीजिए।
मैं पूछना चाहता हूं इनके स्कूलों पर एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन, मैं लास्ट मुझे सुन लीजिए प्लीज। ये मुझे बताएं 1000 स्कूल है इनके, एमसीडी के 1600 स्कूल हैं, ये बताएं प्रिंसिपल स्कूल में नहीं है 750 स्कूलों में प्रिंसिपल। जब स्कूल में प्रिंसिपल ही नहीं होगा तो उनको कौन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन देखेगा? आज जो बच्चों की एब्सेंट रेट है वो 2017 में थी 40%, 2018 में थी 55%, आज 2022 में एब्सेंट रेट है 61%। जो ये कह रहे हैं बोगस एनरोल होते थे पहले, आज भी बोगस एनरोल है, और आज भी ये रिकॉर्ड आप मंगाएंगे मुझे अच्छा लगेगा। लेकिन मैं फिर दोहराना चाहता हूं, मेरे आंकड़े अगर गलत हो, मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विचारधारा से जुड़ा हूं, मैं राजनीति में नहीं आऊंगा, मैं उठाकर फेंक दूंगा राजनीति को।
बिदुरी साहब has made a big claim, बहुत बड़ा। अच्छा अक्षय मराठी जी, काफी बड़ा क्लेम है कि जो ये आंकड़े आपके सामने अभी प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं कि ये आंकड़े गलत हुए तो ये राजनीति छोड़ देंगे।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राजनीति तो वैसे ही खत्म हो चुकी है दिल्ली में, तो उनको छोड़ना है तो छोड़ दे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है हमें। और वो जहां तक बात
एमपी तो सारे क्या बात कर रहे हैं अक्षय मराठी जी, सारे एमपी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ही है ना।
कॉर्पोरेशन में इनको हराया, भाजपा ने सांसद में इनको हराया, और जहां भी चुनाव हुए वहां भाजपा को नहीं हरा पाए। उत्तराखंड में हम जीते, उत्तर प्रदेश में हम जीते।
बिदुरी साहब इनको आंसर करने दीजिए, आपने सवाल पूछा है।
हम इन्होंने हराया शीला जी को,
अक्षय मराठी जी
पंजाब की कांग्रेस को, ये भ्रम ना पाले।
बिदुरी साहब
पार्टी का अंतिम समय है ये।
बिदुरी साहब इनको बोलने दीजिए। कैन आई जस्ट गेट अक्षय मराठी सर, इनको बोलने दीजिए, ये आप ही का जवाब देना चाह रहे हैं। चलिए अक्षय मराठी जी प्लीज आंसर।
मैं दोबारा कहना चाहता हूँ, इनकी बौखलाहट देख मुझे तो बड़ी खुशी होती है कि शिक्षा नीति पर इनकी जो
बताइए कौन सी जगह स्टेट में हराया, भाजपा को कहीं नहीं हराया।
अक्षय मराठी सर बीच में अगर आप बोलेंगे ना आपकी सुन पाएंगे ना हम इनकी सुन पाएंगे। अक्षय मराठी गो अहेड, आंसर दोस क्वेश्चंस।
मैं एक एक करके वापस से सारे सवालों को जवाब देना चाहता हूँ। उन्होंने उनका सबसे पहला सवाल ये था कि जो 500 नए स्कूल बनाने थे वो नहीं बनाए और हम झूठ बोल रहे हैं। मैं उनको दोबारा से कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप दिल्ली के हर इलाके में जो 12,000 नए क्लासरूम बने हैं, मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूँ। जैसे आप अगर वायलेट लाइन मेट्रो की लेते हैं ना, तो फरीदाबाद की तरफ जाते हैं, तो आपको उस मेट्रो से निकलते हुए नीचे की तरफ सरिता विहार के स्टेशन के पास में आपको एक बड़ा सा नया सरकारी स्कूल का बिल्डिंग दिखेगा, और पिछले 5 सालों में वो बनते हुए मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखा है। तो बात ये है कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने उनकी आंखों के सामने ये सारे स्कूल बनते देखे हैं। तो आज भाजपा जितना मर्जी झूठ बोल ले, उसका कोई परिणाम ही नहीं हो पा रहा, उसका कोई कॉन्सिक्वेंस ही नहीं हो पा रहा लोगों के माइंड में। तो इसीलिए आज ये जो बौखलाहट दिख रही है वो हमें सामने आ रही है भाजपा वालों की। दूसरी बात, ये जो बार बार कहते हैं कि इतने क्लासरूम बनने थे, इतने बने, इतने टॉयलेट बने थे, इतने बने। आप मुझे ये बताइए।
Can I just get अक्षय मराठी सर, इनको फिनिश करने दीजिए।
आपके पास खोने के लिए कुछ है नहीं, यू आर ऑल्सो जीरो।
सर इनको बोलने दीजिए।
आपके पास खोने के लिए कुछ है नहीं, क्या खोगे? मेरे पास खोने के लिए चैलेंज कर रहा हूं। आप एक लिस्ट जारी कर दीजिए।
कुछ भी नहीं है,
लिस्ट जारी कर दीजिए ना।
मेरी हैसियत दिल्ली में नहीं है। आप बहुत बड़े हैं मेरे से, आप कृपया करके थोड़ी इज्जत से बात करें। आप
जारी कर दीजिए,
आप चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि हैं।
चलिए एक चीज बिदुरी साहब, देखिए चाहे कोई कहां से भी आए, इज्जत तो बनती है सर। आप सब एक दूसरे को इज्जत दीजिए।
मान जाएंगे
सर ठीक है, ओके। नाउ अक्षय मराठे, व्हाट मिस्टर बिदूरी इज सेइंग इज कि आप वो जो 50 स्कूल हैं जो नई बिल्डिंग बनी है, जो आप कह रहे हैं, वो आप एड्रेस इनको दे दीजिए और ये राजनीति छोड़ देंगे। इनका सवाल ये है।
मैं दोबारा आपको समझाता हूँ। देखिए, हर स्कूल में हाँ
बस सर इनको बोलने तो दीजिए। कैन आई जस्ट गेट अक्षय मराठे? यस अक्षय मराठे, गो अहेड।
मैं आपको ठीक से दोबारा एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ। देखिए क्या होता है, दिल्ली के हर स्कूल में एक बड़ा सा पुराना ओल्ड ब्लॉक होता था और एक प्लेग्राउंड और काफी बड़ा एरिया होता था, क्योंकि पहले स्कूल बड़े एरिया में बनते थे। हमने ये किया कि हमने उस ओल्ड ब्लॉक के साथ साथ एक नया ब्लॉक खड़ा कर दिया उसी के साथ में, और उस ओल्ड ब्लॉक के कमरों को भी बेहतर बना दिया। तो ये जो कहते हैं ना एड्रेस बताओ, आप किसी भी दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल में अंदर घुस के देखिए तो सही। अंदर जाके आपको नया ब्लॉक दिखाई देगा, आपको पुराने ब्लॉक के कमरे दिखाई देंगे। आप देखिए ये सारी चीजें आंखों के सामने है। आप देखना नहीं चाहते तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन दिल्ली की जनता तो देख रही है। 16 लाख बच्चे दिल्ली के,
घर में नहीं,
16 लाख बच्चे
ये स्कूलों में जाकर ही फोटो लिए,
बच्चे दिल्ली के स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं। उनके माँ बाप हर महीने पेरेंट टीचर मीटिंग को जाते हैं। वो आंखों से देखते हैं पेरेंट्स कि उनके स्कूलों का कैसा हाल होता था और आज कैसा हाल है। देखिए या तो आप बोले या मैं बोलूं, दोनों एक साथ बोलेंगे तो
चलिए ओके। अब एक टाइम भी खत्म हो गया है, डिबेट का टाइम भी खत्म हो गया है। बिदूरी साहब, आपने बहुत सारे सवाल रेज किए हैं। आपने एक और क्लेम किया है स्टूडियो में कि अगर जो आपके सवाल हैं अगर वो गलत निकले तो आप राजनीति छोड़ देंगे। आपने स्कूल्स की फोटो भी दिखाई है। देखते हैं कि ये स्टूडियो से निकलकर आगे जाकर आपको इसका जवाब मिलता है कि नहीं मिलता है। आपने आज चैलेंज किया है, कल आम आदमी पार्टी ने चैलेंज किया था बीजेपी को स्कूल देखने के लिए, और आज आपने चैलेंज थ्रो किया है आम आदमी पार्टी को। व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू डू इज व्यूअर्स, वी आर गोइंग टू कीप अ कीन आई ऑन ऑल डेवलपमेंट्स बिकॉज ट्रस्ट अस, दिस इज ओनली गोइंग टू गेट fiercer as the days go by. Thank you, our panelists, for joining us. A quick break. On the other side is Rahul Kanwar.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé, qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.